What's up? Hey, George. How you guys doing? We're back after the weekend, because I had to give people some time to catch up, because I know I was doing some 10-hour streams of this game. Sub gamer. Right after, I guess not to give spoilers if people are joining for the first time, because this is my blind run, so I don't know exactly what happens, but what I do know is we just did our first time leap, and some dramatic things happened. So we're going back to it after doing Bayonetta 3 all weekend. Still haven't beaten Bayonetta 3 yet, but still got a couple more streams of that to come. Maybe we'll do that later in the week. But we've done our first time leap. What's up, Kyler, Ruben? Happy Halloween, everybody. I was originally thinking about doing a spooky game for Halloween on this channel instead of this. But then I remembered how, like, literally every time I've ever streamed a spooky game, I've never had games bomb harder on stream than when I do spooky games. Which is so weird. Because, it always seems like a great idea. Like, I always see all these other big streamers, like, do these scary game streams. And then, like, there's all these clips of other streamers going, ah! And, like, just like, massively overreacting to, like, very calm events in games. And then I did it, and, even when I was, like, getting a lot more views, I remember I streamed Dead Space, and I didn't even break 100 views, man, back when I was getting, like, 1,000 views a stream. So, decided, nah, my subscribers aren't interested in horror stuff, which is fine. I probably don't overreact enough to a lot of, like, not-so-scary things. Probably my fault, but what can you do? I'm not gonna sit there and just screech for no reason. Alright. I'm giving people enough time to join in. Now, see, that's something I might be able to do because it's at least like an anime visual novel. My subscribers tend to like that stuff. These Steins streams have been doing okay, view-wise. At least compared to Bayonetta. But man, did people not like the spooky stuff. I took a look at that Resident Evil DLC, gamer. It's like 20 fucking bucks. Overreactions are strange and annoying. Yeah, I always find that shit weird too. Like, notice how when we hit a dramatic twist in this game, I didn't go, like, I mean, I had a normal human fucking reaction. And I know that's not clickbaitable, unfortunately, but it's just like, I don't get it. Like, for me, when if I'm watching a streamer and they're like, and something happens and they're like, oh my god! I'm never like, oh my god, this was a great moment. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Or I'm like trying to turn the volume down on my, like, phone. Like, I just hate that stuff. It's like, you are not that scared of a video game. I know you're not. Like, you might get got by, like, a jump scare and be like, oh! Like, I would believe that. But people who are, like, falling out of their chair, I'm like, what are you doing? I need to start acting, though, so I can get some viral YouTube shorts going. I'm just vamping here, because I know we're about to hit an important plot point in the game. So I want people that are going to join to be able to join before we jump right into it. Because this, as soon as I hit load this data, we are, like, right where a very pivotal moment happens. Because I ended the last stream on a cliffhanger. So I'll give, like, a couple minutes and just rant about, Halloween. Or, I guess not really Halloween. I love Halloween. I don't like overdramatic streamers. I did just post a short that I edited that is a combination of my Bayonetta 3 and Devil May Cry streams together. Because there's a scene that I noticed, and I went back and watched it because I was like, this looks, like, super familiar. The guy who directed Bayonetta was a designer in Devil May Cry, or, like, worked as a designer on Devil May Cry, and his boss fight was, like, this fire spider called Phantom. 675 views on it. Yeah, it's been doing pretty well so far. But, yeah, so I edited it together. And yeah, it's a back and forth of my streams of Bayonetta 3 and Devil May Cry between the, like, completely... It's almost like shot for shot, like the exact same in Bayonetta 3 as his old Devil May Cry boss fight. Because he designed the director from Bayonetta designed a boss in Devil May Cry. And it's like a whole ass reference. The camera's the same. The animations are the same. Like, Bayonetta has Dante's same moves, and the boss has the exact same moves. The lines are a bit different, obviously, because it wouldn't make sense for Bayonetta to say the same stuff as Dante. But still. It was very cool. It's a whole 45 seconds if you want to watch that. I'm trying to find the secret to making, like, YouTube shorts go viral. I don't really know what the secret is. I had one that went pretty viral from Danganronpa. And I don't know, like, how I did it. I don't know what the secret sauce is to make shorts go viral, because sometimes they do really well. Hey, what's up, AK? Video playing Chapter 6 is 5 hours. That's not too bad. You might actually reach an ending this chapter? I thought somebody said there was 10 chapters. Does that mean an ending in Chapter 6 is like a bad end? Did people say there were 10 chapters? Or am I wrong? I don't know what game I'm gonna do after this. I guess Pokemon, right? Pokemon comes out soon. There's a true ending, yeah, for sure. Each character has one. I think I've been going for, well, I was going for Mocha's ending. Whoops. That doesn't seem like it's a path anymore. But I guess we're going for Kurisu's ending now. Kurisu's ending now? And I doubt hers is this chapter. She seems like a pivotal character. It seems like some of the side characters would have an ending here, maybe. Alright, have we waited long enough for people to arrive? Have I gone on enough tangents? Because I know we're going to hop right into plot. But I just wanted to talk about some stuff I was doing and why I'm not playing a spooky game. I mean, I guess this is kind of spooky. I mean, not really, but not like Halloween spooky. But there's some, like, drama, creepy stuff. I don't know. We can call the Jellyman spooky, like, Halloween stuff, right? Can we go there? I'm sure. It's scary, but not horror. The Jellyman and the wall are kind of horror. I guess. I mean, it's kind of a stretch. Are you interested in rereading the most recent events of the previous chapter over again? Not particularly. Why? What do these locks mean? What happened to actually what happened to all my chapter like 4 or 5 saves? I just realized 1, 2, 2, 3, 6. Huh? Did I not save for 4 and 5? Weird. Hashtag, you probably never saved. Whoops. Oh well. I've probably done the same stream. Yeah, you're probably right. Can you boy get some likes on the stream for Halloween at Most Sacred Day? I'm just kidding. Alright. Let's go ahead and get started. We've waited almost 10. Yeah, we hit the 10-minute mark. That's enough. I'm sure I know it takes YouTube like sometimes a while to like actually send out the notifications, but I assume 10 minutes is enough for most people to actually get notifications. Because I know, like, I hit live, and I know that YouTube doesn't send out the notifications to literally everybody. Some people get them, like, a half hour later, but I imagine most people watching already got it. You gonna play Steins Gate 0? I don't know. I guess it'll depend on the ending, and then how much I like the overall story. I mean, I'm liking it so far, but there's always the potential for a story to Game of Thrones. Unless you do a certain choice, you'll go back and be redoing the same event again. I think I know what the choice is. I'm assuming. How much of the anime did you watch? Up to the episode before what happened at the end of last stream. So I did not make it up to the time leap in the anime. I started watching the Steins Gate anime just a little bit, but I didn't get up to the actual time leap, just because I wanted to make sure that I'm not spoiling myself on the game, so you guys get to see my actual reactions. Though they may not be overhyped reactions. I might not, like, drop my fucking computer off of the floor and knock it off. I might not knock my microphone over, and I might not fall on the floor while doing it, but I will still give you guys at least my genuine, like, reactions. Oh my god, they leapt through time! So I might not be doing any of those, but you guys will still at least see my OG reactions. Enjoying the anime? Yeah, I'm actually, I'm enjoying the anime more so far than the game, to be honest. Obviously, like, talking with you guys more while, like, playing through. But I'm watching the English dub, of course. But I like talking with you guys more, but overall, in just terms of, like, the story, and the acting and stuff, I enjoy the show a lot better. Because some of the jokes are localized to make sense. I was talking in the Discord the other day about this. So I know Gamer and Kyler saw. I don't know if anyone else saw my conversation about Steins Gate, but they localized some of the jokes to make sense for, like, someone, you know, who's not super weeby and was born and raised in America. I was talking to Kyler about it. That one so, like, the hacka and hacker thing, like, wasn't making sense to me. Like, I didn't really get it. Like, obviously, you guys can tell, I made comments about, like, in the last couple streams of, like, this doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Because hacka is, like, a wannabe hacker, I guess. But I was, like, struggling to notice how you would even differentiate between that. But in the dub, Rentaro just calls Daru a hack. Like, yeah, he's a hack. And it, like, clicked to me of, like, oh, that's what he's trying to say, which is, like, a more, like, localized American phrase. If you call someone a hack, you know, that they're, like, full of shit, they're not very good at what they're doing, things like that. And it, like, just suddenly clicked to me. I'm like, oh, yeah, wait a minute. So, like, I'm enjoying some of that aspect of watching the show a bit more, where some of those things click. I also like that, I like the pacing a bit more. Sometimes the game almost goes into too much detail sometimes to its detriment. Whereas the show keeps a very good pacing, and it also did a better job to me of, so far, like, when Rentaro got the, like, texts that were like, we're watching you, showing him, like, actually freaking the fuck out. Like, I kept saying in the game, like, why are we not discussing this more? Like, I personally would be freaking the fuck out, like, if, how Rentaro is just, like, he freaked out for a couple seconds in the game, and then we were like, okay, moving on. And then we were just talking about other stuff for a long time. But in the show, he gets the text and is like, what the fuck? And then, like, he actually spends a significant amount of time freaking out. Which I just thought was kind of weird that it was... I mean, honestly, he is freaking out about it the whole time in the game, but the pacing makes it seem like he almost forgets about it in the game. Like, when he gets sent the, like, toy doll head, and he like freaks the fuck out and runs back to the lab. I thought that was done much better in the show than in the game. That's about as far as I made it in the show, though, because I knew we were approaching where we're at in the game, and I didn't want to overlap. But I thought that was done really well. Where he's like, fuck. The VA who does Rintaro wrote the script. Oh, that's really cool. Very cool to see people that are like actually actively passionate about the project be involved instead of people trying to make a dime. That's really cool. Because yeah, I mean, I buy all the dub actors very well in the dub. Everyone sounds pretty appropriate. And they also, I think, they flesh out the relationship between Rintaro and Christina a lot better. Where they're not just, like, constantly tsundere to each other, which is almost annoying in the game. They have their moments in the show of being like, hey, like, having actual human emotions and not just being anime characters, which is ironic because that is the anime. But I like some of that better. Where when Christina's actually upset, he's like, you know, Rintaro actually has a normal interaction with her and is like, hey, you know, like, I do cherish our friendship, and if you want to talk about it, I'll listen. And, like, I thought that was really refreshing in comparison to the game, where he just immediately goes on his chiniubu tangents, like, right away. Obviously, in the anime, he eventually goes back to it, but he at least shows that moment of, like, vulnerability and, like, hey, like, I'm not a total asshole. Which I think is nice. It's, like, fine if he's gonna joke about it after, you know, like, at least expressing that he actually cares. I'm not a huge fan of how in the game he's just, like, she's, like, really upset, and he's like, get the fuck over it. Like, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But in the anime, they handle it better. Anyway. No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. So, from what I was understanding, at the end of last stream, we used the time leap after Mayuri died. So, now we're figuring out what's happening to Rintaro after the device was activated on his head. He was like, you know, Mayuri died, they were freaking out, they were at war. And they're like, well, they were in a fight. Instead of going quietly, they activated the time leap, so Rintaro could become aware of the past, of like what was about to happen. That was the catastrophic event that led to Mayuri's death. But now we're in a graveyard, but it looks like she's not we're in a graveyard, but Mayuri's not the one that's dead. Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri is standing in front of a grave, gazing at the sky. What's in her hand? Oh, her pocket watch, that's right. Also, this is like an awful way to hold the umbrella, because the rain is still falling on her face. Which is like why you would have the umbrella. But anyway, not important. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. Oh, we're going way back. How far back did they send the phone call? Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me, too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. That's even sadder, actually. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. That's really sad. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting. No matter how many times I called her name, she didn't answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone. Not me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her grandmother. And so to ensure nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I thought there was like someone standing over here, and that was going to be really creepy. I would stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. No matter how many times I'd call her, she wouldn't reply. The only sound in the cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day, too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. You can't pull your phone out during this, can you? Yeah, I don't think so. Rays of light shone through gaps in the clouds, a stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt's rays, they're called, or sometimes the angel's ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it to the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice and kept staring. And then slowly, very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up to heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just childish fantasy, but at the time, I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish. I won't let you go. I won't let anyone take you away. I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my mouth were. You're my hostage now, guinea pig. Was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costume heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting insecurities. There's no escaping me. As I said this, I realized she was shaking. She whispered. It was the first time in 6 months I heard her speak. Her voice was croaked with tears. I'm your hostage. I guess I'm stuck, huh? She smiled. Tears fell from her eyes, and then she buried her face in my chest. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see. I can barely think. A terrible screech fills my head like feedback from a giant speaker. Yikes. I feel like it would be so fun to voice act in one of these games, man, to just be able to, like, let that kind of scream fly. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles, stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. Is that true? I feel like I get a headache, like, almost all the fucking time. This is... what? Am I crazy? Do you guys get, like, headaches? And, like, is it a frequent occurrence for you guys? Like, I get headaches often. I mean, probably part of it is that I stare at a computer monitor, like, 24/7. So that doesn't really help. my jobs have always involved like looking at computers, and then my hobbies involve still looking at computers. So like I'm always staring at a computer monitor, and yeah, I've like got almost a permanent headache. Which like if I just wore my fucking glasses, that wouldn't happen. I've mentioned before on the stream that I have glasses, and my glasses are actually really high quality because I had pretty good like vision, like eye insurance. So I got these really nice glasses that have these like built-in. The lenses on my glasses like have this like special tint thing. I don't know that reduces like the UV light that monitors give off or something like that. But I did notice when I was wearing these glasses, my headaches actually diminished quite a bit. Probably a combination of being able to see and the lenses helped me not get headaches all the time. But so yeah, I don't. Brains aren't supposed to feel pain, bro. Mine does like every day. I guess this is millennial problems, right? These guys being fucking boomers or whatever. Being like 20 in 2010. Hey, what's up, Just Wandering? You made it to Chapter 6. Yeah, you missed a lot, man, after the end of last stream. But I didn't stream this game all weekend. I streamed Bayonetta 3 to give people a chance to catch up. But yeah, I streamed last stream, we did Chapter 4 and 5. We're getting into it. I don't know if I'll stream the whole, like, multiple chapters again today. We might just do 6, but 6 is still supposedly like 5 hours, so let's run it. But LOL, imagine me actually wearing my prescribed glasses. That would be funny, right, guys? Really funny. Oh, man, I do so many stupid things, and I'm like, oh my god, why does my head hurt? Hang on, I'm gonna grab another drink. I drank my entire drink way too fast. God. That's what I get. Alright. Anyway, we're off on Rintaro's lie about brains not feeling pain. That shit doesn't make sense. We're back. Now the thing is, who will believe him that he used the time leap? The thing is, what I always find to his detriment, and I suppose it's for the concept of the story, right? Is that Rintaro's got the mad scientist persona thing, and he's like, the organization's after me, which sets him up in situations like this for people to not believe him, because when he's like, hey, there are people after us, literally everyone's first reaction will be like, okay, bro, you tell them, you better like talk to your connection and make sure the organization doesn't follow us or whatever. But it's also like irritating in a way, so I wonder how he'll even make people believe that people are actually about to fucking storm the gates here. Although, I mean, I guess these kinds of screams of pain, you can't really imitate these. Like, there's joking, like, and then there's this. I think they'd probably believe him. Because even if he's joking, right, like, as a friend, you'd still have to, like, be like, hey, you good, bro? And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain, and a terrible itching like my body's on fire. Shiver of pleasure, bruh. Or a masochist? I could see Rintaro being a masochist. Though I guess that would be more Daru's thing. It feels like there should also be like a CG, like a graphic here of him like holding his head and freaking out or something. I feel like the game needs more CG scenes. I'm so sick of staring at this picture of the lab. Show the characters, please. I don't get it. I'm gonna crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it. What? Excuse me? The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? What's wrong with you? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. Like, I don't care. What? Stop giving me this image. I slowly come back to my senses. I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave. Name subject to change. With my cell phone to my ear. Also, I appreciate the conciseness that the anime, like, renames this as well. So you don't get this full, like, bullshit thing. They just call it the name TBA. Which is... It just would take just as long to say the phone wave. So in the dub, they just call it name TBA. I like that way better. I don't know why this annoys me as much as it does. Because even with... Like, in such a serious moment, he's still, like, going on about it. Like this. It bugs me. No, not the phone wave. I'm not subject to change. Since headgear is attached, it's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low wheezing groan and realize it's coming from my own throat. How long does he need to hold the phone up to his head? I mean, I guess if it's only 32 bytes of info, probably not long, right? I close my mouth and then take a deep breath. How weirded out would you guys be if I, like, as I'm reading out all the text for this game, I also started reading out the, breathing? If I did that. The inside of my throat feels like it's burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice I'm drenched in sweat. Oh, hey, there's music finally playing again. Copyright! The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my hand. My hand obeys slowly. Something's off. It's like my body and mind aren't totally in sync yet. Almost as if this isn't mine. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. Oh, that's true. Even if you do send the memories back, who's to say that your brain would know to recall those memories? I mean, I guess the trigger point will be when the TV goes. So there's a bomb threat. I try to move my hand again, and there's no disconnect. This is my body. Okabe, are you listening? A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. It's so weird seeing her sprite after watching the show. She looks so different. Kurisu is there. She stares at me perplexed. What was all that screaming for? Can I bring my phone back out? No, I can't. So, like, there's something that the connection I think I made that I need to pull my phone out to show you guys. What is she talking about? Are you sick? I try answering, but my voice doesn't work. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times. Which do you prefer, redhead or chestnut, Kurisu? Redhead, for sure. I like her redhead hair color, and they show way better. These, like, blotches on, like, it's not just her, like, every character sprite in the game reminds me of if you guys have, like, ever spilled bleach on something. It's such a peculiar art style. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times. No, I'm fine. I just screamed like I got shot for no reason. Because in 1 hour, I will get shot. Get ready to go already. We're going shopping, remember? No, we're not. We're getting the fuck out of town. Shopping? For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs. This is a weird memory to jump back to. Humans are temporal beings. I like the static, though. Now you're fine. The moment Mayuri's death flag was fully hoisted onto the top of the pillar. Are you sure about this, really? This was a weird moment. I know there was like so much drama going on, so I didn't really comment on it last stream, so I feel like now is a better time to comment on this. When we are, like, our friends are being killed, and we have already been shot, she's like, are you sure about this? It's like, girl, if I fry my brain by doing this time leap thing, what does it matter if in, like, 2 hours... Mocha shows up and shoots me in the head anyway. Like, are you sure? Yeah, it's either die now or fuck up and then go back in time and die again 2 hours later. Like, what? Like, what do you mean? Are you sure? Don't have much to lose. And I mean, maybe there's another timeline explanation for that I'm not getting, but it seemed really weird that in the moment, after, like, everyone's being shot at, one of our friends are already dead, and we have been shot. Let's think about this rationally. Yeah. Sure. I remember. I used the time leap machine. You'll remember the future. That's right. What am I standing around for? Where am I?
Huh?
I'm interested to see how he explains to her, like, the time leap. And, like, how she can prove it. I wonder, did she say anything during the conversation while we were shopping that, like, she wouldn't have told us before that Rintaro could use to make her believe, because he would know it? That would make, like, the most logical sense, right? I'm assuming Mocha isn't your favorite character now? I still think there's more to her than just being, like, some CERN agent. I feel like she's been brainwashed, or, like, I feel like she's still more complex than just being the bad guy at this point. I've got that vibe. There's no way she's just like, the bad guy. Like, because she was panicking and, like, just really freaking the fuck out about getting the IBN, can, like, barely talk, like, referencing things that don't make sense, and, like, things that still haven't really been explained. Like, she asked us, like, who's, like, if we're FB, that still hasn't been explained. Who is that? So I'm still holding out for Miss Shining Finger to be one of my favorite characters. Gonna be in and out Halloween stuff. You going trick-or-treating, Kyler? I grab Kurisu's shoulders and pull her close. It still feels weird to not call her Christina, now that I have dubbed her that. I have to hand out candy. Oh, gross. What time is it now? What month? What day? Hey, that hurts. Calm down. I can't tell if Rintaro just frequently, like, just goes all... I mean, I guess it's part of his personality, he would go all out. But it feels like he's always hurting people in his interactions. Even in Panic, have you ever, like, gripped someone in a way to just randomly hurt them? Like, unless you were trying to? Or is Kurisu just that, like, frail? How can that be calm? Shopping? You said we're going shopping? I hate shopping! What? Which shopping trip is she talking about? Daru's sitting at his computer, staring at us wide-eyed. Daru, what day is it? What time is it? Well, it's the 13th, a little past 5. It's also so weird hearing their original voices after listening to the dub. Whoops, I probably... Maybe I should have waited a bit longer to watch the anime. But I was really excited to watch it. So I did it anyway. The 13th, a little past 5. But yeah, since I live in an apartment, kids don't come up to my door for Halloween. Did it work? Oh, now do I have access to my phone again? Okay, so this is my theory. You don't necessarily have to confirm it in chat, but I just want to get it out there so I can say I called it if it happens later. If we still have that text. This. So I think this is like a time leap call that we missed, or like it's a something that like to do with the time leap that was supposed to be a phone call and ended up being a text. That's what I think this is. Now that we've done this whole thing. Because we got this... Did you watch the entire anime or where you left off? Just where I'm actually not even to where I left off in the game because I didn't want to spoil anything to make sure that this is still like a blind playthrough. Like, so you guys are still seeing my genuine reactions to things, and so I can still get a chance to like live solve mysteries or like plot points and stuff, because that's my favorite thing to do when I stream like these visual novels and stuff. Like when I stream Danganronpa and I'm trying to get the culprit and things like that. Like I always want to predict the plot to the game I'm playing. But because I think that's the best part of like doing these streams, because that's always so much fun. But yeah, so like, because if I remember correctly, everyone disappeared from Akihabara when we got this. So I think that changed the past, because previously he had time-leapt there. But because he didn't time-leapt there, it changed where he was in the timeline. Because I think even from the start of this game, this Rentaro has already like done some time movement shenanigans. That's what I'm thinking is happening right now. So I think this was a missed time leap. Or like they just didn't know how it worked yet in a different timeline, so they tried to send it over text or something. But I think this has to do with time leap in some way. And like him not answering that is what freaked him out. Did I manage to time leap in the middle of the chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean I've leaped into my past self? I mean, wouldn't he remember? Well, yeah, he has the memories, right? So he should know. Is there a chance it was a dream? Thinking back forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos breaking into the lab, it's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But the sight of Mayuri, broken and bloody, is burned into my eyes. I believe around this point, you gotta make a choice to avoid redoing this day all over again. Okay, I will save. Before I do it, I don't want to redo the whole fucking day. I remember the smell of blood. The sound of gunshot. The weight of the headgear on my head. The pain of the bullet tearing through my arm. Kurisu's screaming. Suzaha fighting to defend us. I remember it all. I touched my arm. No bullet, no pain. Was it a dream? I don't know. I've never time-leapt before. I can only hope it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear, bro. I recall Mayuri's last moments and my eyes fill with tears. I force the tide of emotion back. Where's Mayuri? So I understand he would still, like, be emotional. But is he not going to tell them that he time-leapt, like, right now? He's just kind of, like, panicking. I look around the lab. Christina and Daru are here, but I can't find Mayuri. Where's Mayuri? She left saying she was going to Luca's place. Weren't you listening? Would having time-leapt change the timeline at all? That's right. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Nope, that's normal. Mayuri went to beg Luca to wear her costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. Also, they changed Luca's name in the anime, and I don't really know why. It's Ruka in the anime. I'm not really sure why that is. I forgot if I answered just Wandering's question, but no, I didn't watch the anime beyond where we're at in the game. Just to make that clear again. I did not spoil anything. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream, or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, I need to act. I take a deep breath. It must have been a dream. What? No. I feel like this makes the day repeat. I didn't get a choice, though. There's no way something like that could happen. It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety, that's all. There's no other logical explanation. You would never remember your dream in so much detail as you do a memory, though. I mean, I guess you would just be in denial, right? I desperately persuade myself that that's so. Little do I know, I'll soon regret my foolishness. You gotta do it yourself. What choice was I supposed to make? So I take it now we're about to repeat the day, right? I don't want to do that. I'm back! Innocent smile. Mayuri's alive. Alright, so the dialogue's still different yet, so maybe I haven't made the choice yet. Nothing will happen to her. I was worried for nothing. When Okabe's asking where Mayuri is, you gotta bring up the phone to call her. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe we'll see if any of this is different. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting. I called Ferris and Luca, but they said they couldn't come. I've heard these words before. Deja vu. A trick of the mind. Deja vu. The feeling of having experienced something before, despite not having actually experienced it. It feels as if one is recalling a genuine past experience, as opposed to an imagined experience or dream. However, the individual is unable to recall when and where the experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. It is strange. It is hard to describe the feeling as well. The cause of deja vu is yet to be determined. One theory is that it is a physiological phenomenon caused by an extremely rare, temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity. Me pronouncing scientific words? Easy. me trying to pronounce, like, basic Japanese names. Oh, do they have plans? It got real ominous. Ferris has a Rhinet tournament. I should have gone to cheer her on. How careless of me. Lucas seemed embarrassed. Maybe she thinks she'll make her wear a costume again. It's just like my dream. Lamau. Dream. I will say, she doesn't do this in the anime, and this is her cutest sprite. I'm a big fan of this face. I've never remembered a dream this vividly before. I remember every word that was spoken. Yeah, see? That's weird. I appreciate the music dipping out in the moments where he's internally panicking. You still haven't convinced her? She said it was embarrassing. I kept telling her cuteness is justice, but she never listens. Is that what you say? You're cute too. I feel like this word and this phrase, that's why I haven't said it on stream. If people keep noticing I skip over this every time. This has been like cursed. And you just can't say this anymore. So I usually just omit this every time I read this. What? Hey, con's coming up. Wanna go? I can't make something new, but I have a costume of Post-Awakening Sierra from Bloodtooth I made last year. I don't need to read all of these because we did this last stream. Cosplay? Me? I'm sorta interested. But I refuse to do it in public, though. You don't have to show anyone, but eventually you'll want them to see. The cosplay demon compels you. That reminds me. I need a beep button, like a censored button. I have a Stream Deck that I can hotkey sounds to, but I never fucking use it. I should do that and like just get a censored beep, and then just beep that every time I'm about to say that. You're always wearing a cute uniform. Oh, this? It's her outfit's modeled off her old school uniform. The uniform is cute. I'll bring the costume, try it on, sure. When's the photo shoot? Not for you, Perv. Come on, your cosplay has got exposure. It's very lewd. No, I know that, why, like, it equals Chris, but do you, like, not know what I'm talking about? In reference to the guy who just, you know, has a very degenerate story with that name on the internet? Tutaru is a good hotkey. That, I guess I wouldn't hotkey it, but the good job, that's my subscriber noise when someone subscribes and the notification plays, would also be something I like to do. I don't know. If you guys have suggestions for things I should, MP3s that I should hotkey on my soundboard, let me know in the comments below, or in the live stream, or in my Discord channel. Link to that is in the description below as well. Yeah, you're better off not knowing, Ruben. Last year. No, that's wrong from Danganronpa. That's true. That's another good one. They're not panties, so it's not embarrassing. Japan is over. Wear it. Don't bother. She speaks her tone sharp, scowling. These two hate each other. The atmosphere changes. I remember... Oh, wait, this is different. I remember this, too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. So I'm actually kind of okay with the fact that we missed the transition, because there's a little bit of dialogue that's different. It's nice to hear Rentaro's reaction to being like, oh shit. Like, we fucked up. Or, like, I remember stuff. This is the coolest CG in the game. At least so far, I really like this one. I should make this a thumbnail for one of the streams. I have another really good thumbnail, by the way, that I've made that I'll use for tomorrow's stream. What's that supposed to mean? Did I do something to you? I know everything you've done. I've done nothing to be guilty of. Not yet. I know your true nature. You see into my heart, groundbreaking technology. It's a prediction. Making it up. Da, 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 da. We've had this conversation. Stop them fighting. He makes him. Should I listen to Mayuri's plea like I did in the dream? No, and I can't stop the fight. Should I just let Mayuri handle it? I don't know. I can't move a muscle. And then Mayuri handles it. Daru comes over to chat. Peace returns. Kurisu calls her mother. Sit in the room. I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Oh, is he not going to hear the bomb alert? Mayuri sits next to me, peels a banana. We're just kind of redoing all this stuff. This is where her death flag pops. Or this is where her death flag fully hoists. Stop. Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream. It has to have been a dream. Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of reply. It's getting cramped. We don't have enough chairs. We should buy more. I shake my head. For some reason, I'm afraid to look her in the face. Cope. Yeah. Guess you can use some of mine. We need a new microwave. Otherwise, I can't have my chicken. Oh, this is different. Are you okay? You don't look so good. It's nothing. Are you feeling sick? You need to rest. Want to lie down? You can lie on my lap, okay? I'm not. Before I can finish, the television interrupts with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitle reads, "The terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, and something line." The wholesome music is eerie every time it comes up, knowing where it's going. Yeah, it is. I know it's a visual novel, so I feel like the budget's relatively low, but man, it'd be cool if there were some, like, effects going on. Where, like, during this, too, where, like, while they were talking, either the static played again, or, like, if things started going, like, black and white in between dialogue. I feel like with just, like, a little bit more stuff, that this could have been, like, more phenomenal. But I feel like that's why they went back later, and because, as far as I'm aware, we were talking about it, like, Steins Gate Elite, like, adds a whole bunch more scenes and is basically the same story. Again, don't spoil me if I'm wrong, but I can kind of see why. This came out, like, way before, or, like, when visual novels were starting to pick up, right? Was this before Danganronpa? Because I feel Danganronpa was kind of the game that, like, really, like, blew up the visual novel scene. I could be wrong. How's Mayuri gonna get home? We know that already. Or was this, or did this game walk so Danganronpa could run? Because obviously Danganronpa has all those super flashy effects that I'm talking about. Maybe I just need something to, like, keep me focused. Is probably Ace Attorney. That's true. It's clear this novel has the ability to do more, but it doesn't. It doesn't do it enough. Yeah, I agree. I just want some of those effects to, like, hit some of these things home that, like, really make it cool. I mean, obviously the story's really good, but we're focusing on the game itself, right? Like they don't need to tweak anything with the story, really, I don't think. That's really good. But just, like, the game to be a little bit more flashy. Zoomer problems. I need CGI effects happening every couple minutes or I can't focus. That's why I can only stream the game for 10 hours. They're continuing the Science Adventure series with Anonymous code that came out, and they've improved with the effects and stuff. True. Okay, that's good. Guess that's where the anime steps up its game. Yeah, the anime again also like has all these like effects that I'm talking about, where it's like, oh shit. I almost feel like this game was made with which came first, the game or the anime? Because it almost seems like this game is to promote the anime. I don't know where the money is in this industry. But yeah, it almost seems like this game is made to promote the anime. Visual novel first. I guess that makes sense. Or this game is just got by somebody who like wanted to make an anime. Oh yeah, I should call home. It can't be. It's the same. Okay, so I am glad that we still get to see some of these reactions. Okay. Every last thing the same. I need to know. It was a dream. You've completed the time leap machine, right? It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why? Are you listening? So there was no butterfly effect from him using the time leap machine? That's kind of interesting. The time leap machine is done. Okay. I just remembered I got something to do. I'm going out. She leaves. What's wrong with her? Does she know what's about to happen? Nothing's going to happen. The break-in was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling too from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance only to let it go to waste? Bro, when was the chance? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry on her face. I reflexively look toward the door. If it wasn't a dream, then any second now. It happens exactly as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. These are like all such like comically weird like commando outfits. Like these are just some dudes, by the way. I didn't roast their outfits because I was super into the moment last time it happened. But now that I'm seeing this for the second time, we can fucking roast these nerds. Literally, like, looks like a regular like dad about to go golfing. This guy is actually just some tech nerd, like walking home from his like engineering job. This dude, I mean, what's more to say? Dude's got actual clown shoes on. He's the most well, these two actually look kind of commando. But dude's wearing cargo pants, so get fucked. Here, I'm not sure which is better. I haven't seen this part in the anime. I purposely stopped watching before this. I want to like get far enough ahead in the game so we're not like the anime's not like potentially spoiling my game experience. They're probably wearing casual American tourist outfits to blend in. I guess, but like how are they carrying the guns around? Their movements are swift and sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. Oh, you were talking about the design? Yeah. I mean, I feel like they could just do some SWAT uniforms. Like, if they're already putting the bomb threats out, like, I don't think anyone would be shocked to see people in SWAT, like, military uniforms. You know? Like, it wouldn't be that odd. Also, now knowing what's about to happen, would Rintaro not, like, stand in front of Mayuri the whole time so she can't get shot? They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons. I recognize each of them. There's no denying it now. I did leap through time. It was the future I remembered. I was supposed to change this to stop the madness. But I told myself it was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone. What was the That was like so... Like, the chance that you could have saved everyone here, if you can actually do it in the first attempt, is like one of those old retro game shit things that like you would have had to look up a fucking guide to figure out how to do. Like, I feel like no one would know how to do that first time. If it's as subtle as, like, mid-conversation, you have to open up the phone and call Mayuri. Like, not to say that that's a bad thing, it's kind of cool that you would have had to, like, think that through or look up the guide or whatever. But, like, games nowadays, zero chance they would let you, like, go through that, like, unassisted. At the moment the decision should have been made, like, Rintaro would have had an internal thought that was like, I should call Mayuri now. And then he, like, stares at the camera. Like, that's how that would happen nowadays. It seems like something that you're supposed to keep going over and over. Yeah, and I mean, that's fine, and, like, that's a cool thing. But, like, that's what I mean, is, like, that's something that, like, died a while ago in games. Where, like, something would just keep fucking happening until you figured out the puzzle. Like, zero chance a game does that nowadays. Where it's like you can miss the opportunity like this. I mean, although there's a possibility that like maybe on attempt 3 or 4 the game just kind of tells you how to do it. And like there may be some games that would like at least let you fail once or twice, but I feel like most like big budget visual novels like nowadays would again have like that Rintaro like basically winking at the camera and being like, I should call Mayuri right now. And then, like, you would talk for a little bit longer. And then, like, after talking to both Christina and Daru, like, Rintaro would, like, turn the other way again and be like, wow, really wonder if I have Mayuri's phone number in my phone. And if I could just call her. Like, the game wouldn't... no game nowadays would be subtle about it. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing. Why didn't I do anything to change this? Wasn't that why I left through time? The sounds of heels echo down the hallway. A woman's coming up the stairs. Mocha, the woman who killed and will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those memories of the future. The fact that this CG doesn't also show Mocha in that Black Widow outfit being super sexy is also a crime. This is happening because I did nothing. Shomini? Hello. If I butchered your name, which I most likely did, feel free to correct me in the chat, but welcome to the stream. If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? What would Rintaro have to kill her? I consider the option, but give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is for Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri is shot. You did, but it's all good. Just, like, sound it out for me and I won't butcher it. How are you liking the game so far? I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I just wish there was more, like, game to it. And a little bit more, like, effects. But the story, A+. But the actual game stuff, I do wish it was a little bit more gamey, if that makes sense. Is there even a chance? The 3 of you will come with us. You can't resist. Come with us. That's a visual novel for you. But, I mean, like, you can still do visual novels with, like, effects, you know, or, like, little gameplay stuff. It doesn't even have to be, like, super complicated gameplay stuff, but, like, you know, like little Danganronpa middle games. Somni, gotcha. Well, welcome. Let me do my YouTuber spiel here. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe, join my Discord server, and chat with us about all kinds of fun games. Danganronpa and Zero Escape are like that? Yeah, that's what I mean. And like, I stream through both of those games on this channel. Check my playlist tab for more. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, like those little mini games where like I feel like there could have been a mini game when Rintaro's like memories are traveling back to the past, right? Of like Rintaro, I don't know, like going back through time or whatever. Not that it really matters, but you know what I mean. Where are we going? I have no words. At least tell us. You cannot refuse. There's nowhere to run. Da 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 da, we've already seen this. I don't want to hurt you. 3 of you come. Why just the 3 of us? I'm not answering your questions. Come with us, it's your only choice. Well, apparently I had another choice, but I missed it. In reply, Mocha pulls a gun from her belt. It's happening again. Our mission is to silence you. Your refusal will change nothing. Come with us. So then, like, I mean, would they have lived if they came with? Is that an ending? If you continue to resist, I'll have to resort to extreme measures. She raises her gun and points the muzzle at Mayuri. Mayuri is not needed. I try to shout stop, but my voice catches. Nothing comes out. I turn to Christina for help. She's staring at Mayuri, and she looks as if she might start crying any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. Someone, anyone, please, stop her. Stop. For Sir and for FB. Her lips close. And then, yeah, she shoots Mayuri. I also, like, she kind of shoots Mayuri, like, off the cuff, right? Like, there's, like, barely any warning for this. Which is kind of nutty. Malika pulled the trigger. Mayuri's dead again. I've only ever watched the anime for this. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good story so far. This is still my blind run, so I don't really know what's going on. Her body's limp, this dialogue's still the same, the smell of gunpowder, the smell of blood. That sounds so cartoonish. She's dead. Dead again. Her face is covered in blood. The anime only follows one route, is that true? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I would assume the anime follows the true end route. No more warnings. Was there a warning? You already killed Mayuri. Like, off the cuff, she kind of shows up and is like, come with me, and they're like, come with you where? And then she kills Mayuri. Like, that's pretty brutal. I can't comprehend what she's saying the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again. Because I didn't believe my own memories. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again, and I'm helpless to resist. I take a menacing step towards her. She grabs my hand. You can't. Let me go. You can't, they'll kill you. Her gun's aimed at my head. Her finger's already on the trigger. You're gonna kill me too? If you resist. Also kind of rough that Suha like knows what's happening here and kind of waits till Mayuri is dead to come back. She like uses the gunshot that kills Mayuri as like her cue to come back in this room. They chose a weird sprite of Kurisu in this scene. Looks like she's bored there for such an emotionally charged scene. Yeah, like it feels like they didn't make a shocked sprite. Like, she doesn't have a shocked sprite. You know what I mean? Which is weird, because they give her, like, a blushing one and stuff, but she doesn't have, like, a... I feel like I keep bringing this up to Danganronpa, even though, like, they're both good in their own way, but, like, every character in Danganronpa has, like, that... like, shocked sprite, you know? YouTuber clickbait levels, like, shocked sprite. And they don't have it. And it's like, I get it in a way, because like in Danganronpa, there's justification for having those shock sprites, because there's like a dozen plot twists and like a dozen like tragic events happening. I don't know how many like shocking moments are in this game, so maybe he couldn't justify making this like a shocked face for like only this moment, but I feel like you could still utilize it in like multiple scenes, even if it's probably not, and please don't spoil it if there is more, but like, I'm sure you could still justify making that, like, shocked sprite of, like, her being like, oh my god, you'll never guess what happens this time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, especially because the main character doesn't have, like, a sprite, right? Like, they completely cut... Rintaro doesn't have, like, character sprites in this game. Well, so far, anyway. Again, no spoilers. But, like, you axed one of the few characters in the game. Like, totally, from the sprites. Add a scared one. This is also... This CG is definitely the precursor to the, like, Dwayne Johnson in Black Adam, when there's, like, that horrible CG of Dwayne Johnson flying towards the camera in Black Adam. This is the same. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Junko is the main villain. What a twist that would be, huh? She's the she's the villain of every visual novel. She dispatches them all. Da, 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 da. Who the hell? I haven't seen Black Adam yet, but you don't have to see the movie. But there's like a meme. Hang on, let me just look it up and I'll add it to the thing. Black Adam flying meme. Yeah, here we go. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll just pull up the image real quick. I found it already. It's super easy to find. It's just like a weird meme. Because it's a really bad, like, CG in the movie. I know this is a serious moment, but since it's our second time seeing it, I don't really care as much. Alright, hang on. Add source to the thing. Image. Add source. Add source. Properties. What image we will add. Are we allowed to talk about spoilers of games you've completed? Yeah, don't spoil games that I have completed, but yeah, feel free to. There it is. It's the same picture. Corporate wants you to tell the difference between these pictures. It's the same. Do you think if I post this on the Steins Gate subreddit, these two images next to each other, they'll just ban me? You have some words regarding V3? Yeah, feel free to comment. I already live streamed all of V3, which you can check out if you're subscribed to my channel and check out the playthrough tab. You can, or playlist tab. You can see my playthrough of Danganronpa V3 and all of my live streams right here on the QBI channel. I think there's a meme subreddit. Do you think if I link my stream on the Steins Gate Reddit, they'll ban me? I'm just trying to get views, boys. Does someone want to link my stream on the Reddit and be like, oh my god, this guy's blind streaming? So that way it doesn't count as self-advertisement if one of you guys do it? I mean, what? Who said that? Oh my god, dude. This is really funny. Where can I find this image? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna, so I can make the meme, I'm gonna screenshot this. Yeah, there we go. Save as. I will make this meme and post it. There's quality guidelines for the main sub. This stream is quality? What are you talking about? Did you not see the funny Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson meme I just had up on screen? This is a very quality stream that you could post in the Steins Gate subreddit to help me grow my YouTube channel and for there to be more people in the chat. Right, guys? Somebody please help a boy out. Anyway. Oh. She's beating this guy up. Yeah. There's been an hour and a half and we have made no progress on the story. This face looks so goofy. This time I know what she means. I don't see a role for self-advertising. That's fine. Somebody else can still post it. You know, I'm streaming. The big twist made you upset. Danganronpa falls into the same tropes every game to the extent it's almost a reskin. Well, I mean, yeah, but that's the whole point, is for the end to, like, be the big, subversion. There's a rule for no organization participation. You can't post. I'm not from the organization. How dare you? Does this gun say anything? I can't read this, like, label. Are you using the Steins Gate subreddit enough where you're worried you'll get banned from it? Is that why you can't help a brother out? I'll make a break for the development room. She's right behind me. I grab the gear and jam it on. I'm going back. What if it fails? Get it started. There's no time to argue. Feels pumpkin, man. Hey, what's up, Avocado Loco? Don't let them use it! Before the crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. Fill the room with smoke. Where is my boy JPFR? Remember when he came to the streams? He would have posted my stream in the subreddit. Isn't that, Kyler, how you ended up coming to these streams, actually? Is because JPFR posted my Yakuza stream in the Yakuza subreddit, actually, now that I think about it. Classic. They chose to give her emotion in that shot, but it makes her look derpier. Yeah, she, like, never has emotion on her face. But I guess because she's, like, so brainwashed or whatever is going on with her that they can't give her, like, a angry thing. And there were only, like, 6 more Yakuza streams after. That's totally not true. Because he did it, like, early on in Yakuza 0, and then I streamed the rest of Yakuza 0, some of Kiwame, and Like a Dragon. Kodoka isn't capable of creating a main character that isn't an amnesiac detective. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, because isn't his new game, like, Rain Detective or whatever? Also about an amnesiac detective with, like, a demon following him? That's alright, Kyler. Just say you don't want to post the stream. Hurt me.
岡部、本当にタイムリープしてもいいの？ねえ。やれクリス。マシンを動かせ。
Because Date from Somnium Files is also like an amnesiac detective. So that's funny. That's another game that's like that. The singularity is open. Okay. Crouch down. It wasn't a dream. I burned that fact into my mind as I prepared a time leap. One more chance. Please give me one more chance. I can't hear. It feels like something's crushing my eardrums. You haven't finished Somnium Files? I won't spoil it, but it's a very good game. I streamed that whole game on this channel as well. My body convulses. It was struck by lightning. I am Rintaro. I'm in the development room, standing in front of the leap machine with my phone. Brain hurts again. This is a deeper headache. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions, sorrow, longing, hope, joy that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters. It worked again. I quickly returned to the lounge. You surprised me. How many different versions of the dialogue is there? Because this is also slightly different. I almost crashed into Christina. Don't startle me like that. Alright, is it just before the 5th on the 13th? Yeah. Time leap successful. I pat Christina on the shoulders, almost in an embrace. You're a genius. What's gotten into you? Okay, so I'm glad we didn't know how to do it the first time, because it actually seems like the game kind of wants you to not do it successfully the first time. What's gotten into you? Stop manhandling me, it's gross. I scramble for my phone. Oh, okay, never mind. I actually don't even think it was a choice at this point. So all the stuff that I like made fun of this game for like subverting, it immediately does on the second attempt. Maybe you could have the choice there, but it does seem like there's some unique dialogue points there by not doing it like successfully the first time, and then the game kind of is immediately like, all right, yeah, we'll just call Mayuri for you. I didn't even have to do that. Where? I can't answer the phone right now. Oh shit. It went to voicemail? Please leave your message. Mayuri, contact me at once, okay? At once. Alright, I think I can stop, like, doing my real fast, like, gloss over read. I think we're actually about to get new scenes here. I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would happen without it. I have 3 hours until Mocha kills Mayuri. Everything's going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. What if they're watching our house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Is he just going to take Mayuri? He's not going to tell Christina and Daru? Anyway, we're fine as long as Mocha doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri. You look kind of crazy. What's wrong? Since you like visual novels so much, you should try Umineko. I don't know what that is. I'm usually willing to check most things out, though. They look at me again with concern. Both of you, get out of here now. What's this about? Why doesn't he take them with him? I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have.
何よ
Is this another one of your fantasies? She shrugs her shoulders dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. Bro, you have 3 hours. This is one of the things that bugs me in the game. Is that Rentaro never, like, just... There's a lot of issues in this game that are caused by miscommunication. And I know that's for the plot. But, like, literally so many issues would have been, like, avoided so far if he just stopped for 2 seconds to explain. When she goes, what are you talking about? Hey, I used the time leap machine. They know we have this machine. CERN is coming. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here, team. Like, and they would all go, okay. It's longer than Persona 5. Wow, a visual novel that long? No, thank you. An RPG that long? That's fine, because it's a game. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab.
Okabe, どこ行くのよ?
Where are you going? Hey. Why would you not want, like, Christina's, like, so smart. Why would you not just, like, clue her in on this and have her help developing the plan to escape? Like, again, I know he's panicking, but, like, she would be such an asset. Also, she's still in danger. Like, if you just leave her there, like, what if she stays at the lab and then they show up and just kill her? Like, this is such an awful plan. I don't get it. Like, just a genuinely awful plan. Also, hang on. I have an eyelash in my eye and I've got to get it the fuck out. It's, like, driving me nuts. Hang on. Ugh. I see you played 13 Sentinels? Oh, dope. Actually checking out my playlist tab. Hell yeah, dude. Feel free to subscribe, baby. Join the crew. But I actually didn't really like 13 Sentinels that much, if I'm being honest. I stopped playing. I did not finish 13 Sentinels. There was, like, too much convoluted stuff going on. It's like it wanted to do the same time travel shit that this game did. But it doesn't do it as well. Like, there's a lot of time travel stuff in 13 Sentinels, and it's just not... It's not presented as well. It's not, like, easy to follow, and it's just not explained very well. And the things that 13 Sentinels, like, decides to explain, or, like, spends time explaining, like, I just think are wrong. Like, it, like, just doesn't make sense. I couldn't get into it. I tried to stream it a couple more times beyond, like, what I've already lost interest, so, like, I don't think, you know, a YouTuber did a 10-hour video explaining it. See, like, even if your game has really deep lore, you should be able to summarize it a bit easier than 10 hours. Like, if you've got to explain a game story for 10 hours, like, bruh. So with the time travel mechanics, they're inconsistent. No, they weren't inconsistent, but the problem with the time travel mechanics in 13 Sentinels, it's been like a year since I played it, so I can't give you the full details, but basically, so let's say there's a timeline, right? And let's say, what's the best way I can summarize this that's not a 10-hour rant? Let's say there's 12 stops on the timeline. You start the game off on stop number 3. No, okay. You start off on time stop number 4, right? There's 12 things on this timeline over the span of several, like, years. And we'll say 4 is, like, your starting point. So there's things in the story that have happened in the past that you don't know yet, and there's several things that have happened in the future that you don't know yet. And the game jumps from 4 to, like, let's say 12, like the end. And you're like, what the fuck? And then it goes back to 1, and then it goes to 7, and then it goes to 3, and then it goes to, like, 9. And you're just kind of, like, all over each other, and so you're just getting all these different, like, threads of the story, but none of them are connected. And it's just like, what the fuck is going on? So, like, you just have all of these, like, plot dumps, like, in your hand, then you're just like, I don't know what any of these mean or what's going on. And maybe, like, at the end, once you, like, connect all the dots, it was fine. But, like, I had lost interest, man. I streamed that game for, like, what, 40 hours or some shit? And, like, it still wasn't making sense. And I just, like, I dropped it. I didn't want to... The payoff was, like, the characters weren't likable enough. And the payoff just wasn't fucking there. And it just didn't know. It wasn't good. Can I send you a bunch of candy that I got for today? Nah, eat it yourself, man. Enjoy the candy, avocado. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the true Halloween spirit is eating a bunch of leftover trick-or-treater candy. It makes sense if it had a purpose being presented that way, but it seems so random. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe there was a purpose, and, like, maybe if you get to the end, like, it all clicks, and it's really satisfying once you finally have all the pieces, but I just didn't care. Like, I don't know, like, I just didn't like the characters enough, and then, as per the name, there's 13 Sentinels, so there's, like, a lot of fucking characters, and when you're already, like, jumbling through different eras and periods in time with sometimes... Like, some characters are presented as a bad guy. Sometimes you're seeing older versions of characters, and it's like Game of Thrones, where there's so many characters, so when you see someone in the future, you're like, wait a minute, is this character from the past? And, like, they have, like, a normal adult name, but in their, like, childlike version in the past, they have, like, this nickname, so you don't even, like, recognize that it's the older version of the character, so, like, plot's just not fucking tracking. Yeah, I digress. I did not enjoy it. If you watch my streams of the game, you can actually see, like, in the last 2 or 3 streams, I'm just kind of like, what the fuck? And just not into it. And there's people in chat who are, like, annoyed that I'm not into it, but whatever, fuck them. Sorry, your story wasn't good. I feel like the story writers would have gotten confused. I genuinely feel like that's a good way to explain it. Like, I feel like somewhere along the way in 13 Sentinels, like, there was a disconnect between story writer A and story writer B, and they were both writing the story, and then they kind of, like, looked at each other and were like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? And then the other story writer was like, I don't know, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, let's just put both of these ideas in the game. Okay, yeah, we'll just explain it with time travel stuff. Okay, cool. It's one thing that can be said about Steins Gate. Its time travel mechanics are detailed but simple to follow. But yeah, not only are they simple to follow, but this game actually has several moments in the game where, like, they stop and they, like, explain it to you, and even to the point where, like, you know, I was getting to the point where it's like, okay, I fucking get it. But, like, that's an intentional thing, and it's good that they do it in this, because they're like, okay, even if you don't, or even if you do get it, here's one more step, because someone out there might still not fucking get it. So here's just one more example, and when, like, you're doing time travel stuff, you need to explain it to that point. So when things happen, it makes sense, and you can be like, oh yeah, okay, cool. And, like, you don't, like, get derailed at any point. Because in a time travel story, it's very easy to quickly go off the fucking rails and no longer know what's going on. So, like, you need to, like, express all of the rules and give, like, several examples and, like, explain. But 13 Sentinels, like, just doesn't do that. And it also, at some points, just kind of, like, wastes the player's time. Because it starts explaining shit that, like, is totally irrelevant. Because, like, they all control these giant mechs in 13 Sentinels, and it goes onto a big tangent onto, like, oh, this is how they control the robots. And it's like, bro, I've watched Gundam. I fucking know how they control the robots. Like, I've seen mecha anime before. Please stop talking about this. Like, it's not that confusing. Like, they get into the robot and pilot it. Done. Move on. But they, like, spend a lot of time, way more time talking about that than the traveling through time. Like, there's an apocalypse, and, like, everybody's dead, and, like, they're like, well, so this is how the robot works. Why is Tokyo in ruins? Explain. Like, it's just weird. Steins Gate had one writer. I mean, that probably helps, right? Like, if your story's more contained and you have one writer, like, it makes sense because it's just one, like, flow of thought. You don't have, like, multiple people, like, their ideas overlapping each other, which, like, obviously once you get something, like, as big as 13 Sentinels, like, you've got a lot of writers and, like, ideas start colliding. 2 hours in and no progress, by the way, Kyler said. Well, guess what? This wouldn't have happened if you posted my stream. Because then there would have been a lot of Steins Gate people here and I would have had to continue the plot. It's your own butterfly effect, Kyler. Tokyo's in ruins because JRPG. I mean, I guess so. That's probably not a bad point. Anyway, Rintaro's out of breath. He can't make it to Mayuri because he has to, like, run a few blocks. Sun's setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Cope? Why you do me dirty? It's fine. I guess I'll have to post it later. Wouldn't want to get you banned. What, 30 degrees what? Sweat covers my body. Isn't it supposed to be hot? Why is it 30 degrees? I'm not good at exercise. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzaha's bicycle. Would she have given it to you? Doesn't she need it to, like, get her guns and stuff? I don't know. There was no time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Luca standing alone with her bamboo broom.
Luca-go!
She bows her head. What's wrong? Where's Mayuri? She left. She left? Yeah. When you see her, could you tell her I'm sorry? I'd really prefer not to cosplay. Don't care. I gotta go. Bye. I don't want to disappoint her, but it's too embarrassing to dress like that in front of people. I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to her apologies. Mayuri went back to the lab. Huh? I think so. That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. What was she doing for 40 minutes? They don't have time for this. She didn't say she was dropping by somewhere? No, I didn't ask. Is this timeline butterfly affected? Is something wrong? If Mayuri comes back here, tell her to call me. I better check the lab. We might have missed each other. I mean, couldn't he just wait here until 6:30 and then get everyone and leave? When I get back to the lab, nobody's there. Nobody is there but Daru. Did Christina go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer. I think you could have changed character interactions at this point if you had used your phone after time leaping. Well, I did. We called Mayuri. That's how we knew to end up there. What if I just start calling people? What if we call Christina? What happens here? Oh, you actually can't call anybody. Why is this? Why can't we use this? He's ordering pizza on the internet. Your pizza on the internet. Whatever. Where's Mayuri? Did she come back?
Yeah.
No. Where is she? I took a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. Why would that, like, calm you down? The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. I can think. But I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death. It feels like the plan is just, like, wait in the lab with everybody, then the second Mayuri shows up, be like, alright, we're leaving, guys. Hey, why are you so jumpy? I need to find Mayuri. Isn't she at Lucas? No. She was gone by the time I got there. I started to pace in irritation. Maybe she went to see one of her cosplay friends. Ooh, what's her phone number? How should I know? Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. Can we call Ferris? Maybe she would be hanging out with? No, you can't call anybody. Originally, that button would take you to the developer's website. That's funny. May Queen in the shrine, that's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist in this timeline. Now that you mention it. Do you know something? I think she said her phone was about to run out of power, so she had to turn it off. Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls. What's going on? Here is a perfect way to recap for your friends what's going on, Rentaro. A great segue. Why are you still here? I thought I told you to leave. I sit on the sofa. I feel the weight of the stress on my shoulders and in my bones. If Christina and Daru go home, surely they know, like, where they live and are monitoring the house. Mocha said they had people all over Akihabara. They don't have people at their houses? This is such a bad idea. I'm not leaving without a good reason. Tell me what's going on, man. They're gonna kill Mayuri. Huh? Sern's after us. In 2 hours, their men will break in and kill Mayuri. Get out while you can. For real? Can you get in touch with Christina? Pass the message on to her. In 2 hours? How do you know that? He pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time leap machine is sitting. You used it? I nod. I kicked Daru out of the lab and sent him home. He promised to call Christina for me and to tell her to stay at the hotel. But a few minutes later, she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I managed to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Mocha's attack. That's still plenty of time. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. Dude, get, Ichiban. Get his help at Yokohama. Took me a while to remember his name. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri's safe. The time leap machine doesn't matter. Mocha can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri. Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzuha and Mr. Braun have emerged from the Braun Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right. I forgot about her. What are you doing here, Rintaro? Nothing. That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. Yeah, wait, why would you tell her nothing? You want to keep Mayuri safe, be like, hey, can you fucking kill anyone who comes at me? Where does an 18-year-old girl learn moves like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew what was going to happen. And finally, there's the business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is she? Getting ready for that party tonight, aren't you? How'd you know we're having a party? Mayuri came by earlier today to invite me. Hope you've got room for one more, because I'm... You can't. Have you played the Nier games? Just some of Nier Automata. I just got one ending in Nier Automata. I was playing as, what's his name? Fucking 9B, 9S, or whatever for a bit, and then I got bored. But I did the first playthrough. Because when you play as 9S, it's basically like replaying the game again, and I just didn't want to do it. I'm currently in the middle of a Bayonetta 3 playthrough, though. I'm just taking a small break from Bayonetta to play this. Am I a bother? No. It's okay. I understand. I guess I'm still an outsider. Why would you handle... Look, dude, Rintaro just can't communicate. Why would this be the way you handle this conversation? You know something's up with her. That's not it. What's wrong with you? An excellent question. What is wrong with him? Let my part-timer join your little club. You owe her. It's thanks to her belly that I let you off the hook for shaking the building last time. My belly, hey. She's recovered her jacket. She's properly dressed now. She's got a fine belly, tight and well-trained. Okay. Hey, I'm standing right here. The party's cancelled, I'm sorry, but please go home. Cancelled? Yeah, sorry. I attempt to smile, but with little hope. I don't know what's going on, but don't do anything reckless. Huh? It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just an old man who loved CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building. I got in a fight with Mayuri. Things are a little complicated right now, that's all. That's the best lie I can manage. Why would you lie to the fucking ninja lady? He is sitting here wondering to himself, what's the best way to keep Mayuri safe? I don't know. Maybe befriend the person who can take down 5 commandos in close quarters combat. In a 5v1 fight. Maybe have that person help you out. I just guess. I mean, if people were after me, and I had a friend who could, like, outmaneuver several in the entire, like, armed squad, I'd be like, hey, help your boy out. I get that, like, you could probably justify this and be like, well, Rentaro wants to keep her safe. I don't think she needs your help to be safe. I think she's fine. Oh, is there gonna be blood? Blood? I mean, look over there. She points across the street. To my surprise, Mayuri is walking up the street with a big bag. Uh-oh. Why is the dramatic music playing? She just showed up. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri. Were you fighting? She looks really happy to see you. I ignore her and run to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33. Hey, where are you going? I wasted precious time talking to Suzaha. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from here as we can. But doesn't the bomb threat stop the trains? Like, isn't his idea to, like, leave through the train station, like, awful? Like, aren't they stationed at the train station? What's the rush, Okure? I ignore her question, grab her hand. We're running to the station. Wait, my bag. Forget it. Just run. Why? Just run. I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forgot that she's faster on her feet than I am. Hey, where are we going? First, we'll head for Tsubaka or Yokohama. I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulty she's having. How could she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? The sun's already set, but the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. We run through the streets, lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it onto the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. If you haven't seen Summertime Render, it's one of the few shows that fixes this problem. I don't know what that show is. And what do you mean, this problem? I'm already exhausted. Oh, has a competent protagonist that asks for help, tells people what's going on, and adapts to circumstances. Very nice. Still couldn't watch ReZero. It ended up getting too disturbing for me. I'm exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me to keep me going. Shouldn't we rest a bit? No stopping until we're on the train. I guess I'm supposed to add breaths while I read this, but I don't feel like it. This CG is the product of having one artist. This one isn't the worst one in the game, though. There have been worse ones. This one's not bad. The only thing that's, like, rough on this one is, like, Mayuri's, like, diamond chin that she's got going here. But that seems to be, like, a style of the artist. Look at the eyes. Okay, yeah, the eyes are pretty dead. You're not wrong. But there have been worse. For sure. There's that one where Moko looked like she was done by an entirely different artist. Like, it was so bad. Anyway, how do you guys... If I start breathing in these lines, do you, is that too much? No. Stopping. Until we're on the train. Is it too much? I do my best to keep up the pace. I don't feel like I act enough like a voice actor when I do some of these lines. I try to sometimes like enunciate things, but I don't know how you guys feel about it. I don't get full Shinubu or whatever you call it while I'm reading these. Maybe I should. I did the same with Danganronpa where I just kind of like read the lines with like minor changes in inflection. Maybe I should get all dramatic. Oh, Corinne, you're already covered in sweat. You shouldn't push yourself. You're not good at exercise. When we reached the station, I realized something was wrong. The station's packed, like seriously packed. You don't see this many people even at rush hour. Crowds milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one's going in. Use a voice changer. I should at some point probably try to voice act. I think I need the courage to work into it. I feel like I would be too shamed right now. I'll have to hype it up. Be like, alright, this time, or this stream, I'm going to talk entirely in character the whole time. Maybe we'll do one towards the end of the game. I'll try to be super dramatic the whole time. Or maybe I'll need some alcohol to be able to do it. Because I would like to try to voice act at some point. I've often, like, when I've seen, like, fan games for, like, when people are making fan, like, Danganronpa games or whatever, wanted to, like, offer. Because they're like, hey, we're looking for voice actors. I've always wanted to be like, hey, me. I'd do it for free. But I haven't tried. Anyway, so here's my plan. Or here was my thought about his plan that, like, just didn't make sense. Like, why... Like, the train station was clearly not the place to go. That's where the bomb threat is. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. But just then an announcement plays over the PA. He knows this! Why is he so shocked? Your attention, please. The train lines are currently suspended. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and kindly ask for your cooperation. I like that it's called Premise Announcer. A very on-the-nose line. The game is giving you the premise. Some fan dubs tend to be better than official ones, yeah. And I know some, like, actual prominent voice actors in the industry started off doing, like, fan dub stuff. Not that I think I would ever make it in voice acting. I don't think my voice is soothing to the ears enough, but it would be cool to at least do a couple minor projects. Finally, I realized my mistake. That's right, before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there's so many people just standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid? I wonder what happened. All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape. What about other means of public transportation, the subway or bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. Before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize we're surrounded. A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who break into the lab. Do you know these people? Mary grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men. Come with us. God, what an awful plan, bro. Who are you? Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but men move to block us again. If you resist, we'll kill you. What, in public? In the middle of Akihabara's station? CERN. They're with Mocha? She must have planned for this in advance. No, you just walked into the most obvious setup. What, do you think they got the bomb threat off with nobody there? A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realize that now, though it's far too late. You gonna kill us with all these witnesses around? This isn't a game. I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first, then it hits me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I gonna die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? I can't give up. I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. I mean, I feel like it would be kind of easy to get lost in the crowd here, but still. Would have been better to just not open out. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But what would be your end game here, right? Like, you argue with some of the train workers, you get on the train, and then what? You think the train's just gonna go? Like, what's the goal? This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now. I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd. Oh. Run, Mayuri. Hey, it's this CG again. I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. You don't grab the gun? We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. But isn't that where they're gonna be? Bro, can you stop taking the worst options? You can't call anybody. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Mocha's group will be there. This is a cool soundtrack. Is the subway still running? He wants to survive, not catch a felony. Bruh. Would you? This is life or death situation, man. You are being chased by people with guns. It's now or never. You had the same issue with Nier regarding the second playthrough? Yeah, I never played any of the other Nier games, just Autonoma, and yeah, that was my issue. I guess that's my American mindset seeping in here, though. Just grab the gun, bro. Self-defense with a gun's only valid in America. Okay, but there are people with guns coming after you. Like, bro. They're using the American way. You gotta go with it. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Wouldn't adrenaline, like, push all exhaustion out of the way here? You would be so high on adrenaline you wouldn't even, like, realize that you're struggling. I can't stop now. I have to keep running. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together up ahead suddenly stop and turn towards us. Got a bad feeling. They spot you in the crowded streets of Japan. In order to continue, you need to collect all the weapons. Bro, I wouldn't do that. No way. You couldn't convince me to do that. If a game said, yeah, do 100% collectibles, done. See ya. This track is a bop. This track is about to copyright my channel again. I had 17 copyrights on the last Steins Gate stream. That's why these streams aren't gaining as much traction as I would like, and I gotta start fucking finding ways to advertise them. Because the copyright strikes keep preventing people from watching, which is really annoying. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us. Arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us. I turn to flee back towards the station, and there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. I should probably check the Steins Gate though. Can I just post the stream? Yeah, maybe when something more dramatic happens. I turn to flee back towards the station. I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped. Enemies on both sides. There's only one choice. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby side street. Where are we going? I don't know. Another one of Okarun's, like, awful ideas. I'm trying to get to Suhirocho Station without using the main streets. But as we pass, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course. Okay, Mayuri. You're a faster runner, so talking while running uses up all of my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see. Go on ahead to Harati Shrine in Ikebukuro. We'll meet. Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us. What's going on? Shouldn't she, like, split from him anyway? Because aren't they after Rentaro? Like, if she's not there, Mocha made it seem like they really don't care about Mayuri. Would they just randomly, like, kill her? I mean, maybe they would grab her and then, like, let Rentaro know, like, yeah, we got her, we'll kill her if you don't comply. I look back. The group from before is chasing us, surrounded again. The familiar streets of Akaba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Mocha said. You have nowhere to run. We have men stationed throughout the city. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We were just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny little lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. Bro? If only we had someone who could take down a squad of commandos chasing you in a back alley. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be, like, absolutely bonkers, right? Were we doomed from the start? No matter what, we've got to get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off, and my hand comes away with slick blood. I grip my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out. No response. Wait, how did she also get hit by the car? I feel like this license plate number probably means something. Or maybe it doesn't. 46494. So, I wonder if this game is going to soon explain that, like, some points in time are inescapable. There's another series that has to do with time travel where, and I can't think of it right at this moment, but, like, where it explains that all points, there's, like, some points in time that are inescapable. Oh, it's the MCU. Like, some points in time, like, are inescapable. Like, some events will happen. It doesn't matter the timeline, it doesn't matter what events, like, come up to it. There are some moments in history that can't be avoided. I wonder if this game is going to try and say Mayuri is, like, at one of those points. Like, she dies. Also, how fucking fast was this car going for him to be beaten up so bad? I've been hit by a car, and I didn't come out looking like this. Mayuri is motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? Mayuri. This can't be happening. How did she jump over the fence in, like, such an angle? There's a definitive moment in history that needs to happen, and the universe will always try to correct itself. Yeah, there's a... that's like in the MCU, where like there are some things that will happen. Like it doesn't matter what changes you have made to the timeline. Was that Loki or Endgame? I think that's actually Doctor Strange 2. Or at least they explain it in Doctor Strange 2. Maybe they also explain it in Loki. But yeah, like, no matter what, like, some things will happen. Like, you can't avoid it. It's in one of the Marvel things. I don't remember what exactly now. Maybe it's Loki. It could be What If, the episode with evil Doctor Strange, where he, like, tries all the different timelines to keep his, or to stay with his girlfriend. There's, like, no timeline where he can stay with her. That's it. Yeah. That's what I remember it from. Yeah, it's some of those things. I stopped after Moon Knight. You got burnt out. That's understandable. I still like it. Ironically, I didn't like Moon Knight. But I'm still having fun with it. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. But yeah, I'm wondering if now that's going to be a plot point in this game where Mayuri's death is like that unavoidable moment in time where, like, she dies. And I feel like the story is now going to go to where Rintaro tries to create genuine time travel so he can go back and just pull her out of this timeline. Like, and completely leap over that moment in time where she's guaranteed to die. That could be modern media messing with my predictions, but I'm kind of thinking that's where we're going. At least that'll be one of his reasons. The door opens and out steps... I've stopped them. Mocha? Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over Mayuri. I've secured Okabe. I mean, Rintaro. See, she still calls him Kun, which is kind of cringe to have in the English version. But anyway, so, like, she still feels like something for him. Like, there's something going on with her character that I'm interested to know about. She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us the whole time? Contact the police. Mayuri is dead. She looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood. Why'd you kill her? Because you ran. You monster. Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at her. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. Oh, bro. There you go. Fight back, dude. That blind rage, man. There's nothing like that adrenaline strength. I stand up and look around. Mocha is dazed and unable to stand. But I see CERN agents making their way towards us. I've got to get out of here. I take a step and a sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. It doesn't matter. I've got to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save her. I look back at the site of the accident. Mocha's slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless. So, wait, did he just, like, hit her and then she fell? He's not, like, he didn't tackle her? It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go to the lab. He gets away? On a broken leg? What? These guys suck. How are they trailing him so efficiently with... Whatever. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me, and they're not waiting here? Nobody's at the lab. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Christina and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. I remember to break into the workshop to turn on to the 42-inch TV. My body's drenched in sweat and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry and it's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the device and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo. Mocha hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out somehow, she should be stuck there for at least a couple hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries or whatever. CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put the headgear on. I'll get blood on it, but it doesn't matter. Surge of anxiety washes over me. Yeah, dude, the graphics of Modern Warfare look really good. That's why I've been so tempted to buy it, but man, I really don't want to spend $70 on it. Seems a little overpriced, if you ask me. I do appreciate that it's slower. Call of Duty was getting a little too fast-paced for me. In terms of time to kill was like way too quick. So that would make it better. A return to like a little bit longer time to kill. But yeah, the graphics did look nuts. Especially like on my 3080 graphics card, dude. I feel like it would look really good on my computer. Also, that feel when you have a 3080 graphics card but play visual novels. Let's go. Hey, the graphic novels are what get views. Steins Gate's been getting more views than some of my other streams lately. What if the time leap fails? Why would we be concerned about it failing? It's already worked. It's not on Game Pass. No, Sony's currently fighting to not have Call of Duty be put on Game Pass. Unfortunately. There's like a whole lawsuit that Sony has filed to prevent Microsoft from actually being able to fully acquire Activision. So that, and they're stating the main reason is because of Call of Duty. They don't want Call of Duty to be on Game Pass. It's actually very interesting to read. What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am and I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine? This is such a weird take, and it's the second time that either Rentaro or Christina have brought this point up after several traumatic things have already happened. Like, there's already the hit squad coming after you, and Mayuri is already dead. Like, what do you have to lose at this point? Again, if you go back and your memories are corrupted and you become a vegetable or like whatever the case might be, you die anyway. Like, there's literally nothing to lose. Like, even if you get away right now, like, you have a broken leg, you're not going to run from the government. Of course I should. I curse my weakness. Mayuri's dead, remember? That can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. There we go. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leap machine. Interesting that he knows how to activate it compared to, Christina. Also interesting, we fail this time leap save thing twice. I guess if he did it right the first time, it would be too easy. Maybe if Sony didn't sit in their ass and let Xbox get at them, there would be less competition. Yeah, I mean, Sony's already got plenty of exclusives, and Microsoft has none. So the fact that Sony's filing a lawsuit to make sure, like, Xbox can't have one exclusive is really funny. Like, legit. I mean, can you think of, like, a good Xbox exclusive that you're like, oh man, Xbox has this, when Sony's got, like, I mean, fucking how many exclusives now that are, like, high quality? Literally dozens. COD brings in the big bucks. Well, yeah, but still. The screeching in my ears, needles stabbing into my brain, and 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. But you know what also brings big bucks is Minecraft, and Sony trusts Microsoft to not, like, ruin that. I think Minecraft would probably bring in more than COD. Sony needs to have actual backwards compatibility. Sony's, like, very, like, not consumer friendly. But they get away with it because people like their games. But Sony is, like, super, like, anti-consumer. And the only reason they were somewhat consumer during the PS3 era is because the consumer friendly. Is because they needed to, like, pass the 360. But as soon as they overtook the 360, they were like, fuck it. Fuck you guys. The world bends, pulses, and returns to normal. The pain of my wounds has vanished like magic. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. Alright, so the time leap thing for sure works then. Looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Christina's confidence if I told her. Why do you not tell her, is the real question. I'll have to wait until Mayuri's out of danger. But explaining that to Christina would make her, like, safer. I just don't get it. It's not like we're making fan opinions here, like Christina's canonically brilliant in this game. Like, she would have an idea. They could just say 4 years later that time changes. Yeah, I know. But who's to say, like, if Sony doesn't sit down and go, alright, we're now going to make a, like, modern shooter. Like, that they couldn't make a decent one. Or, like, have a company make a decent one. I mean, they've got that Killzone franchise. They could try and make that modern or something. Like, they could at least attempt to make a competitor. They haven't done anything with Killzone in a while. They could fucking bring back Resistance Fall of Man. That game was dope. Stand up and look around the lab. Where's Mayuri? We're doing this again? You know. Jesus. What? Christina, who was dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice. Don't shout. I've been working all night. Let me rest a bit. Where is Mayuri? What's wrong with you? She went to Luca's, remember? Also, now that you know that she's gone or whatever, why wouldn't you go back in time with this time leap machine, like, at least another hour or 2 before she leaves? Rintaro's, like, the mistakes that Rintaro's making are, like, piling up. Like, what are you doing? She already left. I should call or send a mail. I need to get in touch with her. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Luca. Hi. Okabe? What's wrong? Is Mayuri there? If she is, let me speak to her. Just a moment.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。トゥットゥルー、マユシーです。
What's up?
オカリンどうしたの？
Finally, I managed to get a hold of her. This will give us hours to spare.
お前今どこだ？
Where are you now? The
柳林
shrine?
神社か。
Yep,
そうだよ。
今からそっちに行く。
I'm headed there now. Whatever you do, don't
絶
move,
対に
okay?
そこから動くなよ。
Why
な
not?
んで？
Are we not gonna figure out what she does for like 30 minutes?
一体何の騒ぎ？
What's all the commotion? Her eyes are half asleep.
ダル、それに助手よ。二人とも今すぐここを出て。
Daru, assistant, leave right now and get as far from Akiba as you can, but under no circumstances
電車は
use the
絶対に
train.
使うなよ。
Why wouldn't he tell them to travel together? Like for safety or something?
なんだと？
What? Why?
できれば。
If you can, go somewhere you don't normally go and stay there overnight, understand?
分かったな。
ちょ、一晩過ごすとか。
Overnight? So you're saying we should go to a love hotel and make the
ラブホテル
hanky-panky?
で
I
まあま
understand.
あするんですね。わかります。
黙ってろ変態。
Shut up. She gets up. What's going on?
どういう？
いいから言う通りに
Please
してく
just
れ。
do as I say. We'll talk later. Don't come back to the lab until I say so.
絶対に戻ってくるなよ。
I thought of having them take the time leap machine, but the microwave's pretty heavy to carry around. And it's that time machine that Mocha's really after, not Mayuri. If it'll guarantee everyone's safety, I'd rather just abandon it. I dash out of the lab, disregarding their demands for an explanation. Why, though? That's so frustrating. Just explain. I understand that he is panicking, but now that this is the third time, the panic should have reduced a bit. You haven't heard of Hanky Panky before? That's kind of funny. I was right to borrow Suzaha's bicycle. I arrived at the shrine far earlier than if I had ran. They're in front of the main building.
マユリ。
ああ、オカリ
Mary waves her hand happily. Luca bows her head.
ン。もしかしてオカリン
Are
に
you
援
here
護
to
に
back
来
me
て
up?
くれたの？
援護。
Back you up.
ルカちゃんにコスを
To help convince Luca to wear my costume.
説得だよ。マユリちゃん。
Mayuri, I really can't.
ねえオカリン。
Hey.
ルカちゃんを説得するいい方法。
I'm guessing he plans to tell them afterwards. I know that he plans to tell them afterwards, but it would be so much easier if he just told them before. Can't imagine riding Nico with that lab clip flapping. So I mentioned before on stream that I used to bike everywhere when I was in college. Even in the winter, when I was in college, I used to bike places, and I would have my like long winter coat on while biking. It's really uncomfortable, so I can feel that. Can you think of some way to persuade Luca?
マユシには
Mayuri can't reach the ending for the Luca route.
すいません。
That's meta. How funny would it be if Luca has an ending in this game, and like if you have gotten to this point, like you are locked out of the ending for Luca, and then they say this line? That would be hysterical. I keep telling her I can't,
なんです。
but Mayuri just won't give up.
マユリちゃん。
Tears well up in my eyes. I grip my teeth and resist the urge to cry. To see them talking so happy and carefree, I thought this peace would last forever. And yet,
すまない。
I'm sorry, you two. Save the cosplay talk for later.
コスプレの話は後だ。
I grab Mayuri's hand.
マユリ。
Drop your bags, Mayuri. Leave them
ど
with
こに
Luca.
つけるんだ。
What's going
ど
on?
ういうこと？
これから遠出する。
We're leaving.
どうで？
Leaving town? We're going on a trip? A trip?
旅行？
Luca's face turns red.
二人で
Just the two of you?
行くんですか？
そうだ。
That's right. I let Luca misunderstand whatever she wants. I take off running. We get out to Bansai-bashi Bridge. Now I need to figure out where to go. It's 4:30. We should still have about 3 hours before the train stops. If we wanted to, we could leave from Akaba Station. Whoa, no. That seems like a bad idea. Mocha and her men might already be there, yeah. We should board from another station. If plans to head for Yokohama, the fastest way is to take the bullet train from Tokyo Station. To get to Tokyo Station without passing through Akihabara Station means boarding at Kanda or Awachi. Man, why does this game keep making me pronounce, like, Japanese cities? I can't pronounce this shit. We could walk to Tokyo Station in an hour, but I don't want to waste time. Where are we going? What's the rush? Sir's after us. Okay, well at least he's starting to explain a bit. What does that mean? I'll explain later. First we need to get out of Akaba. Okay. I decide on Hachu Station and start running. If we can make it to Yasukuni Dori, the station's right there. Yasukuni Dori. But I freeze when I see a group of 6 men walking just ahead. Are they Mocha's men? I don't know, but we can't take the chance. I pull Mayuri into a nearby alley. How many men does CERN have? When do these patrols start? Are they watching stations besides Akihabara? I have no way of knowing. To make matters worse, CERN's assassins are indistinguishable from ordinary shoppers at a glance. You can tell that they're different when you get close, but by then it's too late. They could be anyone. Japanese, foreigners. What should we do? Should we take the shortest route and risk being seen? Or should we stick to the back streets and stay out of sight? Mayuri's kinda scared. The tears on her face give me my answer. I can't expose her to danger. We have to take the back roads. It doesn't have to be Awajio. Any subway station is fine, as long as we can get out of here. Staying out of sight is more difficult than I expected. The subway is farther away than I thought. I misjudged the distance to the station. Don't you live here, bro? Maybe we should double back to this Suhirochu station. We're fucking taking the grand tour of Japan with all these names, Jesus. Maybe I should, wherever that take us close to the lab. There's no way of knowing where CERN's men could be. Hide. I pull Mayuri into the entrance of a nearby building. Several young men pass by. They're not particularly fit, and each of them is carrying a full bag of computer parts. I don't think they're the enemy, but I can't be sure. Couldn't they just hide in a random building? The only way to be safe is to treat every group of men as a potential threat. At this rate, it'll be night before we escape. Maybe we should just go for it and hope to get lucky. I look up the closest station with my phone. Ochan Omizu and Suhirocho are about equidistant from our current position. Suhirocho takes us near the lab, but Ochanmizu is on the same line as Akihabara. It might be affected by the bomb threat. An impasse. Mayuri, stay here and don't move until I get back. Where are you going? Going to the station to make sure it's safe. While I'm at it, I'll scout the streets between here and there. We'll need to use the shortest route. I don't want to be left alone. I'll be right back. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, call someone, Christina or Suzaha, and have them get you out of here. Don't say that. Come back, okay? If you don't, Mayuri won't know what to do. Okay, I'll come back, I promise. I leave Mayuri behind and run to Achanamazu Station. Wary of surrounding eyes, I scout the streets and decide that the back alleys of Kanda Myojin will give us the best chance of avoiding detection. Once we make it to the station, we'll just have to pray. I race back to the spot I left her. She's not there. For an instant, I think I got the place mixed up, so I checked the entrance to the next building, but she's not there either. She's gone.
あいつ
I told her not to move.
動くなって言ったのに
At first, I assumed Mayuri just wandered off somewhere like she often does, but then another possibility dawns on me. Could Steins Med have found her? And abducted her? Can we call her? Ah, the game doesn't let us call her. Would they? Mocha said that Mayuri was unnecessary. That's why she killed Mayuri first. So why would they kidnap her? I don't know. The only thing I know is that Mayuri is gone. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed by her side no matter what. Yeah, what the fuck? Still, I can't give up. I scour the neighborhood for her. But when I fail to find any trace of her, I've returned to the lab in despair. It's a mail from Mocha. We need to talk. Heading over now. I'm assuming the attachment is a picture of Mayuri. She's on her way. When she says we need to talk, she probably means I'm going to kidnap you and take the time leap machine. Just as I'm about to delete the mail out of frustration, I notice there's an image attached. I swallow and open it. Oh, that's not what I was expecting. It's a scan of a foreign newspaper article. There's a rough black and white picture along with a date. Oh, they're using this to like show that they do have her. February 28th, 1961. 50 years ago. It's not in English. I look at the picture.
ゼリーマン
A jelly man. The picture is of a jelly man embedded in the wall of a house. Wait. Is it him? Mayuri. Ooh. So why did she kill Mayuri then? What's happening in this timeline now? There's a lot of differences. It's the Kool-Aid man. He's about to break down your walls, so he's about to get stuck in your wall. Dude nails the screams. Wait, did he time leap again? What just happened? Screeching fills my ears, needle stabbing in my... When did we answer the phone? What? He got a text. The shock lasts an instant and the pain is gone. A wave of nausea hits me. Vomit flows into my mouth. He leaped. Yeah, but from where? The text message is still from... The last one we've got is still from... That animation marks a time leap? No, I know that, but how... We didn't answer the phone. It was a text. And then the text is gone that was about we need to talk. I leapt immediately after seeing the photo. Okay. Well, I guess we get to go on one more sentence. I couldn't accept it, not even for a second. In the 20 minutes I took my eyes off Mayuri, she was captured by Moku's men. They took her to France and stuck her in the LHC. They sent her through the time through their unstable black hole 50 years into the past. But how would they have found the newspaper article and all that stuff in time? It wasn't an experiment, just a warning, a threat. How can anyone do such a thing? How did they get her to France from Japan in like 20 minutes? Now that I've slightly recovered, I realize that Mayuri was probably still alive when Mocha sent me that picture. Ah, okay. A flight to France takes at least 12 hours. Even so, her fate was already decided. Perhaps that 50-year-old newspaper article appeared out of thin air the instant they found her. I don't know why her cause of death changed. I don't have time to investigate. The only choice is to run. Our enemies don't consider Mayuri human. I'm filled with rage. I want to kill them. I won't let them have her. The clock shows 5:05 p.m. Not as much time left as I thought. Why did we time leap to such a random time? Why do we not fucking time leap to the 12th, bro? Come to think of it, the time leap machine should be able to send me back to noon at least. I'll do that next time. A chill runs up my spine. What am I thinking? Next time? Have I already given up on saving her this time? Well, yeah, you only gave yourself an hour this time. I shake my head to clear it of negative thoughts. Judging by the time, Mayuri's already left the shrine, so I can't contact her until she gets back. All I can do is wait. What about Christina and Daru? As before, the workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr. Braun are leaving. We run through Kanda Miyoji's back streets to the station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We manage to make it back to the station without being stopped. But when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Oshanamozu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. How cool would it be if, like, in some of these scenes, too, like, where there's, like, casual, like, background characters, you know, without the eyes, if, like, Mocha's sprite was just, like, here, right? Like, halfway hidden behind this dude. Like she was just, like, creepily there. Or, like, off in the distance. Or, like, behind one of these pillars. I feel like the game needs to, like, just a little bit more eerie factor. Like, the game is already, like, eerie enough as it is, with some of the things like Mayuri being jellified and stuff. But, like, I just need him to up the eerie factor, just like a tad. Just like a little drop. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. I stared nervously at the platform. According to the scrolling display, the lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line is too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. What I don't get is why... Fucking... It'd be a cool way to visually show his paranoia. That would be cool too. I don't get why this man has had so many attempts to see that the trains get cancelled and the trains are blocked, and why every attempt he keeps going to the fucking train. Bro. It's really irritating. This is the third time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Does she really trust me that much? I mean, what else does she have to do? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mayuri tilts her head quizzically. I realize I'm staring at her. Mayuri has a lot of questions, but she'll wait for now. But once it's over, I want you to tell me everything, okay? Yeah, I promise. She smiles happily. That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get. Where did you go after you saw Luca?
どこに行っていた？
Ooh, this this guy's in a lab coat. He's a spy! Chaos Head pulls off showing protagonist paranoia. That's the one that came out recently, like on the Switch and stuff, right? That like got banned and everything. Maybe I should get that. There was a steel box version at GameStop that I want to get. Or Steelbook. Chaos Head's awful. Awful like good or bad? Only the anime is. That's amazing. I will say though, the few shots I saw of like Chaos Head, like because I looked at the reference images that Steam referenced when they banned the game from Steam, they seemed pretty gory. I don't know if I would want that. Is that the one about delusions? So that was like the one thing I was worried about. When it's not like I'm afraid of gore, I'm just like not interested in things that are just like, okay, and then these characters end up just like absolutely like eviscerated, like someone getting off to like how badly the bodies are desecrated. It's just weird. Like I can play gore games when it's like for comedy, like not for comedy, but like I don't know, for like the aesthetic, like Dead Space and Gears of War and stuff. Like yeah, things are getting chainsawed, but it's like I don't know. It's when it's done in like still images, it seems like it's for the shock gore. I'm not a huge fan of that. Like there's a different, like I don't know how to explain it correctly. Don't play and then cry if you don't like the gore. I mean, I wouldn't cry. Like I can handle gore. I grew up watching horror movies and stuff. My mom was a big horror movie buff and like horror game stuff. I remember I was super young. It was back during the PS2 era. My mom had me play through. My mom wasn't good at video games, but she really liked video games. Like the horror. Oh, he's talking about the series When They Cry. Lamau. Whoops. I misread the message then. But long story short, when I was younger, I think maybe I was in middle school at the time. But my mom really liked the Silent Hill video games, but she couldn't really play the games. So I had to play through Silent Hill 3 for her. And I was maybe 12 or something. I didn't have to. It was an option. I wanted to because as a kid, when it was like it was a rated M game. She didn't like say you have to play this. It was like more of a suggestion, like, hey, do you want to play this with me? So I guess I should correct myself saying I had to, like I was forced, but I grew up watching like scary stuff, so I'm not that scared about that stuff now. And I like that kind of stuff, but I don't like when people are just like, or when stories are just like, ooh, gore for the shock value. It's like, what the fuck? Like, this is just weird. Anyway, back on topic. If you have a rough time with Okabe and Daru, then the pro tag from Chaos Head might be a nightmare. Yeah, see, I really don't like when protagonists make like just basic communication errors. I sometimes feel like that's just like a plot contrivance, and it really bugs me when it feels like common sense would be like to explain the situation. Maybe I'll check out Chaos Head. Depends on how interesting this gets. And depends on how copyright stricken those streams are. I got an email from Fubuki. A thread came loose in her costume. Okabe gets serious now? No, I'm not worried about his like weeb drama performances. What I'm worried about is what he is currently doing while he is serious right now. While he's just like not doing basic communication. Like not cluing Christina and Daru in on what's going on here just so he can like panic and run around is weird. Anyway, he went to fix Fubuki's costume. Where does Fubuki live? We met at the Starbucks at UPX. So that's where she is. Just then an announcement plays over the PA system, and the subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here that long, but that's okay. Does that mean Mocha's men are moving out if, like, the bomb threat's over? Right now, Mocha should be in Akihabara heading to the lab. Everything's going to be alright. Like, it's also super weird. I know he wants to, like, abandon the time machine to save their life, but that's also, like, his trump card. Like, just have Daru take it. Daru and Christina take it, like, when you split up. That's just so weird. Everything's gonna be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at the Yoyogi Uehara. It may take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement, the train's arriving. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side. Bruh. The roar comes closer. About the party tonight. Uh-oh. This is making me anxious, dude. She's so dead again. Mayuri's saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train. It got cancelled, but we should definitely... This hyphen is anxiety-inducing. Mayuri? Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. Huh? There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. Oh, this scenario made me super anxious, man. What the fuck? Like, I knew she was gonna die soon, but this one made me way more anxious than the other one where she went missing in the city. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on the brakes. Good sound mixing does that. Yeah, definitely. I think it was the fact that you could still hear the train, like, while they were talking, like, definitely made it seem like that was what was about to happen. And because I was already thinking about, like, how this is the point in time that I was talking about earlier, where I think my theory right now is, like, Mayuri has to die here. That, like, I just was getting that feeling with the train coming that she was fucking goner. Who pushed her? The people on the platform scream. I turned to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable, a cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Nay. Ah, she looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. What a weird fucking child is that? How did this little girl push her? Oh my god, dude. How traumatizing that would be for a kid. I saw Mayuri. I wanted to surprise her. Oh no. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't. She stares at me for a few more seconds, as if waiting for me to say something. Yeah, to like tell her it's gonna be okay. Then she turns and runs away. The platform's in chaos. The PA informs us there's been a personal injury accident. You wanted to punch her? I mean, that's not her fault, dude. I feel bad. It's just one of those tragic things, you just gotta feel bad for everybody involved. I can't imagine the guilt. Yeah. Neya's already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. Why would you do that? One side of the track is awash of red. My mind is blank. How does he make it back here? I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Mocha's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. So I think it's also very clear at this point that they don't care about the machine. They just want Rintaro. I guess I should be grateful. You should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. By this point of the story, the paranoia is so deep, I remember suspecting Nay. Well, the way they weirdly zoom in on her is, I definitely get that vibe. That's not wrong. I don't think so, but that's definitely a weird, like, shot. They definitely make her seem guilty in that shot. At last, it's ready. Now take me back. Oh, did they break it somehow? Is it not gonna work this time? Oh, never mind. I feel like this is fucking with the time as well, right? The fact that he just keeps doing this. Like, this is gonna have a consequence at some point, right? The leap occurs instantaneously. Tidor claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if our machine has the same behavior, but it's not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Christina, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Mayuri's singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from a convenience store instead of her usual chicken. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now dedicated part of the time leap machine. I was right to come back 5 hours. Okay, now that you have everybody here, explain to the group in a team meeting and move out. Mayuri's still at the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I force myself to recall the scene. Mayuri died again. This time it happened at the train station, completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Nay pushed her onto the tracks, where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nay be working for CERN too? Yeah, see, here's the level of paranoia, bruh. No, that can't be right. Nay has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She was probably just being her usual affectionate self. I'd appreciate this shot, though, to give, like, an insight into his level of, like, paranoia right now. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke. Whatever the case, all that matters is I have another chance. I need to act. If I was Okabe, I would feel the same. I mean, yeah, right? Like, it's not like an unreasonable take. I have the power to save Mayuri, so I'll do whatever it takes to find a way. This time, we hail a taxi on Chuodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters. Mayuri comes along. I considered taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Mocha's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I asked the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, the driver's with CERN. The traffic's unusually heavy. I can't read any of these things. The driver says it's never been this bad. There must be an obstruction up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate it'll take forever to reach Shinagawa. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened. This was me, I would train every day. Well, technically you're going back to your older body, so even if like you're working out, you would never receive the benefits of it. You know what I mean? So, like, that wouldn't necessarily work. I have a bad feeling. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. I would also be paranoid about being trapped in a box when people are after me, like a car. That would be like way too enclosed. Muscle memory? I mean, muscle memory doesn't matter if you got like twin toothpicks like Rentaro has. You can know all the fighting techniques in the world, but when you struggle to pick up a 50-pound box, it's not going to matter. Remember how he couldn't pick up the IBN? Bro's not fighting off anybody. Homeboy could get trained by Bruce Lee every day in these time leaps. If he doesn't get to retain the muscle after this, it's over. Three hours later, we're still stuck in traffic. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Oh. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection, and a small fight broke out at the inspection site. To make matters worse, this road has already been closed, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. There's only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. The inspection is they're checking for Rentaro. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I had known it was going to turn out like this, I would have ditched the taxi hours ago. It's not too late. I should pay the driver and get off. Oh. Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi's stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, but before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in. He's holding a knife. Another assassin. Mayuri, look out! Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open my door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. What? It all happens too fast. The man sinks his knife into her chest. Why? A bright red spot stains her clothes. Man who stabbed Mayuri. Be quiet, Rentaro. Another man gets into the passenger seat. He points a gun at the driver and says something. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes close. A tear rolls down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. This is like a really obnoxious way for her to go. If I'm going to react right now, this is her 4th death. They killed her again. Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided Mayuri must die? Mocha, CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. He falls back. I shout to the driver. Open the door. The guy with the gun doesn't shoot her? I crawl out of the taxi and take off running. After running for hours, I make it back to the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is there. I have to leap again. Nobody is, like, just fucking waiting here at this lab by now? Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the patch, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I assume CERN is trying to keep things undercover. No, Mocha, like, plowed into Sayuri. Or Sayuri. Lamau, wrong, dead anime girl. Mayuri, into the middle of the street. She doesn't care. With hundreds of witnesses. Maybe you should ask the other brilliant scientist in the group, huh? I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her?
無理なものか
There has to be a
絶
way.
対に助けてやる
何のこと？
What you talking about? Mary's blank stare is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. Dude, the government's in on it! You're a conspiracy theorist. Why would you go to the government? What? This dude's constantly like, the man's out to get me. Like... And he goes to the government. Hey, police. You're not a part of a man, are you? A car crash isn't as big as a gun? That doesn't matter. A dead person is, like, a dead person. Like, that's the highest level of alert you can get. A car crash can be covered up? No, it can't. There were hundreds of witnesses. She ran her over in a crowded street. We're just kind of getting to different, like, contrivances now for different ways for Mayuri to die. When I asked why, I explained someone's going to kill her in 6 hours, but without any proof that someone's after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. I don't believe that. I find that hard to believe. That the police wouldn't at least humor you and put you in, like, the drunk tank. Like, if you were really that serious about it. Like, yeah, hey, we really need protection. Sorry, we can't protect you. Yeah, it's like, I highly doubt with no proof that the police would just be like, better luck next time. Like, in a way that doesn't... I'm sure it wouldn't be like that. Like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't... They're not necessarily asking for someone to be dispatched to watch her, but just, like, keep her at the station. For, like, a day, I feel like they would be like, okay, whatever. Japan laws are odd? Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. It's past 6 by the time we leave, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try the other places again, and maybe this time she won't die. I don't have the courage to try those same routes again. At the same time, we can't stay here. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, taxis, all out. Attempting escape by those means will get her killed. That's what my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die half a dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, and torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. We take refuge in Yodobashi Camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7 we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobashi goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts terrorist and pulls his gun. This can't be happening. Oh, he's gonna fucking cap my area, isn't he? This isn't America. Bruh! Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Bruh. How are you gonna call me out like that? No, it's still timely. Mary dies. It happens so fast. The police shoots her right in the head. But not Rintaro? What? I don't know if he was a real policeman or a certain assassin. It doesn't matter. I can't deny it. The world itself is killing Mayuri. So how does he make it back to the lab here? Genuine question. If a cop just opened fire, like, he wouldn't let their, I don't know. I don't know why he would just shoot, like, the person with her in the head and then be like, oh, well, you're free to go. Like, lock down witnesses. I don't know. That seems weird. But whatever. He makes it back in time. This time, I don't leap into action immediately. Instead, I sit on the couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save her, it ends the worst possible way. Can you, like, tell everyone else now, please? To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect. Why does Mayuri die? At first I thought it was Mocha and her hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. She died because she got pushed off into the train platform. CERN had nothing to do with that, it was an accident. Each time I leave, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I'm pretty interested that we called this, like, pivotal moment in time thing. Pretty good. Another point in the QI predicts the plot of games. Baby. Me 100 anime games 0. Not just anime games, but whatever. Too good. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more. John Tidor. But he's not replying to my emails and hasn't posted on @channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's real. I decide not to run. Instead, I take a different approach, strike first. I send Mocha an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the rooftop of Radi Khan as our meeting place. This is an awful plan. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crashed, but it's still there and the building's closed. At least the security is lessened, so it's easy for me to sneak in. Not that there's any sneaking to do, I'm just walking through the front door like I belong and no one questions me. Honestly, half of the time, this works. If you ever need to sneak in anywhere, just act like you're supposed to be there, and no one really questions you. I've done this numerous times. Last time I came here, it was for the doctor's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. How does he know that this world line is still the same? We've been to so many different ones. Lisa has the death tome. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me that this is a dangerous gambit. Mocha might have a gun, and I already know she's willing to use it. What do you mean, might? You know she has a gun. But then, I don't intend to play fair either. You become suspicious when you start acting suspicious? Yeah. I've snuck into places by just being like, yeah, I'm supposed to be here. I mean, it probably helps that I'm a, usually a well-dressed man. So I can look normal in every circumstance. We're supposed to meet at 5:30 and it's just after 5. I came early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. Well dressed is a bit generous. Well, I'm not on stream. Rude. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Mocha makes her entrance alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. Where did he get the gun? First of all, it's not tomato red, it's orange. It's not real. Oh. It's the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a buff, but it was all I could prepare. I run up behind her and shove the gun into her back. Don't move. Hands up. Just like a Hollywood movie. This isn't a movie, this is real. And she isn't an actress, she's a murderer. After she raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying. I take it from her and press it to her back in place of the bit particle. Sorry to disappoint you, the first gun was a toy. Why even bother saying that? Talk. I know you're sent by CERN. How? You want to know how? My frustration and rage
死に
boil
たいの
over.
かよ
Because of her, Mayuri is dead.
俺はタイムマシンで未来から
I
来た
came from the future, that's how.
冗談だと思って
You think I'm lying? I've repeated the last several hours a dozen times already.
すでに
I lost count of how many times exactly. Same.
同じ時間を繰り返してきた
And I haven't slept at all that entire time. Oh, that's actually kind of crazy to think about. He explains everything to her, but not his friends. Yeah, I know. Fuck me, right? That's actually something to think about, right? Like, since sleep is something it's like this weird thing that we still don't understand. How would your conscious handle it? Like, you keep like traveling back into this like physically rested body, but at some point your brain would start overheating or like just failing, right? That's kind of crazy to think about. Strangely, I'm not tired. I mean, the adrenaline, right, would keep him awake. I know what you're planning.
7時過ぎに
Around 7, you're gonna stop the trains. The fact that Mocha never talks is still odd. She gasps. So it was her doing. No
お前
shit.
と仲間たちが今日
I also know that you're planning to attack the lab, you and your men.
そこで
And then you're gonna kill Mayuri.
お前がマユリを殺すこともだ
私も
It's his memories being sent back, right? The brain's still good? Yeah, but like we don't really understand how sleep impacts the body. And like what it does. So like your consciousness and these memories are all like kind of intertwined in this like thing that we don't understand. And like we don't also understand how like sleep factors into like your consciousness. Because you start going like, I don't know if you guys have ever researched this, so this is a random tangent, but I'm a psychology major in college, so I like this kind of stuff. But like you do start to kind of go insane if you haven't slept. And it's not like a physical breakdown of like, there's nothing like that starts physically going wrong with your body. Like if you don't sleep. Like your heart rate will increase, but like processes don't start shutting down. Some people only need 4 hours of sleep. It's your boy. It's rare. Yeah, I know. I got sleep tested in college. I'm one of those people that only needs like 3 to 4 hours of sleep. I've actually talked about that before on the channel too. It's very nice. But anyway, like your consciousness and your thought processes start breaking down after like extended periods of no sleep. On average, people like start to go about 72 hours without sleep. Like a little bit longer than that, will start like hallucinating and just having like large lapses in like mental cognition, and there's no real like explanation why. So like if you were traveling through time like this without sleeping, like how would it impact your thought process? I mean, granted, adrenaline would probably overall overwrite most of those things, because adrenaline's kind of the like fuck you nature like hormone. But still.
理解したか
Understand? I'm a time
俺がタイ
leaper.
ムリーパーだと
What a funny way to say that. Mocha nods. I could kill her, it would be easy. I need information.
お前たちはセル
Who are you?
ラウンダ
Rounders. She answers with surprising obedience. What? I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem depriving other people of theirs. Ooh, the Rentaro bitterness. I respect that, though.
ラウン
What does that mean? How are you related to CERN?
ダ一体どういう組織なんだ
メールで
By email. What?
ダメだ
No,
口頭で
speak.
説明しろ
ラウンダーは
The Rounders
セルンとは
are an
別として
organization separate from CERN.
公には
Covert operations. That doesn't make you separate, just employed by.
そういう
We don't exist.
扱い
秘密の傭兵
Like a private army?
違う
No.
IBN
Our mission
5100その情報収集
is to
と
find and
回収の
acquire
ため
IBN 5100s. So random.
世界中に
They send us around the world.
それを
We collect them.
集める
IBN 5100s. That's right, when I met her, she was looking for one. These days, they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions to own one. Okay, but why does she... What does he have to do with that? Is it because CERN has been hunting them down?
ラウンダーの規模は
How many rounders are there?
答えろ
Answer.
知らない。
I don't know.
また
I'm just an agent.
だから
So she's not important enough to be told.
俺が手に入れた
Was it you who stole our 5100?
やはりお前だな
She doesn't answer.
なぜ IBN5100
Why does CERN
の
need
情報
them? To keep hackers out?
ハッキング対策
機密保持
Maintaining
もっ
secrecy
とも
is the highest priority
優先すべき事項だからセルン
for CERN.
一体何が隠されてい
What are
る
they hiding?
タイムトラベルの人
We
体
already
実験
know they've killed hundreds of test subjects with their time travel experiments.
何百人と
We
殺してい
didn't
るという
need an
情
IBN
報
to
は
figure that out.
普通の PC でもハッキングで見ることができた IBN5100
Are
で
you
構
saying
築
the
されたデ
IBN
ータベー
database
ス
has
には
information more
それ以
sensitive
上
of
の
that?
極秘情報があるというのか
That is pretty serious. I also like that the voice actor. This is the first time I've ever heard Rentaro's voice actor be serious. It's kind of cool.
知らない
I don't know.
末端だから
Because you're just an agent? My tone is sarcastic, but she nods. She's useless.
なぜラボを襲った
Why did you attack her? Or rather, why will you attack the lab? Also, I don't believe she's just an agent. She's clearly in charge of at least a group of people. Which puts her at least higher up than just an agent. Why did you attack the lab? Or rather, why will you?
分かっているはず
Isn't it obvious?
セルにのハッキングをした
Because we hacked into CERN?
理由は3つ
3 reasons.
1つは
First, because of what
知
you
った
know.
から君たち知ってはいけな
We
い
were
こと
ordered to silence you. That doesn't sound like gathering up an IBN 5100, bitch. The CERN did know.
それと
Second, for the time machine. But you don't take it in any of the leaps. Or any of the cycles we've gone through.
君たちが
The one you made.
作った
They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize time travel.
決定的だっ
Those
たのは
damn corporations. Third, the reason it happens today.
君たちが
You plan to make your time machine public.
世間に公表しようと
How does
し
she
たこ
know
と
that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. Because she's from the future. That was only a few hours ago.
だから
That's why I was ordered to take you in.
拘束
That doesn't sound like silence.
拘束
Take us in. You killed
マユリを
Mayuri.
殺したではないか
あの子は
She is
必要な
unnecessary.
い
That doesn't explain why she has to die every single time, though. That's a whole nother mystery. It also doesn't explain why Suzuha knows this is about to happen. Unless we're... Yeah, I mean, we're obviously already in the past. We know future our actions have already happened. Okay. Unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger.
タイムマシーンを作ったのは君と
You made the time machine.
マキセとあの子は
She's expendable.
殺してもかそう
Those are my orders. Technically, Rentaro did not make the time machine. Or, like, have any really more significant contributions than Mayuri did. It was built by Daru and theorized by Christina. Both Mayuri and Rentaro have, like, contributed. But I guess the other loophole is that, like, Rentaro can actually, like, visualize and maintains the memories between the diversions. So I guess that's whatever. We'll ignore that.
俺たちを拘束してどうするつもりだった
And after you take us in, what then?
セルンの施設
CERN
に
will hold you
関係して
prisoner and force you to complete
タイ
their
ム
time
マシン
travel
の
research.
実用化の研究を
Okay, again, don't really need Rentaro for this. I guess, no, they do need Rentaro for this to be able to verify what's happening, like, as they're researching. Okay, so, never mind, yeah, it makes sense. It might not be explicitly said in the writing, but we can kind of
これ
infer
までの
this.
セルン以外のタイムマシン研究を潰してきたんじゃないか
Have you done this before? How many lives have you ruined for CERN's research?
私は
I do as I'm told.
回収しろと
お前のことを一瞬でも仲
I
間に
was
し
a
たの
fool
は
to
間違
consider
い
you
ない
my friend.
セルンのため
I live for CERN.
FP の命
I
令
live for FB. Can you explain who FB is now, please? Not you, Chad.
FP の
I'll do anything. If Facebook tells me! No! Not Facebook. Don't listen to the Mark Zuckerberg lizard people. Listen to me. Facebook. I made the joke first. I'm clever and original. I'm sure nobody has made that joke that's while streaming this game. Nobody. FB. Is that the name of her supervisor? I'm your supervisor.
岡部君君なの
Is it you?
ジョン・タイターは
Are you John Titor? What? Why would she need to ask that?
何
What? John Titor?
考えられない
There's no one else it could be. Me?
何をバカな
I don't have time for this. I dig the gun into her back.
それより死にたく
If
な
you
かっ
want to live, you'll call your friends, call FB, and cancel the attack.
た FB とやらに連絡
She
しろ
shakes.
そんな権限
I don't have the authority.
知ったことか
I don't care. Find someone to stop the attack. Otherwise,
殺す
I'll kill you. I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling just like hers were before she shot Mayuri.
なんで
Why do you kill her?
殺したんだ
She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger, but she did.
お前も
You didn't want to kill her,
あん
did
なこ
you?
としたくなかった
So
んだ
why?
私は
I
従うだけ
just obey.
FB に
FB.
だったら
Then bring that
そ
son
の
of a
FB
bitch
とかいう
here.
やつをここに連れてこい
Mocha shakes her head.
だから
I don't care about your
そっ
authority.
ち
You
の
don't
事
do
情
what
な
I
んて知
say.
ったことじゃないと
Uh-oh.
無理なの
I can't.
FB に
I've never.
会ったことは
Something hard stabs into my back. Uh-oh. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me.
銃を捨てろ
Drop the gun. A man's voice. Is he with Mocha?
あいつ
You lied,
エリオンの
Mocha.
前か
I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood.
二人だけで会う
We
と約束
promised
し
to
た
meet
だろ
alone. But she's a. How could the killer have lied to me? She doesn't answer.
いいから銃を捨てろ
I said, drop the gun. Now, is the gun just pushed against his back, or has he already been stabbed?
タイムマシンは渡せ
I'll give you the time machine. Just don't kill
だ
anyone.
から誰も殺すな
だとしても
Even if you do. Though I'm still pointing the gun at her, she steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, and her expression unreadable.
監禁して
You'll still be held prisoner.
二度と出さない
Forever. She takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist.
なのに
Please.
ハッキングのことを謝るから
I'm sorry about the hacking. Just please don't kill anyone.
誰も殺さないでくれ
Something strikes the back of my head and my legs give out, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps.
ターゲット B を確保開始を頼む
Target B in custody, requesting pickup. Why is he B? Is Christina A? And Daru C? Seems like Rintaro should be A, but whatever. Deep down, I knew that I couldn't save Mayuri. If only you looped your fucking team in. Even if Mocha's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. What a depressing way to view that. That's the choice of Steins Gate. Steins Gate? There's no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Steins Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Isn't that just his name for that word? Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force that no one can resist. I just missed my fucking chair arm. It exists and has sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of the station wagon. The windows are coated with black film, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me. I recognize him from a previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed Mayuri in the taxi. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say there's no hope. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. We're close to the lab. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. That doesn't mean she's safe. If I don't do something, Mocha's going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? CERN can have the machine if it will save Mayuri. The problem is that it won't. Not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. But if I lose the machine, the future's decided. A future without Mayuri. I have to get it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the machine, everything will be alright. My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I somehow managed to knock down the man guarding me and escape. My chest and neck are covered with blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely feel it. I can still move, and that's all that matters. I run up the stairs with my hands still tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the machine quick enough. Mayuri, Christina, and Daru are in the lab. Guys, what the fuck? So are Mocha and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me. Oh, him coming into the room is what's going to trigger them to shoot her. When she sees my tattered body, she runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait! I tried to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Mocha take aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them, and I try to cover her up. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me. I watch helpless as her body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine. How come Suzuha only saves us in one timeline? Although, wait, no, now that she's been shot, maybe Suzuha will come back. I can see that they've already lost their light. She's gone. Again. Again. Again! What happens next is the same as before. Oh yeah. Suzuha defeats them, and Christina helps me time leap. This entire chapter is this one segment. This is really fascinating. A flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab. It's just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the machine. This thing is the reason for Mocha's attack. If only we never built it. If only we'd never sent the D-mails. Of course it's Friday the 13th. Dude, I said that during last stream. Yeah, of course it is. That's really fun. It's like a very interesting time to decide this. Perhaps the future might be different, instead of the nightmare it promises to be now. Would anything change if I just broke it? Just smashed it right here? In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. Just as I'm about to bring it down on the infernal machine, a voice cries out. What are you doing? She grabs my arms and pulls me back. Please explain to the team now. Are you trying to break the machine? Please. Please, for the love of God. Explain to the team what happens. You don't have to break it. We already decided not to experiment, remember? Anyway, put the chair down. I lower the chair. Not because she told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I did. It caused, or will cause, Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it's my only chance of averting that future. If I lose it, I'll lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed in my hand. You look pale. What's wrong? Please. You obviously can't come up with a solution yourself.
聞いてんの？
Are you listening? I can't deal with this. Not now. I'm getting a drink. Stay strong. How many more attempts do we have to go through before you do the logical conclusion of talking to your friends about the horrors of your life? It's not like they don't know how the machine works. You wouldn't even have to, like, explain the backstory. Hey, I'm from the future. I used the fucking machine. Mayuri dies. And it's not like they wouldn't take him seriously. Like, obviously he memes around being weird, but, like, they know he wouldn't joke about Mayuri dying. It's his best friend. And, like, they're his friends. They would trust him in a circumstance of that extreme. Wait. I flee from the lab. Bruh. This is painful. I feel like I said, I haven't watched the anime up to this point, but I know there's no way this many time loops occur in the anime. So, like, I feel like it would be less irritating. We've now gone extreme. Maybe the first two, okay, I buy. Yeah, he's panicking, he just wants to get Mayuri out of there, so he just makes rash decisions. But now we've gotten to the point where so many time loops are occurring for, like, dramatic Mayuri deaths, that now it's seeming less and less believable that Rintaro actually makes it back to Time Leap. It's crazy. I don't have a destination in mind. People look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from the grave. Soon, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. Like, you know Suzuha can fight now, so she must have something to do, or she can at least help bodyguard. Christina's brilliant. Like, you have all these tools and people who would be willing to help, and every time you're like, fuck it. Again, first two times where he's just like, raw panic, alright, fine. But, like, by the third time where he's witnessed Mayuri die twice, I would start calling in for help. I mean, shit, I'm at a puzzle in a video game for like 5 minutes and I'm Googling the answer. Like, what? This is much bigger than that. By attempt 2, I'm like, okay, guys, I got a problem. I get about halfway across the bridge and squat. The giant screen on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast, along with the date and time. I realize today's Friday the 13th. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. So is Friday the 13th just like always in every culture like a bad luck time period? So it's not just an American thing? Friday the 13th. Like, obviously it's a scary movie, but like... in other cultures, yeah. I just want to make a quick detour, as if I haven't, like, detoured enough this stream. We're like 4 hours in, right? And I still haven't gotten past this chapter. But this is part of the fun, right? FES, my beloved. Persona 3 Festival is pretty cool. In Italy, it's Friday the 17th. Spain, it's the 13th. It's the day of bad luck. Oh, Tuesday the 13th is bad luck in Spain. Oh, this is just... weird. The lights around Akihabara Station turn on one by one as the sun sets. The mow might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms around each other. Somehow, they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? What is up with this? Why do they keep showing on this, like zooming in on this woman? Hi, Haru. Mayuri's about to die.
そこの地べたに座ってるドキュン男。
Hey, don't you think you're a little old to be sitting on the ground in public? Hey. Another CG. I just got an achievement. I've seen 50% of the CGs in this game. That's actually kind of concerning. I feel like we shouldn't have seen 50% of them already. I like this image of her here. This also feels like thumbnail worthy. Saving. I've been scared to like get cool like clickbaity thumbnails for the streams because I don't want to like Google spoilers on accident while I'm trying to look up images of this game. So like I feel like my thumbnails are relatively basic. Like normally I try to find like really cool like fan arts type stuff for the thumbnail, but as you can see like from today's like today's thumbnail is just a super basic wallpaper. And like there's just been like covers from the game because I'm like trying desperately to like look up like some images for the wallpapers but not scrolling far enough for spoilers. And I've got to like search really generic terms because I'm really trying not to like spoil myself. So like my thumbnail game is weak. I can't get that good YouTube clickbait. It's a struggle. Because the game is old, it's also hard to kind of pull some of like some good images. I lift my head and see Christina standing there.
いきなり飛び出したと思ったら、
So this is where you
こんな
went.
ところにいたか。
I've been looking for you. Hentai thumbnail. Dude, what if there's hentai spoilers? I would do it, but I don't want to spoil the game. I am not above using some hentai thumbnails. Just get some Suzuha midriff. You can send me them. I feel like I'm just so nervous to Google anybody in the game and spoil myself. Because you know how fucking YouTube and Google is. You start, like, typing in, like, someone's name in any game, and it's like, this is how... It's like, one of the fucking, like, third results is always like, and this character dies. When do they die? Why do they die? Don't Google it, spoiler heavy. Yeah, you told me first stream, and ever since I've been, like, very hesitant to, like, look anything up. And if you start Googling it, like, then YouTube, like, starts recommending you Steins Gate videos. And the last thing I need is, like, a fucking documentary on, like, or to, like, in my recommended feed while I'm watching YouTube for my recommended video to be like, why Mayuri's death is totally unavoidable and she is actually permanently dead. Like, I don't need to see that. Because right now I still have out hope that, like, maybe she's, you know, lives in one of these timelines. But, like, what if I get spoiled for me if one of the, like, videos I get recommended is like, yep, she's perma-dead. Fuck. Like, so I just haven't been looking stuff up. But I feel like it's pretty obvious because all my thumbnails for this have been pretty basic, which usually they're not. I usually get cool fan art stuff. Sure, Kyler. You searched up Mayuri. Luckily, Mayuri's not like the clickbaity character. I felt a bit safer Googling her, which I did do for the first stream, to get pictures, because I feel like she's obviously like the cute fan art girl. So I felt like I was pretty safe looking her up and not getting spoiled. So that wasn't like a concern, but I didn't think people would click just for Mayuri, so I didn't bother looking her up. Imagine if you Googled Danganronpa characters. I know, right? Like, I just pulled like some of the first couple images I saw of her and like called it a day. That's why, like, one of the thumbnails is from I used a picture of her from the like romance novel of this game, and it's the cover of the game. So like it's not even relevant to this game, but it was like that's as deep as I felt comfortable going without like risking spoiler territory. Because like if one of my like tips for like Googling images for thumbnails if you leave safe search on, which like I normally don't do in my searches, but if I'm trying to look up stuff like stuff or thumbnails of games like this that I don't want to spoil, most of the time on most websites spoilers are tagged as like not safe for work and stuff. So if you leave safe search on, like spoilery images won't show up. Obviously you miss out on a lot of the sexy clickbait thumbnails if you do that, but like that's usually what I'll do. And it'll just give you like the standard images of like her in box art or her in game art and things like that. So that's how I got the thumbnail. Like my thumbnail is Thank you, Kyler. But like the thumbnail for the first stream is literally just the CG from her like giving her speech at the lecture. Because that was like one of the only ones I could find. And the thumbnail for this stream is literally just Suzuha on like a fucking green background. That's like an official wallpaper on the Steins Gate website. So like obviously that wasn't going to be spoilery. But like, you know, what am I going to do? I don't want to like look up spoilers. I'm trying to give an authentic blind playthrough here. I also don't like it if I get spoiled, then I feel dirty because I'm always trying to make plot predictions. So it's like wrong if I like give plot predictions but I know stuff. I stake my reputation on this channel of me being able to actually predict plot points, and it ruins it if I like look stuff up. Which I've never done. All my plot predictions are always authentic. But that's what I don't like to like look that stuff up. Because what if I can't predict the plot? That's like my main my main go-to in all of these streams. Like for all the different games I do. I've been looking for you.
No.
Christina.
何よ。
What?
今何時だ
What time is it?
5時38分。
5:30?
ね
Hey,
え
if you have time to sit around, you can help me with the
暇があった
shopping.
ら買い出し付き合いなさいよ。
Shopping. Oh, right. Preparation for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with her at the supermarket. And then we talked on this bridge, like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen.
どうなの？買い出し。
I like that it's the same day, but I like that he's referring to it like nostalgically. Are you coming or not? Please explain. I sighed deeply. I don't believe that I was wrong to time leap. However,
クリス
Christina, I keep my eyes lowered.
初めてまともに名前呼んだな。
That's the first time you've said my name properly. I feel her eyes on me.
助けてくれ
Help me. I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now. Thank you, Jesus. Reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time, has taught me an important lesson. Alone, I'm powerless. Alone, I have no hope.
助けてくれ
Help me.
話して。
Tell me what happened.
あんたがタイムリープしたのは分か
I
る
know you used the time leap machine. How does she know?
何
What? I look up in surprise. She doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down the plaza.
あんたに誰かから電話がかかってきたと思
You
う
got a phone call and suddenly you're like a different person.
私の目はごま
It
か
was
せない
obvious.
3時間後から来た。
I come from 3 hours in the future.
何があった
What happened?
マユリが
They killed Mayuri.
殺された。
I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explain about CERN and Mocha, and about how Christina herself activated the time leap machine to make this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, and that I can't save her no matter how hard I try. I keep talking for about 30 minutes. During that time, she hardly says a word.
すべて
It's all my fault.
俺の責任だ。
Talking to her lets me sort out everything I've done, and everything I've seen.
セルンにハッキング
I
しろ
shouldn't have told Daru to hack CERN.
だタイムマシーンを
I shouldn't have asked you to build the machine.
萌えかをラボ弁になんか
I
するん
shouldn't
じゃ
have
なか
made
った。
Mocha a lab member.
マユリが死ぬのは
Mayuri's death is my fault.
すべて
That's why I needed to bear the burden
俺の
myself.
責任なんだ。
I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering and never giving up. And yet my resolve has crumbled.
そんなまずいことが起きようとしてるのに
If you know she's gonna
なん
die,
で
what are you doing
ここで
wasting
ぼんや
time
りしてる
here?
の
I just explained to you. I've tried several different ways to save her, and they haven't worked. Her tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Kiyoma?
わからなくなったから
I just don't get it.
わからないって
What don't you get?
何が
マユリを助け
How
る
to save
方法
Mayuri.
あんたの話を聞いた限りじゃ時間
Based on what you
順と
said,
保護
I
仮
guess
説
the
が本当だった
chronology
ってことになる
projection
のかな
protection conjecture is true.
何をしても
No matter what I do,
どうやって
Mayuri
も
die. I'm sorry, what is that? Is that the thing I was talking about? Like the certain points in history are like bound to happen? Is that what that means? Do we have a tip for that? Quantum mechanics, a theory proposed by Stephen Hawking that states that time travel is impossible. According to Hawking, any attempt to travel through time will be prevented by quantum effects. Wait, that's not true. We've, like... What? So that doesn't apply. No matter what I do, Mayuri dies.
だからタイムリ
And
ー
that's
プ
why
を
you
永
keep
遠
time
に
leaping.
繰り返したタイムリープマシ
There's
ン
no
は
guarantee the machine
理
is
論
safe,
上
you
絶
know.
対安全だと証明されているわけじゃない
Ooh, her voice is very soft right now. She lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem.
これまでは何事もなく成功し
Even
て
if
た
the
かもしれ
machine
ない
works perfectly, repeated use
繰
may
り
have
返
some
し使
side
うことで
effects.
どんな影響が出るかもわからないもしかしたら
For example,
時間の輪
you may
つま
become
り
disconnected from
因果率
causality
が
itself.
外れるかもしれない
Well, I assume this is the part where he goes, yeah, don't care. If it saves Mayuri, whatever.
あんたはそんな危険を冒してるのそのことを自覚して
You need to understand the risks if you're going to continue. Well, I appreciate you saying this as a future doctor. I feel like I would have the same, like, resolve here as Rintaro, where it'd be like, it really doesn't matter what happens to me. Like, if using it's the only way to save, like, someone close to me's life, then so be it. Like, it's gotta be done. It doesn't matter.
因果率から外れる
Disconnected from causality meaning?
SF 小説によく
It
あるで
happens
し
all
ょ
the time in sci-fi.
閉じた時間
You
の輪の
become
中
trapped in a closed
永
time
遠に
loop,
さまよ
never
い続
aging
け
and
る
never dying, doomed to repeat the
永久
same
に
day
年は
for
取
all
らないけど
eternity.
永久に同じ日からは出られなくなる最悪の場合
Worst case, you
な
cease
かっ
to
たことに
exist.
される可能性だってある
What?
存在の抹
Every
消
trace of your existence will
あん
vanish.
たの
No one remembers
18
you
年だか
because your life will have never
19年だ
happened.
かの人生の痕跡すべてをあらゆる人間が最初から知らなかったことにされるかも
This is the first time I've watched her mouth move in like accordance to like the text. It looks weird. You'll enjoy the scene in the dub. The VA was so into it, he actually emotionally broke. That's awesome.
時間を飛び越えることは
Leaping through time is that
それだけ
dangerous.
危険なのよ
人間は根源的に
Humans are temporal
時間的
beings.
存在者である
She looks surprised.
ハイデガーね。
Heidegger.
私も今
I was thinking of that
そ
quote
の
too.
言葉を言おうと思ってた。
お前から教わったこと
I heard it from you first.
いつ？
When?
俺は
This isn't the first time I've
何度も
leaped.
タイムリープ
Didn't I thought he said he explained to her all the different leaps.
あ、
Right, of
なる
course.
ほど。
She squats next to me, thinking,
あんたの話が本当だったとして、
if what you said is
マユリ
true,
を助けたい
I
気持
want to
ちは
save Mayuri too.
私だって同じよ。でも、
But as the
タイムリープ
co-creator
マ
of
シ
the
ン製
Time
作
Leap
に
machine,
関わった
I
人
can't
間の
recommend
一人
its
として、
continued use.
あれをあんたは
Will you listen to my
それで
advice?
ももがく。
No.
俺は
I can't do it alone. I know that now.
だから
I need your help.
もがくために
I want to save Mayuri, but I can't do it
Mayuriを助けるため
alone.
に。
But together we might have a chance.
俺一人じ
I
ゃダメだっ
want...
たが
No, I need to
クリス
believe
の協
that.
力があれば力を
Please lend me your strength.
貸してくれ
She sighs.
無茶しやがって。
You're a stubborn
バ
fool.
カ。あんた壊れてても
What you've been
おかしく
through,
な
I'm
かったんだ
surprised it hasn't broken you already. Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed.
協力は
I'll help.
する。ただし、
I'm not
あ
doing
んた
this
のた
for
めに
you,
協力す
okay?
るわけじゃないから。
Okay.
全部
I'm doing it for
マユリのため
Mayuri.
よ。
あ
Of course.
あ当たり前だ
それに、あんたを被験者に
That,
すれ
and
ば
I think you'll make a
いい
good
デー
test
タが取れ
subject.
そうだし。
それはつまり
Now you're talking
セ
like
ルの
Sarah.
人体実験を肯定するということか
See, that would be a funny moment to appropriately be like, now you're talking like a mad scientist to play into his like weeby shit. Other moments where he's done that have been like, ugh. But I feel like that would have been like a lighthearted comic relief to be like, yeah, now you sound like a mad scientist.
全然違う。
It's different.
どこが
How so?
被験者が
I
バカ
only
でっ
experiment on
ていう
you.
ところが。マッドサイエンティストとしては自分自
Oh,
身
there
を
we go.
平気で実
Besides,
験
mad
台にするん
scientists
でしょ。
experiment on themselves all the
Nani
time, don't they?
マットだし。
そうだな
I guess so. I'm no longer afraid to time leap. I'll do anything to save Mayuri.
冗談よ。
It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. She stands up and looks at her watch.
さて、もうあまり時間もないから、
There's not much time.
これか
I
ら
think you should have a
後からするよ
clear plan before
も
trying
っ
to
とじっ
change
く
the
り対
future
策を練っ
again.
た方がいい。
つまり
Meaning?
今から
Leap
もっ
to
と
an
前の
even
時間に
earlier
飛んでお
time.
く。そこで
Then
改
explain
め
the
て
situation
私
to me
に
again.
事情を説明して。
She's right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random. Look where that's gotten me. I need a real plan if I'm going to save her.
行こう。
Let's go. She stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. Mayuri and Daru are already back when we return to the lab. Suzuha is there, too. To get rid of them, Christina and I explained we forgot to do shopping, so could they please take care of it? I have to cough up the money to convince them, but it works.
マユリ本人はともかく、
I understand why you can't tell Mayuri, but why can't you tell Daru?
必要になったら話す
I'll tell him when it's necessary, bruh. For now, it's not, and I don't have time to explain. Like, Daru is clearly smart as well. Like, why not? I know he's, like, mostly, like, technical smart, but still. Fucking put your heads together, man. While she sets up the machine, I head downstairs to the tube workshop, kick the door open, and turn on the machine. Or the TV. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. It's highly illegal, of course, but I'll leap long before the cops get here. She looks shocked when I return.
住居侵入罪で
They'll
逮
throw
捕さ
you
れ
in the
るわよ。
slammer for breaking and entering. I don't feel like that's true for breaking into a place where he, like, kind of lives. Also, he's about to time leap, so who cares?
どうせ
This world line is
過去
Fox.
に戻れば今のはなかったことになる
In a few seconds, it won't have happened. I'm assuming he's creating, like, multiple, like, timelines here anyway. We didn't come up with the plan here. We're about to time leap. Oh, she's saying to go back in time and create the plan, right? She hands me the headgear and I put it on.
そっか。あんたの主観じゃそうなるわけだ。
That's how it looks from your perspective.
私の主観だとどうなるんだろう。
What does it look like from my
あんたが
perspective?
飛んだ後、
What happens here
こ
after
こ
you
は
leap?
どうなる？
そのデータをすぐに
You'll know soon enough, bruh. My consciousness travels to the past, that I know from experience. But what about the body I leave behind? If time is a straight line, then it's likely that the present will be reconstructed based on my actions. But if the many worlds interpretation holds true, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving Mayuri. Her fingers stop typing on the keyboard.
どうした？
What's wrong?
うん。
It's nothing.
考えたら
I was just
思
thinking.
考がループしちゃって。
D メールのような状態になるかもしれない。
Maybe it works like a D-mail. The instant we send a D-mail, the presence changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner, only I remember what it was like before the change.
その方が楽だけど。
That would make things easier, though I kind of hope you're wrong. Why, Mayuri dies in this timeline, if I'm wrong.
データを観測できないからか。
Because you can't collect data if you can't record the change?
そういうこと。
Exactly. She nods and begins tinkering with the settings.
転送先は5時間前にしておいた。
I set the destination to 5 hours
午後
ago.
1時
You
40
should
分
arrive
間。
around 1:40.
覚えてる？私がタイムリープマシンを
I
完成
completed
さ
the
せた
time
のは
leap machine just
2
after
時過ぎだっ
2.
た。
Do you remember? Barely. For her, that only happened 5 hours ago, but for me it feels like weeks. Maybe it has been.
時間にルーズな男は嫌われる。
Nobody likes a man who can't remember dates.
感謝しなさいよ。
Be thankful that I
私は
make a
時計
habit
を
of
よく見
checking
る
the
癖があっ
time.
て、
I have a
何
pretty
時に
good
何があ
idea
っ
of
た
what
か
happened
結構
when.
覚えてるの。
She finishes typing and turns to face me.
いい、岡部。
Listen, if
タ
you're
イム
going
リ
to
ープマ
keep
シン
using
を
the
使う
time
な
leap machine, there's one thing
こ
you
れだ
must
けは覚え
remember.
ておいて。携帯電話は
Don't let go of your
絶
phone,
対に
ever.
手放さないこと。
It's your lifeline,
そ
your
れはあんたの
destination
生命
marker.
線。局所場指定のマーカーなの。
Imagine having to tell someone that nowadays. Don't let go of your phone. Impossible.
それさえ持ち続けていれば、
As long as you keep it with you, you can leap to any time you want.
でももし
But if you lose
手
your
放してし
phone,
ま
or
っ
if
て
someone else gets a hold of
誰
it,
かに使われたら、
then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next. But because that's been brought up, it's that, what's that element of writing? Fuck. It's like Schrodinger's gun? Chekhov's gun, I think it is. Like, you don't mention something without, like, it being relevant to the story. So we're gonna lose our phone at some point. What's it called? Chekhov? I think it's called Chekhov's gun? A dramatic principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary and irrelevant elements should be removed. Yeah. It's a storytelling technique that's used to heighten audience interest. The dramatic principle says that writers should not mislead the audience by including unnecessary details. Yeah. So, and since this is a good, memorable story, that like a lot of people keep saying how much they like it, and I mean I'm enjoying it so far, I have a feeling that that means we're gonna lose our phone because this has been brought up. You better have a Nokia.
あるいは
If it
充電
breaks
が切
or
れ
the
たら
battery
壊
dies,
されたりしたら、
that I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, then I can get a new phone with the same number, but there will still be a period of time which I can't leap to.
タイムリープは
The time leap will
成功しない。
fail.
だから
Once
絶
again,
対に
never
携
let
帯
go
を
of
手
your
放しちゃ
phone.
ダメ。
了解だ。
Got it.
今日の昼間にタイムリープしたら、
After you leap back to
2
this
時に私
afternoon,
がマシンを完成させるまで
sit
は、
tight and don't
あ
do
んたは
anything until I
特別な
complete
こ
the
とをして
machine.
はいけない。これが完成
If
し
you
ないと、
accidentally prevent me
き
from
っとこの
completing
時間
it,
までの
it
流
will
れが
likely wreak
大
havoc
き
in
く
the
変わってし
timeline.
まう。完成したらすぐ
As
に
soon as I finish,
実験はしない
declare we will
って
not
宣言して
experiment, then send
全
everyone
員
home.
解散させて。それから
Ask me to
私に
stay,
声をかけて
tell
く
me
れ
the
ればいい。
truth.
未来か
If
ら
you
来た
say
って
you
言
came
われ
from
れ
the
ば
future, I'll
多
probably
分
believe
私
you.
は信じる。
なんでわかる？
How do you know?
私のことは
Who knows
私
me
が
better
一
than
番よく知っ
myself?
てる。
Also, because it's not like I like you or anything, Baka. She grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing.
そもそも電話レンジを
Don't
改良
forget,
し
it
て
was my mad
タイムリープマ
skills
シン
that
を作
turned
っ
the
たの
phone wave into a
私なの
time
だ
leap
ぜ。
machine. I like that she said skills with a Z. Okay, Channer.
さっき
When you told me about your time leap, I took it as proof that my theories were right.
自分の理論は間
I
違っ
was
て
happy
な
it
かったっ
succeeded.
て思えた。
I was. I
成
didn't
功
doubt
し
it
て
was
よか
true
った
for a
っ
second.
て思えた。何の疑問もなく
I see.
ね。念のためにキーワードを決めてお
Just
き
to
ま
be
しょう。
safe, I should probably give you a passphrase.
私の今一番欲しいものは
What I want the
My
most
fork
right
died.
now is my own fork.
なに？
Huh?
あ、いや
It doesn't mean anything,
意
okay?
味なんてないからな。
マイフォークが欲しい。
You want your own fork?
マイスプーンはもう持ってるから
I already have my own spoon.
そこに興味
Wait,
持
that
つ
doesn't
な。
matter. What? At least tell me what it means.
はいはい。準備で
Everything's
きた。
ready. Get out of here.
いつでも行ける。
I nod and call up the phone wave. Name subject to change.
気をつけて。
Be careful and remember,
私は
I'm always on
い
your
つだってあ
side.
んたの味方よ。
Aw. She touches my shoulder. It's been a while. Yeah. Turns out he can't meme as much when his best friend is dying. Doesn't sound like a true Channer to me. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in hand. Needles in my brain. A whining in my ears. These sensations never get easier. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on. In about 15 minutes, Christina will finish the machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Braun in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri is at her sewing machine working on her costume. Daru's at his computer collecting moe artwork. Same. That's what I do when not streaming. Kurisu is in the development room, upgrading the time link machine. I sit motionless as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops. Can you come here? She shows me her costume. Can you hold it for me? Spread it out like flap.
マユシ
Say flap again.
ビロンもう一
Flap.
ビロンいただきました。
もうやだこの変態。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out. Okay, thanks. She looks a little tired. She was working on this all night. Then she smiles, brighter than the sun. Well done. I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember. I finished before Christina. We were racing.
負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。
You win, Mayuri. Congratulations.
でも、こっちももう終わりよ。
She finishes connecting the two cords she's holding.
完成。
Complete. Alright, that's my cue.
実験はしない。
We're not experimenting. Huh? Crap. Was that too soon?
あのな、いきなり全否
I
定。
just finished and you're already shutting it down?
私が
What
何
have I
のた
been
めに苦
doing
労し
these
て作っ
past
た
3
と思って
days?
んのよ。
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。
Time leaping presents a host of problems. I want to consider them all
じっくり
carefully.
検証したい。
That's an unusually respectable opinion
まと
coming
もな
from
意
you.
見だな。
Anyway, I need to tell you that I have time leaped exactly 11 times now. Problem? I thought it was done.
詳しくは後日
I'll
説明
explain
する
later. Everyone's tired, so let's
今
go
日はみん
home.
な疲れているだろうから。
完成祝いにちょっとでも
We're not gonna have a party to
パーッと
celebrate?
やったりしないの？
それも後日だ。
We'll do that another day. I managed to convince Daru and Mayuri to leave. I lend Mayuri my phone charger, since we use the same brand of phone. There it is! So, mentioning the phone dying or losing the phone is Chekhov's gun, and here's the bullet. It's a small line, but our phone's about to die. I'm curious, up here there's a battery symbol. I wonder if this is gonna run out. I wonder if they bothered to change this model up here. But it was a small line, but Chekhov's gun was mentioning don't lose your phone or let it die. And then right here mentioning that we gave her the charger. That's the bullet. That was the gun. Mentioning losing the phone or letting the battery die is the gun, and we just loaded it. Let's see how that breaks our heart. I quietly keep Christina back.
何？
What?
不満か。
Are you upset?
ええ、
Yeah. Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications.
5時間後から来た。
I've come from 5 hours in the future. She spears me with a piercing glare.
何の冗談？
Is that supposed to be funny? Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill.
睨むな。
Don't glare at me. This isn't right. You're supposed to believe
言ってい
me.
ることが全然違うではないか。
The passcode.
未来から来たと言われる。
は？
What made you think
何
I'd
その
believe
バカ
something
っぽい
like
セリ
that?
フ。
5時間後のお前が
You
言ったん
told
だ
me
ぞ。
so. 5 hours, okay?
捏造し
Don't
な
be
いで。
ridiculous.
私がた
I
だ
would
信
never
じ
make
る
such a
みたい
baseless
な論理
projection.
性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
I'd like to have a word with future Christina. If this is how you're gonna be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は。
When I told you about my time leap, you said I took it as proof my theories were right and I didn't doubt you for a second. Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine. That's what you remember?
私はそんななのだぜみたいな話し方し
I
な
don't talk
い。
like that. See, you caught her at a vulnerable moment where she was allowed the curtain behind her tsundere personality to fade because you showed trust in her. And she softened and let her guard down. Now you're talking to her with her guard up. I've watched enough anime to know how this works. And also talk to real-life women. I mean, I do that too occasionally. What you want most right now is your own fork. What? Her face suddenly turns red. You already have your own spoon.
そんなことまで話したのか？
I'm gonna kill my future self.
頼むぞ、5時間後の私。
Why? I don't get it. She appears genuinely shocked, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure she believes me now.
心の中を覗き見されたような気分よ。
It feels like someone peeked into my own heart, and that someone is Okabe of all people. What does she think I'm gonna do?
でも、
But I think I
あんたの
believe
言
you.
うことは
Tell me the
信じて良
details.
さそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
I explain everything to her again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。
I see. If what you say is true, we have a serious problem.
かなりまずい状況だな。
There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan.
5時間後の私は
Future me says
時
that
間
the
順序を動かせてたって言
chronologically
ってたらしいけど、
chronologic
それともちょっと違
chronology
う
pro
気がする。
Future me said the chronology protection conjecture holds, but I don't think that's right.
あの仮説は
That conjecture says that according to quantum theory, time travel is
タイムトラベル
impossible
の可
due to
能
the
性は
danger of
量子論に
disrupting
より否定
causality.
されるっていうものよ。 でも
But when you
タイム
time
リープ
leap,
の場合
there's no
タイ
chance
ム
of
パ
a
ラド
time
ックスは
paradox
そもそ
occurring.
も起きない。
Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can cause a grandfather paradox. Say that 10 times fast. I can barely say it 1 time slowly.
やはり世界の意志だ。
So I was right.
宇宙そのものが
The universe itself is censoring me, correcting any changes I try to
修
make.
正を行っているとしか思えない。
だとしたら
If that's
タイムリ
true,
ープじゃ
then time leaping
マ
can't
ユリは
save
救えない
Mayuri. Nothing you do will change the result.
何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
そんなのは
I
認
can't
めない。
accept that.
同意するわ。
Neither can
世
I.
界の意思説は非
The
現
world is
実
trying
的
to
すぎる。
kill Mayuri. As a
私は
scientist,
支持
I
したく
refuse
ない。
to believe such nonsense.
多世界解釈ならどう
What about the many worlds interpretation? I just need to observe the world where Mayuri doesn't die.
多世界解釈か。
The many worlds interpretation.
Mayuri
That might
の
have something to do with
いつも
how
違う
Mayuri's
って
means
いう
of
のは
death keeps changing.
関係あるのかな。でも
But it's
重ね合わ
supposed to
せ
be
状態に
impossible
な
for
ってい
parallel
る
worlds
い
to
くつも
observe
の
each
可能
other.
性世
Why
界
are
は
you different?
相互観測が不可能なのに。
I am the protagonist.
あんたは
それは
Because of my
この
Esper
俺の
power
特殊
reading
能力
Steiner.
リーディングシュタイナーが
ダメだこいつ。早く
This is
なん
no
とかし
time
な
for
いと。
your Chuniobi nonsense. Chunibio.
他に
There's no other
説明の
explanation.
しようがない。
特殊能力って
You've mentioned that reading Steiner thing before.
もしかしてそ
Were
れ
you actually serious?
本気で言ってたのか。
ふざけているつもり
Why
は
did
な
I
いぞ。
make up something like that? Because you make up everything all the time. Jesus. Our D-mail experiments proved I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability only I seem to possess. I guess we kind of don't know if Ferris has the same thing, right? Like, she just kind of changed the timeline and then we, like, dipped out on that. Like, we really haven't revisited what the fuck Ferris did at all. And I think that's a major plot point that we just can't ignore. I assume it's gonna come circle back later, but it is odd.
特殊能力だかなん
I
だ
don't
か
know,
知
but
ら
I
ない
don't
け
want to
ど、
rely on something that
そん
may
な
not
不
even
確定的なも
exist.
のを頼る気にはなれない。だいたい
Anyway,
どの
you
可
can't
能性
control
を
which
観測するかを
possibilities you
制御し
observe.
ようがないんだから。
Even if the many
多
worlds
世界解釈
interpretation
だ
is
ろうが
holds
なんだろう
true,
が、
it's
マユリ
unreasonable
が
to
死なない
expect
可
that
能
you'll
性
ever
に
find
至
a
るの
world
も
where
無理よ。
Mayuri doesn't die. Bruh. You're not helping.
待て。
Wait, we're not
これ
getting
では
anywhere.
話が進まないぞ。
Instead of analyzing what I've done, let's think about what we can do.
俺たちにできることを
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。
Time leaping won't
That's
change
so
the result. I just said that. This Christina is much more argumentative. I don't like that.
じゃあどうするんだ。
Then what do we do?
落ち着け。
Calm down.
落ち着いてい
How
ら
can
れ
I
ない。
calm down? Do you know how many times I've seen Mayuri die?
マユリの死を。あいつが
Covered in blood, gasping for breath, the light fading from her eyes again and again and again.
目の前見ていることし
And
か。
all I could do was watch. I hear my teeth grinding in my skull. Recalling that despair and that feeling of utter powerlessness makes me want to lash out at everything within reach.
感情に身を任せてたって
Getting emotional won't
何も
solve
解決し
anything.
ない。
当事者じゃないからそんなに
You're
冷
only
静
calm
でいられ
because
る
you
んだろ
weren't there.
そうね。
True. I don't know what
私
happens
に
5
は5
hours
時間
from
後の
now.
こと
To
は
be
わから
honest,
な
it
い。
doesn't feel real.
正直なところ、実感が。でも、
But it's
あ
not
ん
like
た
I
の言
don't
ってるこ
believe
と
you.
を信じてないわけじゃない。岡部がしっかりし
You
な
have
き
to
ゃ。
stay strong. She pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her. What does that mean? Hey. Hey, what does that mean? Explain. Once this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you're gonna see some shit. Yeah, you're right.
悪かった。
Sorry. She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down.
そもそも
What I don't understand is how the cause can change, but the effect stays the same.
必ず同じ結果に因果が歪んでいるとしか思えない。
It's like causality is broken.
マユリの死の原因は
Maybe Mocha
桐生
shooting
萌
her
香が
isn't
発
the real
砲
cause
す
of
る
death.
じゃなくて、
Maybe it's something
もっと
larger and less
マクロな
obvious.
ことなんじゃない？
How is it larger and less obvious? I mean, I assume the thing that kills her is the creation of the time machine that sets the events in motion that cause her death.
タイムマシンを作ったことか。
Maybe she dies because we invented a time
セルンに
machine.
ハ
Oh, there
ッ
it
キング
is.
したことがバレた
Or because CERN discovered the hacking.
その結果とし
If
て
that's the cause, then it doesn't really matter how she dies. Causality remains intact.
因果は歪んでない。
苗に背中を押されて電車に引かれ
Can
る
that theory explain why Nay pushed her in front of a train?
あ、
Oh,
そう
right.
か。でも
Anyway, the principle of causality is absolute. Deny that, and you deny all
それ
of
を否定
physics.
したら全ての物理学も否定されてしまう。
We've leapt through time. It's time to start, like, thinking outside the box here, scientist lady.
だから
There
必
must
ず
be a
マユリが
distinct
死ぬのに
cause for
は
her death.
原因がある。
その原因
So
さ
if
え
we
分かる
figure out what that is, maybe we can save her.
そうでもない。
Not necessarily.
どういうことだ
What do you mean?
その原因となる出来
The
事
problem is when the
いつ
casual
起こ
event
った
occurred.
というのが問題になってくる。あまり時間が
If
経
it
ってい
happened
る
too
よう
far in the past, there's nothing we can
解
do.
除できないわ。
タイムリープマシンがあるか
But
ら
I can time travel to any time I had a cell phone, can't I?
どこへでも戻れるはずだろう
I wish we could do more with the phone.
戻れない。
No. It's theoretical, but I believe that one leap
タイ
with
ム
our
リープ
machine
マ
has
シ
a
ンは
maximum
一度に
range of about
最
48
長で
hours.
48時間しか跳躍できない。
What? I can only go back 2 days?
なぜ今
Why
更
didn't you
そ
tell
ん
me
な
that
ことを
before?
今更って。
Before what? I
タイムリープマシンが
just
完
finished
成
the
した
machine,
のはつい
remember?
さっきじゃない。
That's true.
5時間後のお前も
Future you didn't say anything.
言わなかった
あ、そういうことか。
That's what you mean. Maybe she just didn't have
言
the
い出す
chance.
タイミングがなかったのかも。
で
So how come I can only leap 48 hours? I guess because the data is re-expanding after being pushed through the black hole, and it'll only stay small enough to go back 48 hours.
わからない。私もマ
I
シ
don't
ンの
know.
すべての
Even
原
I
理
don't
を構造
understand
を理
everything
解して
that's
作
going
った
on
わけ
inside
じゃ
that
ない。
thing. Oh, never mind. They're doing some hand wavy stuff, so we can't go back that far in time. That makes sense, I guess. Because they gotta explain why he doesn't just time leap back to like the start of the game, right? And just says stop fucking time traveling. So, I guess they just kind of threw that out there.
連続での跳躍は可能よ。
But you could do consecutive
Time leap
leaps. That
machine
is, as long as the
存在している
time
限りね。
leap machine exists.
例えば、
For example, if the
10
time
年後
leap
まで
machine
にタイム
remains
リープマ
functional
シ
for
ン
10 straight
が壊れずに
years,
残
you
って
could
い
leap
た
back
の
to
に
this moment 10 years from
10
now.
年の時間を遡ってくることはできる。単純計
Of
算で
course, it would take a total of
1825
1,825
タイムリー
leaps,
プ
so
す
I
る
don't
必要
recommend
がある
it.
から
It's still
か
possible.
なりのリスクになりそうだけど、とにかく
だったら何も問題
Then
は
what's our problem?
大あり。
Weren't you
言ったでしょ？
listening? I said as long
タ
as
イム
the
リープ
time
マ
leap
シンが
machine
存在してい
exists.
る限り、あのマシンは
When was the
いつ
machine
完成した？
completed?
あ
Ah,
そう、
an
ほん
hour
の
ago.
1時間前。
So August
2010年
13th, 2010, 2 p.m. or thereabouts.
午後、それ以前には
It didn't exist before
存
then.
在、マシンを使う
It's
のは
impossible to use the machine
今日
before
2
2
時以降じ
p.m.
ゃない
today.
と不可能なのよ。
つまり
So what you're saying is,
過去方向へは
count 48 hours back.
8月11
I
日
can't
の
go back farther than 2
14時
p.m.
ま
on
で
the
しか行けない
11th.
と
She nods.
おそらく
Most likely.
改良できないのか
Can't you improve it?
将来的にできるかもしれない
Eventually,
け
maybe, but not now.
ど、今のこの状況じゃもっときちんとした
I
設
need
備
a
が
real
あるから
laboratory with real
お
equipment.
金を
It'd
た
be
くさん使
expensive,
って
which means we'd
き
need
ちんとした
sponsors.
パーツを使えばそれをやろう
If
と
we
して
go
も
looking, I'm pretty sure
どう
CERN
せ
would
セル
crush
に
us.
潰されると思う。
Well, they're about to crush you even without looking, so.
未来の私かあ
I'd
な
say
た
that's proven by the
は
fact that
未だに
neither
タイ
you
ムリ
nor
ープし
I
て
have
き
left
てい
here
ない
from
という
that
回で
far in the future yet.
証明終了かな。
That's true. Didn't consider that yet. But people have left here from the future. I think just not our team. It seems like people of CERN have.
結局
Basically, we can't do
何
anything.
もできないタイムリープマシンがあっても
Even with the time leap machine, we can't
マユリが
stop
セルに
CERN
殺され
from
る運
killing
命は
Mayuri.
結局避けられないのかよ
At that moment, I hear a sound from outside. What? Is that Mocha? Did she overhear us? I dash to the window and look down. Suzuha. Her bicycle fell over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet. Huh? Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out.
What?
Hey! I call out to her, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. She's acting weird. I smell a conspiracy. Mocha was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. She's exhibited suspicious behavior, though not as much as Mocha. She's openly hostile towards Christina, and was able to take down Stern's hit squad single-handedly. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Suzuha's super suspicious, but she does help us, so, like, not as suspicious. I wonder if this missing father of hers exists. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting? What's the meaning of the name Beryl Titor? Instinct tells me she knows something. I dash out.
ちょっとどこ行くの?
Where are you going? I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, she's supposed to remain at the workshop until 6:30 this evening. But when she overheard me talking, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. She's already out of sight, but when she left, she was headed for Chuodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should just try calling her. Come to think of it, that reminds me. Oh, she answered. I need to talk to you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. What? It's all because I acted like a spoiled child. This time I'm going. Bye. Hey, wait! It's happening again. She's gonna disappear. Last time I lost sight of her near the station. I search up and down, but find no trace of her. Oops, I probably shouldn't have called her right away. I feel like that set a certain plot in motion. No, don't exit the game. Jesus Christ. Does this game not autosave? Nutty. I guess that's the decision we're stuck with. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here. I combed the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her. I lost sight of her here before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap and press her for answers. I better get back. I start walking away from the station, but then... the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. The satellite embedded on the roof. Why? It's been there for weeks. It's practically a landmark. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up. Whoa. Oh, dude, I called this. This is her satellite. Someone inside? Who? Suzuha? How could it be Mocha? The satellite has remained silent through all of my previous time loops. What changed? Obviously, the fact that she overheard my conversation. Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to this satellite. She must be up there. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Mocha. I summon my courage to crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. So it is her. What's she trying to do? What's that satellite? How is it related to Titor? It's an actual time machine, huh? Is it even a satellite? I checked online. No satellites fell out of orbit. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. Well, I mean, it's pretty smashed. But not burn up, I guess. So what is it? A jolt runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? There's only one way. To know for sure. I need to get there before she does something. The elevator and escalator aren't operating, so I run up the stairs, 2 at a time. My lungs gasp and my legs burn, but I force myself to carry me to the top. There's the satellite. I notice wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side. I see someone moving. The person freezes when I shout. I run. Rintaro. Why does her face look so derpy in this? I feel bad for Suzuha because I feel like in most of her like CGs in the game, she looks rough. I don't know why. She definitely does not get as much love as Christina, which I feel quite bad about. She turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her, I see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without all the switches and buttons you would expect. Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 8/13/2010, and below that, 8/13/1975. She reaches out. Ow! Sparks burst from the panel and she jerks back. What are you doing? It's not working. You know how to use it? She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. It's not working. Those sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. Answer me, Suzuha. I swallow, then ask the question. This is a time machine, isn't it? Are you a time traveler? With her head hung low, she nods. Why is she so upset? I'm... Oh, a twist! That's why she told us to contact him earlier. I'm John Titor. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away. She's calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. I'm the John Titor who's been posting on that channel. I thought he was a guy. She smiles. Yes, my camouflage worked. Who are you hiding from? CERN. Those stories you posted, were they... Well, she better explain why she hates Christina soon. True? Mostly. A few exceptions. With the exceptions that bother me. So you came from 2036 and that satellite is your time machine. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to grab another beverage as we get into the madness here. I return. I had to do my own Stardust handshake as I was going to get a drink. There's like a really cool like half moon outside that's like in perfect view, and it's also like really close, I feel like, or whatever illusion that is, so I can see it so clearly. So I stopped and took a look outside at it. Very cool. Anyway, that's her time machine. I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went broke. So why isn't he supposed to know? I really screwed up, huh? I thought his time machine was loaded on a Chevy. That's a car, right? Where'd you hear that? The Titor in 2000 said so. 2000? That might be me on a different world line. At least I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036. So it was someone else? It's true that Titor never posted in 2000 on the current world line. Doesn't matter. Can worry about that later. What do you know? I press her for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. She can beat up 5 commandos in a 5v1 fight. I have bad news, Rintaro. I think she might school you if you try. Like, I don't know what you're thinking here. You overheard my conversation with Christina, right? Why'd you run to the time machine? What were you trying to do? I thought it was my fault. Huh? Because I neglected my mission, CERN was able to put their plan in motion. Is it true? She grabs my shoulders. Is it true that CERN kills Mayuri? It's true. I've time leaped from 5 hours in the future. Time leaped? So you guys did complete your time machine. I need answers. What do you mean it's your fault? She bites her lip and looks away. I'll tell you everything. I think you need to know, you and Christina. Why her? I guess I'll find out if I let her talk. We should head back. But first, I offer her my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand. Thanks. She'd probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's not really time. Mayuri's death is approaching. I just hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring. You just have a towel? Also, I feel like people wouldn't, like, normally stare. Oh, wait, why are these guys back? Didn't we have them leave? When we get back, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer. I really thought we should celebrate the birth of Super Phone Wave Sean. So Daru and I went shopping. I should have known she wouldn't stay away. She looks as Christina looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers to my ear. What do we do? Make absolutely sure Mayuri doesn't find out. She nods. What are you guys whispering about? How many times do I have to say it? No party. Come on, that's no fun. It's not about fun. I glance at Suzaha. She still looks depressed. Just say like, hey, we need a moment. Fucking go.
俺とクリスティーナ
Suzuha,
と鈴葉で
Christina, and I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to
だからお
leave.
前たちには帰ってもらったのだ
Mayushi も聞きたい
Mayuri wants to hear too. Since when does she care so much?
いや、マユ
I
シ
think he's serious.
空気読んだ方がよくね。
でもすずさんを
But Suzuhan looks worried.
なんだ
Looks sad. I'm worried.
マユシごめんね
Sorry. She hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible. But how is it related? That's why I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と橋田至にも聞いても
I
らい
want them to stay. This concerns them too.
二人にも
If she says so, I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's death. I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity. That she posted on @channel as Titor, and that the satellite is really a time machine, and that she came from the year 2036.
未来人すげえ。マジパネっす。握手してもらっていいですか？
How are you going to do the endings? I don't know yet, but yeah, don't spoil them. I'm just going for the full blind experience. We'll just see what happens. Maybe I have to do like some off-stream work to create like some different save files, like after I get my first blind run, but we're not doing anything right now to adjust the process until I like get an end. So, no real plan on that yet.
誰
We're not playing around, Daru.
すずさんは何年生まれなの
What year were you born?
2017
2017. A good year. That was the year I started college. You just watching on YouTube if you have to have to on stream? That's true. I could do that. Haven't really planned it. That is thoughts for later. Not right now. Oh my god, I don't know why I just started sneezing all of a sudden, but now I can't stop. That's in 7 years. You haven't been here born yet, but here you are.
ここにいるんだね
There's no time to deal with Mayuri's confusion.
それで鈴葉詳しく話してもら
I can't stop sneezing. I gotta like blow my nose. Jesus. Oh, good lord. Oh. I just sneezed so hard, I'm pretty sure I pulled a muscle in my back as I was walking to the bathroom. It actually hurts. I don't know what I did. I like stood up. I sneezed as I was walking. And it's like right along my side here. I don't know what the fuck it is. Oh. Okay. Fucking A, I've never done that before. Oh my god. Like, hurts so bad. Whatever. Anyway. Alright, let's hear it. Why is she a time traveler? How do we prevent Mayuri's death? Why do I have to sneeze all the time? Alright, let's hear it. The gist is what I posted on that channel. I came from the future. In my time, the world is a dystopia ruled by CERN. There's no war or conflict, but no freedom. I don't know if that's exactly a dystopia, then. If, like, everyone's alive and prospering. Well, I guess not prospering, because there's no freedom. Just an unfortunate circumstance. I certainly want to live in a world like that, for sure, but it feels like dystopia is not the right word. Like, I would always choose freedom, but that's the American in me. A society where every activity is controlled by the government. In a dystopia, you're not allowed to eat bananas unless it's banana eating day. If you break that rule, they throw you in jail. Well, maybe it is the right word. That's terrible. I love bananas. I still have to go to the store and buy bananas to microwave them for a YouTube short. Will you guys post that if I do that? Forget about the bananas. I'm part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. If they needed to send someone back from the past, or from the future to the past to save the future, why would they send a just turned adult female? Where is Arnold Schwarzenegger? I came to the past to change my present. My side still really fucking hurts. From your point of view, I guess I should say the future. To change the future. Change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking. What about finding your father? Is that a lie? It's Rintaro! She doesn't answer. Does that mean it was a lie? CERN is a research institution. They don't have political power. I explained that to John Titor several times online. Online? Wait, don't tell me you're Gohan Kamehameha? She turns red and looks away. Titor came forward, so it's only fair I do too. In that case, I'll come clean. I was posting under my true name. I know. You harmonized. Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Christina. She clears her throat and continues. Oh my god, guys, my side is actually still fucking throbbing.
研究機関だよ。
Ah, I think I actually did pull a muscle. The pain actually just keeps growing. Ah, shit. I'm not even memeing. I normally have a really high tolerance to pain. Oh, okay. CERN is still a research institution. The world is actually ruled by CERN's secret backers, the Committee of 300. They're real? That name was in CERN's top secret documents. When CERN successfully completed their timeline, or their time machine, they became the sole entity with power over the fourth dimension, time. Oh, they're truly playing 4D chess. Oh, holy shit, my side really hurts. Chad streamer. I don't feel very Chad. What's up, Neku, by the way? How you doing, man? In just 2 years, they remade the world to serve their purpose. That's only in objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule. That brings us to you, Christina. If you need to stop, no, I'm good. What would I do? Just sit in pain on the floor? Not streaming? They glare at each other. In 2036, you're hypothesized as the mother of the time machine. Hypothesized? In Japanese, please. As in revered, respected. She keeps using unusual vocabulary, or maybe that's just normal in 2036. Respected? I am? In 2010, you pioneered time leap technology. Afterward, you contribute to the development of CERN's time machine. That's how I know about you. Is that why she treats her like an enemy? Then I must be the father of the time machine, right? Rintaro is a terrorist in 2036. You're pretty infamous. Huh? Seriously? I'm a terrorist? I helped CERN to build their time machine? I don't believe it. I'm gonna guess she builds the time machine so they don't kill Rintaro, and then he becomes a terrorist to try and free her? Yeah. CERN experiments on people against their will. They're a disgrace to scientists. I would never collaborate with them. But that's how it is in the future. How did the future me explain herself? We've never met. By 2036, you're already dead. What? So she makes the time machine and then gets killed? Well, that's great. I don't even make it to 50? My time, there are two kinds of people. Those who live extremely long, and those who die under suspicious circumstances. People who act against CERN are erased. They erased me? I mean, like, literally, Rintaro's already kind of explained how they murdered you a couple times, so... She looks into her eyes, and for once, she's not glaring. Maybe you were being used by CERN, too. Maybe they took your parents hostage and forced you to work on the time machine. Does that mean my mom is in danger? Her mother's in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN's kidnapping her while Christina's away. After all, I watched Mocha kill Mayuri in cold blood. Rounders. What's that? CERN's private army or something like that. She nods. On paper, they're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do the dirty work for CERN all over the world. According to Mocha, they have two chief duties. First, acquire IBNs, the only computers that can access CERN's database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN or eliminate them if they won't. So they already exist. I thought they might. In my time, they're our number one enemy. Dirty work? Does that mean like kidnapping and assassinations? She looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head. In my time, yeah, but I don't think they've reached that level in this time yet. He's visibly relieved. Amane, you said that most of what you posted as John Titor was true, right? Right. Does that mean you know how the universe works? You claim that the Ever-Wheeler model, the many worlds interpretation, is correct. I'm not gonna lie, this seems like a lot of off-topic conversation. And not a lot of conversation about how we're getting Mayuri out of here alive. You know? That was a lie. Camouflage so CERN wouldn't target me. If I mix one lie into the truth, then the bad apple spoils the barrel. That's why it's barrel Titor. So you don't know. I do. By 2036, scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe, and it's not the many worlds interpretation. Then tell me. Attractor fields. Right. I told you by mail, didn't I? What sort of model is that? The universe is made up of world lines and attractor fields. Suzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up the ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops it to the floor, then holds about a meter of the yarn in front of her face. The universe is like a piece of yarn. This is a real photo of yarn, and it's not just red like her line describes, which is really funny. Countless possible world lines exist side by side, branching out to infinity. From a distance, it looks like a single string, but when you look closer, the string is actually made up of individual threads woven together. At the end, those threads converge on a single point. The paths are different, but the destination is the same. So my theory on Mayuri's death is still holding true. The destination's the same. One of the destination's point is Mayuri's death. Isn't that determinism? Give me the description of that. The school of philosophy that states that every event is predetermined by previous events. The past determines the present determines the future. Even though we may think we're acting of free will, in truth, we're following a predetermined path. Those who subscribe to determinism often cite the thought of the experiment of the Laplace demon, an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion, and all positions of all items of nature, of which nature is composed. Nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be the present before its eyes. I'm gonna pretend I understood that and keep moving. I'm gonna say basically that means fate's predetermined. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. This model is looser. You could say it cherry picks from the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. If the branches all lead to the same place, does that mean there's only one world in the end? Exactly, but then how are there branches? The bundle of world lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field. There are also many attractor fields. This string is an attractor field alpha. The threads are alpha world lines. She cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white. Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta. Each is made up of countless beta world lines, gamma world lines, and delta world lines. She twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out. Attractor fields are superpositioned like this. I need a better diagram. Let Christina make the diagram again, please. In each attractor field, the world lines converge on a different result. They don't interact. Each attractor field is independent of the others. Of course, they all diverge from a common point somewhere in the past, and they will all converge again at some point in the future. But that takes many hundreds of years. You could think of the attractor fields as long world lines. Can you compare it to an eroge? Teach me, oh erotic one. There's no erotic one here. He's right. It's like an eroge. Each heroine's route is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines. At the end, they all enter the true route for the grand ending. The only difference is the length of the common parts. By the way, I chose the little sister's attractor field. What? Whatever. You guys are hopeless. Better do something quick. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't really either. Ignore them. Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges. But that means the world really is killing Mayuri. Then isn't it impossible to change the future? It always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap. We have to escape attractor field alpha. Escape? In other words, we're going to jump to the world line in attractor field beta. I thought the attractor fields couldn't interact. Attractor fields are normally separate, but if we go to the instant they diverge... The instant they diverge, is that now? I was taught that a major divergence occurs in 2010. This year, an earth-shattering event causes divergence at the attractor field level. The last time such a divergence occurred was in the year 2000, and before that, 1991. So 2000 is the first John Titor. I don't remember the 91 one. If someone in chat can remind me. What happened those years? Events that changed the fate of the world. Huh? 1991 was the collapse of the Soviet Union. But what happened in 2000? 2001 had the 9/11 attacks. The year 2000 problem. Oh, the Y2K? That was just hype, nothing happened. That's because the alpha world line we're on represents a world where Y2K didn't occur. So we go to the beta world line where I lose my computers? No thank you. Sorry, Mayuri. So in other words, there are worlds where it did occur? That brings us to 2010. Did something big happen this year? What else could it be? Suzuha looks towards the development room. But the creation of humanity's first time machine. Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, totally, it's not your death, Mayuri.
もう一つ疑問が。
Oh, sorry, my side still fucking hurts. God, I don't know what this is. One more question. Christina keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
重ね合わせ状態にある
These
世
world
界
lines
線
aren't parallel worlds, are
パラ
they?
レルワールド
Universe that exists separate from ours. It's believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar, even containing duplicates. Anyway.
ってわけじゃないんでしょ
No. Ultimately, they're just possibilities that exist simultaneously.
そうだとして
Then how do you observe the differences between world lines?
神の視点でも
What,
持
you
たなき
need
ゃ
a God's eye view to do that? That's where Rintaro comes in. Normally. However, she looks at me. Don't tell me.
リーディングしたいなか
Reading Steiner?
そういうネーミングなの
Is that what you call it? Rintaro, you have the power to observe changes across the world lines, correct?
ああ
Yeah,
それが鍵に
that's the key.
君の特殊な力
Your power is the key to freeing the world from CERN.
今の君は
You have the power of a god.
する存在なんだよ
If you told him that like a day ago, this would like immediately go to his head. But I feel like now it won't.
俺の力が
My power.
アトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲
If you escape an attractor field alpha and reach a beta world line,
収束する
then the result will change. I feel a shiver of excitement. Now it's still going to his
助けら
head.
れるのか
So there's hope. I can save Mayuri? She nods. Then I must do it. I have no choice.
ちょっと待って
Wait a second. Christina is, however, not so enthusiastic.
それ
How do we know
本当に
this
全
is
部
true?
正しいの
What if she's just
あ
spouting
まりさんの妄
delusions?
想が混じってる可能性は何
What?
妄想なん
I'm
か
not
混じ
spouting
ってないよ
delusions or anything like that.
落ち着け
Calm
別に
down.
喧
I'm
嘩
not
を売
trying
っ
to
てる
pick
わ
a
けじゃない
fight.
ただ
I have
疑問なのよ
questions. One, how do
そ
you
もそ
know
もど
about
うしてあな
Okabe's
たが
power?
岡部
Two,
が持ってる
how did you
力
know we were in Akihabara
2010
in
年の
2010?
岡部や私がこの秋葉原に2017年生まれ
Don't
に
you
し
know a
た
little too much for someone born in 2017? She has a point. Everyone looks to her. She's their daughter.
父さんの遺書に
It was written in Dad's
そうあっ
will.
た
His will?
遺書
What do you mean?
どういう私がタイムトラベルを決意
His
した
will is what made me decide to try and
父さんの
travel.
父さんは
My dad was one of the founding members of the
レ
Resistance.
ジスタンス
He
に
hid from
所属
CERN
メンバー
and
の
researched time travel on his own.
セルンとは別にタイムマシンの研究をしてた未来を変え
He
る
wanted to change the future. The terrorist opposing CERN.
でも
CERN killed him.
父さんもだから
That's why I'm here.
私は父
To
さん
fulfill
の意
his
志を継い
dream.
でここにいるごめんなさい
I'm sorry. She doesn't look at her. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Christina would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that. I just can't say that in front of her. For some reason, she really does see Christina as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Christina? Wouldn't that change the future? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it might be impossible for Suzuha to kill Christina, no matter how much she may want to. She clears her throat as if to change the subject. That's an interesting concept.
2010年の秋葉原
Akihabara 2010. The time machine created here accelerates CERN's own research.
加速したそれを阻止す
We
る
have to stop that from happening in order to guide history in a new direction.
そしてどう
Stop
やっ
it.
て
Ow.
セルンは
CERN already
俺たち
knows.
の存在に気づいている
That's clear from Oka's attack.
原因は
Dad believed that the ultimate cause was the very first email you sent with your time machine.
メールデータだと思う。父さんは
メールデータ
An email? It wasn't because they caught us hacking?
だから僕のハッキングはバレてない。
Like I said, nobody can catch my hacking.
でもメー
Which
ルデー
email are you talking about?
タあれじゃないかな。
I know. Wasn't it the email Ocarin that said Christina had died? Right. The email I sent to Daru right after the conference.
あ
Oh, that.
あれね。
Back then, we hadn't yet realized that the phone wave, nameless subject to change, was a time machine.
その時空を超えた
Siren probably intercepted that email and realized what it meant.
あの時から
They were already onto us
もう
back
バレて
then.
いたと
Come to think of it, the first time I met Mocha was the day after I sent that.
泳がされてたんだ。
We really jumped in the deep end, huh?
マユシーはね、平泳
Hey,
ぎが
Yuri's
得
good
意
at
だ
the
よ。
breaststroke.
はいはい。
Do a sexy underwater pose.
水中 M 字開脚。
Now is not the time for comedic relief.
しかし一体どうやって補足をメールなんて
How do they intercept our email? Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the world each day. I mean, if they can travel through time and know about Christina being like the mother of the time machine, wouldn't they like just have like a rule to always monitor communications from you? Seems like you're a little too late.
セルンは
CERN uses the Echelon network to collect communications pertaining to time travel
情
research.
報を収集してる。
Alright, what's that? According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signal interpretation system based in the US and operated by the National Security Agency. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France. That's so specific. Why not France? As an ally of the US, Japan can allow the construction of a domestic Echelon station in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The Elephant Cage antenna array, located at the Misawa Air Base in Amori, Japan, is rumored to be such a station. These stations are said to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions. Alright, isn't that like not even a conspiracy theory anymore? They're like absolutely tracking our data. Like 100%. Like absolutely the world is tracking everything we do. CERN is French. Oh, okay. That makes sense. But the Council of 300 would still have access. It exists? What if... I'm not gonna Google it. I was gonna Google it, but I think that'll spoil stuff. As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications, and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what she's saying, though. But I mean, seriously, not even conspiracy theory meme, like everything tracks your data. I guess that's more modern, though. Maybe not back then, but... Nowadays, fucking Facebook is gobbling up your data like nobody's business. So are most websites. Your phone literally keeps tabs on literally every single thing you're doing. Maybe I'm paranoid, but have you guys ever noticed, like, when you, like, talk about something, but you don't, like, even Google search it, it, like, sometimes shows up in, like, your targeted ads when you're online? That's crazy, right? Like, you just talk about stuff, and then you get targeted ads related to it, even if you're not, like, Google searching it. It's because the microphone's on. But no meme, isn't it, actually? That's not a conspiracy, I don't think, at this point. Maybe I am crazy. The organization's watching us. Jesus, don't say it like that. Businesses. Always happens to me? Okay, it's not just me. Jesus. Felt like I was fucking... Hyobe Kiyoma. Echelon sees everything. Any transmission that even hints at time travel is filtered and sent to CERN. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future. We have portable echelons. Yeah, absolutely. Hey Siri. Hang on.
I don't understand. Hey Siri, I am. But I could search the web for it.
Hey Siri, are you Echelon? Hey Siri. Are you Echelon? Siri says that they don't have an answer. Uh-oh. I'm getting spied on. GG, boys. I'm getting spied on. Oh. Wrong volume button. Guess it knows we're onto them. Usually Siri says, like I don't have an answer or something, but when I asked about Echelon, it would quiet and said I don't have an answer. Usually it'll always be like, do you want me to search the web? Interesting. I wonder. It definitely makes me We need to find the record of that email in CERN's database and delete it. And it was nice knowing you guys. It was indeed. Let me know what the other world lines are like. This one sucks. If I do that, then CERN will never know you exist, their time machine won't be completed, and if we're lucky, the program may be shut down. In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータはなかったような。
There wasn't any data like that when we hacked CERN's database. That's not true. It's probably in the IBN 5100 coded channel. IBN 5100.
Ooh.
Of course. The 5100 database. That's probably where they store the data from Echelon. So that's what it is. Damn it. Daru, why didn't we use the IBN earlier? Because we never had it in this world line. We never had one? What are you talking about? I got one, remember? Or Taro's getting his timelines confused. Huh? Right, that was a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBN. My mission is to make sure you acquire an IBN. You kind of fucked that one up, huh? You haven't really been helping out at all in my search. You have one? She shakes her head. I'm going to 1975 to obtain one. The year the IBN went to the market. I know because Taitor in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that her too? Anyway, if she can get us an IBN, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta world line, where CERN never finds us and their time machine's never completed. Mayuri won't have to die. Alright, we need to move fast. How soon can you leave, Suzaha? I was trying to leave when you caught me, but... She bows her head. I look at the burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get a doctor. Jesus, how big was this explosion? Right, the time machine's broken. Can you fix it? No, I just ride it. My dad's the one who built it. I've memorized the manuals, so I know how it works, but that doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. There's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology. Maybe we can use the time leap machine to go back before her time machine broke. No, that's not true, because the time machine broke like several weeks ago, and as she said, we can't time leap before the time leap completes.
You're
gonna use the time leap machine? Wasn't the plan not to? Sorry, bro. I already used it. I lied to you all. I still haven't told Daru about my time leaping, and there's no time to explain. We'll use it if the situation demands. Do you know when it broke? Probably when she crashed into the fucking building. Just a guess. It was probably the rain a few days ago. It's supposed to be airtight, but the inside was all wet when I checked it today. Not when you smashed into the building? Maybe the time machine was punctured when you crashed it into the building. That wasn't a crash. The coordinates were off, so it appeared there. Yeah, it wasn't a crash. I just landed hardly into the side of the building. Whoops. Sorry. Missed it. It's not exactly the most stable machine. Anyone remember when it rained? The morning of the 10th, just before dawn. What? Jesus, she really does just randomly know times. The time leap machine can only cover 48 hours. And the time leap was completed today, the 13th. That means we can't go back farther than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Oops. Damn, we can't get there. I thought we had a glimmer of hope. I think we should try to fix it. Man, we're running the fuck out of time, guys. Like, it's gotta be almost 7, right? Right? It's a time machine. We have plenty of time, right? We all say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. This has only been a half hour? It's like Frieza's 5 minutes up in here. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak in, let alone fix Suzaha's time machine. Maybe I should leap now to 2 p.m. on the 11th, then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine. You're all hungry, aren't you? You should be. What's this? I'm hungry. As expected from the glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet. Mayuri, Daru, I leave the shopping to you guys. We can come up with a plan while we eat. Okarin, what are we gonna do with all this money? Buy food. Lots of food. Use it all. You calmly handed over a 10,000 yen bill. You make it look easy. That's why we love you. Where did he get this 10,000 yen bill from? They leave in high spirits. I knew that'd work. Christina, Taitor. Is that me? What do you mean? You've been going by that as your name for a while now. Who else? Why are you calling me that now? Because you're the one behind Taitor's mask. Well, yeah, but... just give up. He rarely calls anyone by their name. Oh yeah. He always calls me part-time warrior for some reason. Listen, I'm going to leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th. After Taitor explains herself, we'll start repairs on the time machine. Our goal is to have it working by this time today.
今のこの時間
当てはあるの？
Is that the best plan? That seems like a really stupid plan.
今から2時間
It's better than trying to fix it when we only have 2 hours left.
直せ
If it doesn't work, we'll just keep repeating the same 2 days. But if they're spending time fixing the time machine, they won't be able to build the time leap machine.
ごめん。
Sorry,
タイタン
Taitora. We're counting on you to get us an IBN.
IBN これはお前のため
Never forget, I'm not doing this for you, and I'm not doing it for the future.
あくまで
My mission is to save
マユリ
Mayuri.
を助けるための独善的だと言いたければ
Call me self-righteous if you want, however.
誰の指図も
I'm
受け
doing
る
this
気は
my way. They give an encouraging nod in agreement.
よし
Good. Let's
作戦
begin.
開始だ
作戦名は言わないのか？
You're not gonna name the operation? Who cares about that? Oh my god. She outweaved us! This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance.
北欧神話でいいネーミング候補が見
You
つから
couldn't
なかった
find a good Norse mythology themed name?
なんで北欧神話？
Why Norse mythology?
深い意味はないと思う。
I don't think there's a deep meaning behind it.
中二病患者はゲルマン系ネ
Chunibyo
ーミング
patients
が
just
大
love
好きだから
Germanic names for some
じゃ
reason.
ない？そういえば
Now that you mention it, most of our operation names in the Resistance have Germanic names too.
ほとんどゲルマン系
Whenever I ask, they say it's tradition.
なんでって聞いたらこれは伝統
She is
だ
absolutely his kid.
26年後にも
So there's still a Chunibyo in 2036.
くだらない会話をしてい
Cut
る
the
な
chatter. Mary's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for nonsense. She outweaved us! Christina sets the time lean machine up while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well before Mayuri returns, I leap. Wait, why didn't I get passcodes from everybody? Weebo Kabe is gone. Good. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in my hand. While I wait for the ringing to subside, I check the date. August 11th. Alright. Now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I left twice. First at 2 p.m. on the 13th. From there, I left an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. It was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see her hand isn't burned. When I explain the situation, she races to the Radicon to confirm my story. After she realizes I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is try our best. Thanks.
じゃあ早速見に行ってみるべ
Let's
き
take a look. Daru is unusually enthusiastic. I guess her talk of attractor fields and divergence and correcting history's mistakes got his blood pumping.
ちょっと待って待って
Hold on, everyone. She stops us as we're about to leave.
ねえね
Aren't we forgetting something?
えもう一つ忘れ
もう一つ
What?
なんぞ
すずさんのお父さんは
What about Suzuha's dad?
どこにいるの
It's Rintaro. Oh, right. I thought she was lying about that. But when I turn to her, she looks away.
お父さんのことは
That doesn't matter now, does it?
どうでもよくない
It does. I mean, it'll take time to fix the machine, won't it? We should help her find her dad in the meantime.
だったらさ
Right?
いや
But
しかし
when I show reluctance, Mayuri puffs out her cheeks.
あ
Don't
あ
be like that.
オカリンってば
You have to keep your
ダメなんだ
promise.
よ約束はねちゃん
What
と
promise?
守らなきゃこの前
We promised, remember? We said we'd all look for her dad.
すずさんのお父さんは
That's
みん
right.
なで探
We
そう
convinced her to stay by promising to help look for her father.
そう
Yeah,
だったな
あのね
I know she has a mission and stuff, but I think she also came because she really wanted to meet her dad.
とかもあるけどやっぱり
It's Rentaro. I want to make that happen. If Mayuri feels strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse. You're such a nice girl. She sniffles. You're right. I thought I could find him if I came to town. I know he was in Akihabara in 2010. So your father's real? I mean, yeah, she's got a father. What? Of course. At this age, he's probably still young and cool. Aw, she's calling Rentaro cool. In her own subtle way, that's cute. It's gotta be him, right? Like, who else would it be? His name was Beryl Taitor, right? Yeah. A foreigner? I'm pretty sure he's Japanese. Beryl Taitor is his code name in the Resistance. I don't think he's using it yet. So that's why she called herself John Taitor. I don't know his real name. Some daughter I am, huh? She looks like she's about to cry, but she quickly covers it up. He died before he could tell me. Hearing that, I realize how hellish the world she came from must be. What about your surname? That was my mother's maiden name. So you have no leads? Maybe that blows a hole in my theory. Oh, there is one thing. She claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls out a pin. OSHM Polo. I've seen her fiddling with this before. It's just a regular pin, the kind you stick on your hat or bag. There's something written on it. Oh, I thought this said Polo, but apparently it's 7010. Weird. This logo is on the Steam page, but instead of this, it says Steins Gate. So I don't know what that means. This belonged to my dad. A memento. Google it. He runs a search, but only gets incomprehensible foreign sites. He was here, so I think we can exclude the foreign sites. Okay. He narrows the search down to Japanese. But even then, none of the results look relevant. Nothing. Well, that has to be some kind of hint. With Suzuha's permission, I take a picture of the pin. I D-mail it. I'm pretty sure it's 2010, but I guess I can't disagree with the translation. That makes more sense. All in favor of helping her find her dad? After completing the time machine, Mayuri, stop. Your life is in the balance. I want to argue there's no time, but Mayuri's right when she says the time machine won't be ready for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. Okay, but shouldn't some people be working on the time machine? Who's really going to be still working for or looking for her mom or dad? Jesus. The beverages are hitting me. I haven't really had much to eat today. There's no point in running, not even with a 2 days head start. Even if I dragged Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now. No objections. Thanks. Dara raises his hand in agreement. So does Christina. It's decided. We'll help her find her father. Thank you. I want to be clear that my mission to 1975 comes first. That was my dad's final wish, after all. So if we still haven't found him by the time the repairs are complete, I think we give up. Is that okay? You sure? I mean, I assume she needs to be fixing the time machine, right? With Daru's help? Or can Daru solo it? If we still haven't found him by then, it wasn't meant to be. It's a relief to hear her say that. Where do we start? The pins are only hit, so we'll hit every store in Akihabara that sells things like this. Maybe someone will know where it came from. What kind of stores? Akiba is full of niche stores where you can only find strange and cool accessories. Isn't it not filled with that stuff in this timeline, though? It's hard to sneak in the daytime, to Radicon in the daytime. Well, I guess we are sneaking like 12 people fucking in here by now. There isn't a crowd out in front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. Takes us about 30 minutes to find a way in. I'm not gonna lie, if I saw someone like breaking in to like some business place like this, I wouldn't do anything about it. I'd be like, whatever. Like, so I don't know if they really need to sneak in. I mean, I guess if there's security posted still. Maybe. Now, if someone like broke into like somebody's house, that's different. But just some corporate place, I don't care. Christina's back at the lab working on the time leap machine. It needs to be completed by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances of saving Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere. Oh god. She's dead. In this timeline, does Christina know that we've been time leaping? I feel like she doesn't, right? Because we just listened to her explanation. We haven't had our like one-on-one chat with Christina. How does it look? I call to Daru, who's examining the flooded satellite. I mean the time machine. While Suzuha and I keep a lookout. He crawls out of the machine covered in sweat, breathing heavy. We quickly help pull his huge body out, bro. They're so mean to him. The time machine's visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akihabara still has tourists who come just to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed. It's so friggin' hot in there. It's worse than a sauna. If I spend too much time in there, I'll turn into Daru jerky. Bro, I kinda want beef jerky. By the way, it's not gonna fall or anything, right? The time machine's balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wires. So Daru probably has nothing to worry about. Can it be fixed? I don't know for sure, but there is one thing I noticed. It's built kind of like the phone wave. That means there's a chance, right? I said I'm not sure. I need to poke around some more. Super Haku! Everything depends on your skills. Who will save the world? In 2036, people will worship you instead of Christina, the mother of the time machine. Are we good? Did the stream just die? No, it's the mother of the time machine. It's doing something. What does that mean? Doing something. It's back for me. It's fine now. How long ago did we just stop? It did? Anyway, we're calling Daru the, father of the time machine. You can pull up the log to show missed conversations, but I don't know what we missed. But I did just lose, like, all of my viewers, so I do know the stream definitely broke. It's fine now. Okay, we're stabilizing. Alright. It definitely isn't as high quality, I can tell that, but whatever, we'll keep going. All my viewers, if you guys want to go ahead and refresh, so you guys still are showing as a viewer, that would probably get you back to being live. I think when this happens, like, it doesn't show people as viewing if they're, like, watching in the past. So whenever this, like, skip happens, I would just recommend refreshing the stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, just do a quick refresh. I think that should fix it for you. Alright, they'll worship him instead. Attacker, how many times do I have to tell you? Anyway, you have 2 days. Do whatever it takes. I placed my hand on his shoulder and looked straight into his eyes. Can you DoorDash beef jerky? An excellent question. Maybe not on a Monday. The last time I DoorDashed mid-stream was, what was it, Friday? No, Thursday, I think? Beef jerky. No, there's no restaurants open by now that have, that I can order from that have beef jerky. Remember when I ordered spicy chicken nuggets on stream? That was cool. God, I kind of want spicy chicken nuggets again. I'm not doing it again though, because the Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets are spicier than I remember last, and I was like melting on stream. You're our only hope. No promises, man. Why 2 days? What do you mean, why no promises? Bro, get this shit together. Well, because that's when Mayuri will die, but I can't say that. Why? Why can Daru not know? In 2 days, the weather conditions will be perfect for creating the singularity. If we miss that, we won't have another chance until next year. I had some a few days after that, they were fine. I mean, yeah, but I've also specified that I'm an absolute wimp when it comes to spicy things. I have not been in denial of that. Of like, well, I'm somebody that can handle spice. I cannot. I have hot Cheetos and I'm like ready to fucking tap out. So, very different. Does McDonald's have spicy things? I'm sure they do. Wendy's just has higher quality meat. Nice excuse, Suzaha. Precisely. In 2 days, that's nuts. If you do, you'll earn the right to a date with Ferris. Can you fix it? No problem. Great. Now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. Guess I have a higher tolerance? Yeah. I have a higher tolerance for, like, sour things, but when it comes to spice, no go. Just absolute, like, wimp when it comes to spicy things. I don't like spice. I don't want spice. I don't need spice. I have no desire for spice. Just nose all around. But normally the Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets were within the tolerance of where I could dip them in a Frosty and they wouldn't be that spicy. They'd have a wee bit of a kick, but not much. But recently when I ate them, it was oof. Oof. Oh, this just says fire hydrant? That's weird. OSHF A7010. We're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I didn't think it'd be this difficult. Akihabara has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. Uber Eats delivers pretty much anything. Yeah, I mean, there's like Walgreens and stuff that I could order beef jerky from that are still open in DoorDash, but I wanted it from a restaurant. If I was gonna DoorDash it on stream anyway. Ordering beef jerky from like a convenience store seems like a huge waste of money. It'd be massively overpriced. There aren't many selling accessories like Suzuha's pin. We check every store. Do any actual restaurants sell jerky? I'm sure some do. Restaurant beef jerky. Yep. The Jerky Jerk is near me. Yeah. Beef jerky doesn't have enough in the packs, yeah. The Jerky Jerk sells good quality beef jerky at his restaurant. But it's closed now. We check every store we can find and come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even check nearby neighborhoods like Uno and Asuka. Nothing. We return to the lab with heavy hearts.
おかえり。
Welcome back. Christina emerges from the development room to greet us. She's alone.
その顔じゃ成果は
From
な
the
し。
looks on your faces, I guess you didn't find anything.
ダルは
Where's Daru?
戻ってない。
He hasn't come back yet. It's dark.
直接帰ったんじ
Maybe
ゃ
he
ない
went straight home? It's too dark to work at the Roddy Con now. We can't use lights because that would be too conspicuous. Conspicuous? What does that mean? How is that different from suspicious? Standing out. That is to be clearly visible. And it's the same thing, I guess. Can we call Daru? I want to call everyone now. No, you can't call him. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in the search for her father?
なんか
I feel bad. There's no time for this.
こんなことしてる場合じゃないのにさ。
お前のためではない。
It's not for you. We're doing it to save Mayuri.
参るよ。
Yeah. I start up Daru's computer and search the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. There's a pin collecting group on a site called Repara, where everyone shows off collections. I post there asking for info. I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears.
セルンの襲撃。
Is it CERN? I jump up and see them. Christina's holding your phone, that's the source.
Good morning.
It sounds so weird. Her sour expression says it's not good. I wish she'd put herself in my shoes and see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. I took the time. Just before 7.
起こしてくれたのか。
You came to wake me up?
助かる。
Thanks.
別にモーニングコールしたわけじゃ
Didn't
な
do
い
it for you.
岡部倫太郎に見てほしいものがあってさ。
I asked her to
起
wake
こして
you
も
up.
らったの。
There's something I want to show you. I realized there's a strange object sitting on the table in front of me.
これは
What's this?
ダイバージェンスメーター。
A divergence meter. The numbers indicate the divergence value of the current
世界線が
timeline.
どこなのかを数値で表すことができるんだよ。
How does this work? The meter displays 0.3. Oh, previously in our text messages, it was like 0.5 or something. How did we get more in line? Is it because we're closer to the divergence point or whatever? Oh my god, my eye itch is so bad. Oh, this is a mistake. Ah. Damn, I don't have the email still of him explaining the, wait. I was pretty sure there was an email where he explains that divergence is like 0.5%. Whatever. Divergence is measured from my original world line, which corresponds to 0.
作ったのか。
You made this? No, I brought it with me.
2036年から
These are Nixie tubes, right?
いいセンスだ。
Whoever made this has taste. I'd happily dub it future gadget number 9.
これ一体どういう仕組みなの？
How exactly does it work? It shouldn't be possible to measure changes like that. She shrugs.
私もわか
I
んない
don't know.
わからない。
You don't know?
これ作ったの
Can you guess who made it?
誰か知ってる
How should I know?
君だよ
You did,
岡
Rintaro.
部倫太郎
Huh?
君が作った
You made it. 11 years from now. It apparently works the same way your special
今
power
から
does.
11年後ぐらいに
そうなのか。
Huh.
このメーターがあれば
So
岡部
this
以外
meter
でも
lets other
世
people
界
check
線の
world
変
line
動を確認
divergence?
できる。
I'm shocked
そういうこ
Christina's
とか。
not impressed that he made it. I didn't think Rintaro was actually that smart. I thought he just pretended to be a scientist.
違う
I wish.
多分
I'm pretty sure only Rintaro would notice the difference if the numbers changed.
それに気づけるのは岡部倫太郎だけ
は？それ
Then
じゃあ
there's
意
no
味ないじゃ
point.
ない。
Make something useful for
ま
once,
ともなもの
Okabe.
作りなさいよ、岡部。
I ignore her complaints and look at the meter. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I completed it. Wait, what? 11 years will pass before I complete it. It's a strange feeling.
これの仕組みは
Only the person who made it knows how it works. Wait 11 years. I'm sure he'll have it figured out by then.
11年待つしかないかな
He made this like just for him, basically.
自分で答えを見つけられるはずだから
未来で。
Have you
俺と
met
会った
me
の
in
か
the future? She did say I was infamous. For some reason, her expression darkens.
一度もない
No, never. Why did I just get a notification the stream died again? Jesus, my fucking internet's like going through a convergence or some shit right now. Unless something dramatic happens, we'd probably have to end at the end of the chapter. Fine, okay.
そうか。
Oh,
で、
why are you showing me this?
メーターの数値が
When the meter reads over 1%, you've made it to the beta world line.
ベータ世界
1%。
1%.
そう
Right. Reach 1% divergence, and you save Mayuri.
椎名真由里は
I stare at the glowing red numbers and they don't budge. Just another 0.6%. Seems so easy. There's 6 digits after the decimal point, and no tens place. What does that mean? Something tells me it won't be as easy as it looks.
これは君にあげる。どうせ
You can
私が
have
持っ
it.
てても意味
No
ない
point
し
in me
ね。
carrying it around.
有意義に
I
使
hope you'll
って
find a use for it. Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, the what now? I spend the morning visiting stores. My destinations run the gamut, from otaku stores packed with anime goods to souvenir shops full of Olympia memorabilia. I even visit a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. Although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I'm unable to find anything that resembles her pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro, or Nakano. I start heading back to the lab, but just then a street vendor catches my eye. The storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered with accessories and fashion items. This is a new background sign. We haven't seen this one yet. This woman is particularly well designed. This person looks like Mayuri in the background because she has her little hat and a dress. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random crap. It's not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among the various accessories, I see a number of pins. This chapter still has a while. Well, we got through most of my random tangents from the beginning of the stream. I usually die down on the tangents as we go. What a coincidence. Could he have a pin like Suzuha's? I don't see the OSHM A7010 logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I'd better ask. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English. Our eyes meet. His eyes are as bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. He must think I'm a coward. Better get this over with.
Hey, Master. I am mad scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch.
Hi, 何ですか?
Can I help you? He smiled. A toothy smile. Nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. I was hoping for more of a reaction. I have a question, if you don't mind.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。
I take the photocopy of the pin out of my pocket.
これに見覚えが?
Does this look familiar? The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in the exaggerated manner typical of Westerners. What does that mean? Listen, I'm starting to feel discriminated against as we go. This game is being very harsh towards Americans. I cannot tolerate it. I want to know where it came from. Can you help me out? Remember? Sorry, it's a little difficult, eh?
Sorry, ちょっと難しいですね。
What's he saying?
By the way, これはどこで手に入れたものなんですか?
Why do you say by the way in English? Where'd you get this thing?
それを知りたい。
That's what I want to know. I'll compensate you.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. He apologizes in broken Japanese. Looks like this is another dead end. Just in case, I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he finds anything. I turn to leave.
岡部倫太郎。
She's standing a short distance away. She's holding a drink. My favorite, Dr. Pete. No, wait, that's cola.
Please.
Sup?
飲む?
Want a drink? I accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on the roadside fence. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Kondo to continue the search. How long has she been standing there?
成果は?
Anything?
なし。
Girls18.xyz, a new dating site. That doesn't even make sense. New a dating for all tastes and ages. Why are the bots so dumb now? New a dating. Nailed it. Well, girls18.xyz, feel free to subscribe to my channel. Hit the bell notification for future stream notifications, and maybe you too will find the girl of your dreams. Or boy. What's with your English back there? Bots are from the organization. It sounded dumb. So cool. Is that standard English in this era? Of course not. Oh, so it's a Rentaro original. There's no overseas travel in my time, so I wouldn't know. No overseas travel? You mean at all? Pretty much. Travel permits are hard to get, and they never issue one for a vacation. I've never seen a foreigner before coming to this time. Sorry, I had to get a big stretch out of the way there. My side still fucking hurts, so I definitely did something with that sneeze, man. Life's weird sometimes. In the future, no one is allowed to leave Japan. That's right. The entire population can't leave Japan. Japan was like that a few centuries ago, too, when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country. Is that an Inazuma reference? Sounds like CERN set international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures don't interact. Sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls, guarded by CERN and the committee. I mean, ending war is a good thing, but there's no point thinking about the distant future. Need to come up with a plan. So like beats on my head. Ugh, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? New Genshin today? Update today? I don't think it's... or I don't think it's tomorrow. I think it's the day after. Because I remember checking the banner today, and I think Nillo's banner still has like another day left. Can't wait to roll for the Dendro Archon, though. I'd stream it, but no one came to my Genshin streams. Even when I had viewers. Well, my Genshin streams bombed kind of hard. What can you do? Which is weird, because I really enjoy Genshin. But what can... Yep, you know. Shining in the center of the sky like it owns the damn place. Why can't we find any information on the pin? I suppose it's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuha's father. As long as Daru fixes the time machine, nothing matters. Why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save Mayuri. I can't fix Suzuha's time machine. I can't even help Christina with the time leap machine. What am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father. Maybe this pin's newer than we think. I mean, maybe it hasn't been made yet. She stretches, then looks at me with a calm smile. Maybe I'm not meant to meet him. I mean, we've tried everything and still no sign. Just not in the cards, I guess. I feel a surge of anger at her words. Here I am stewing in self-loathing, and she's acting like it doesn't matter. How can you give up? We still have one more day. Why are you getting mad? Everyone's fighting for you, don't you get it? That's not true. Everyone's fighting for Mayuri, but whatever.
マユリを助けることを何よ
I
り
would
優先したいんだ
prioritize Mayuri over everything else.
それでも
But you're still a lab
お前
member,
はラ
a
ボメン
friend.
であり仲
And
間
when a
だ
friend's in trouble, you want to help
そ
them.
の仲間が困っているから
That's how
助けたい
Mayuri felt, and I agree.
そのマユリの
That's
気持
why
ちを
I'm
汲んで
searching. Where is
こうして
Mayuri
探してい
this
る
whole
のに
time? I feel like Mayuri is about to get jellied in this timeline again, but earlier now.
お前が真っ先に諦めて
How
どうす
dare
る
you be the first to give up?
怒鳴
You
ん
don't
な
have
い
to
でよ
yell.
あまり
Don't disappoint me.
俺を萎えさせるな
I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time.
悪かったよ。
Maybe you should think about how I feel.
でも君さ、
I realize that we have an
上
audience.
から目線す
Some
ぎると思う
pedestrians are
よ。
grinning at us like they think we're a bickering couple or something. I take a deep breath.
言い過ぎたのなら
You're right. I shouldn't have said that.
謝る
It's too awkward to make eye contact. So I look around, pretending to think.
さて
Alright, what's next?
これからどうするか
I wonder how the other members are progressing. I'm especially concerned about Daru. Depending on the situation, he might need some relief. He's been working on that heat for hours, so we should bring him something cold to drink. Then there's Mayuri. She's been working alone, trying to find some information on Suzuha's father. If I close my eyes, I can recall her deaths in every detail. I resist the urge to pound my head against the wall. Although we still have over 24 hours before that happens, I can't help but worry about leaving her alone. Currently, all I can do is search for that pin. We decide to try Ikebukuro as our last stop. It'd be nice to visit home, but I don't have time. Besides, Suzuha's with me. Our search turns up nothing. As the evening wears on without a single lead, we grow quieter and quieter. We're exhausted from walking, and we can't shake the feeling that all our efforts are futile. This isn't good.
そういえば
By the way, I try stirring up conversation. I should get her to talk about the future. After all, she's a time traveler. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I remember how shocked Christina was to learn that she only lives to be 44. Wouldn't want to visit your parents with a random girl. I mean, if I'm Rentaro and I haven't had a stable relationship, I might want to just show them I'm still sane. I was told I'd become a terrorist.
2036年で
Am I really famous in
俺は本
2036?
当に有名なのか
テロリストとしてね
As a terrorist.
そうか
Oh.
それで
So what did I do to be
こ
called
の
a
時どん
terrorist?
なテロ行為を
セルに反逆したの。
You rebelled against CERN.
君はさ、
You're actually one of the founding members of the Resistance, just like my dad.
一人だったんだよ。私の父さんと
This is trying to poke holes in my theory that she is Rentaro's daughter, but I refuse to accept that. I helped found the Resistance. I guess it makes sense, given what we're going through now. Suzuha is from the future of this timeline, where Mayuri is doomed to die, and where CERN forces Christina to build the time machine. In such a future, how could I not rebel? Rebellion against the system, destruction of order, and a new age of chaos. Aren't those my ambitions?
くだらない
Stupid.
くだらない？
Stupid?
マユリを助けること
How can I still be chasing some Chuibino fantasy when I couldn't even save Mayuri?
そんな
世界に自由を取り戻そう
You're
とする
fighting to free humanity.
勇敢で
I
立
think it's
派
a
な
noble
志だ
cause.
と思うけど。
She's part of the resistance I formed. Does that mean she's my subordinate?
俺はどんな男だった
What sort of man am I? Her expression darkens.
だから、
I
私
said
は
we
会った
never
ことない
met,
って言ったでしょ。
そうだったか
Never?
うん。
Never.
君はさ、
You were killed by CERN in 2025.
殺されたの。2025年に。
Then how does she still know about him in 2036? Weird. I was killed with the same people who killed Mayuri. They had no reservations about murdering an innocent girl. I doubt they'd hesitate to kill a terrorist.
もっと早く教えてく
Maybe I
れ
should have
た
told you sooner. That's several years later, though. That's 15 years after this event occurs. Or Mayuri dies.
わかるでしょ
If you don't change the future, you're gonna die in 15 years.
君はあと15年で死んじゃうんだ。椎名真由里も助からない。君も助からない。
Mayuri will die, you'll die, Christina will be a slave. It ends badly for every lab member. Wait, what about Daru?
みんな不幸になってるんだ。
だろう。
Oh, hey, you said that.
えっと、
I don't remember hearing about
彼
him.
の名前は聞いたことない。
I've heard legends of a wizard-class
ウ
hacker,
ィザー
though.
ド級ハッカーの伝説。そもそも。
Though I don't understand what wizard class means in the first place.
知らないけど。
I coined that term. I can imagine Daru slowly insinuating himself into every corner of the internet, until he becomes a godlike virtual presence that not even CERN comprehends. Weeb.
とにかくさ、
Anyway, I don't want that to happen to you guys.
こんな未来ってないよね。だからなおさら。
That's one reason I need to find the IBN and change the future.
未来をこの時代に来るまで
Until I came to this time, you guys were just stories in history. But now you're my friends.
今では仲間だし
So wait, she recognizes that Christina is a slave to CERN, but she still hates her? I guess just creating the time machine is that big of a no-no in the future.
なんとかしたい
I want to save you.
助かる。
Appreciate.
お前はこれからも
You're a lab member now and
永遠
forevermore.
にラボメンだ。
サンキュ
Thanks.
ー
I already told Christina I was confident in her ability to complete the time machine. She says, "Are you sure I can finish the time leap machine in time? We still haven't found our lifter substitute, remember? I can't complete the upgrade without it." It occurs to me I forgot to tell her about the TV. Our lifter is the 42-inch CRT downstairs. The electrical discharge phenomenon occurs when it's turned on. Don't worry about it, just finish the upgrade. Uh-oh. Wait, can't CERN intercept our texts? And we just sent that over text? That's an uh-oh moment. An oopsie-daisy, as it were. I send a reply and decide to keep searching. I didn't even get the option to send that, so that's definitely a significant event. Time is running out. Is there anything more we can do? It's early evening, but the roof is still hotter than hell. When I provide Daru with the refreshing gift of Dr. P, a frown appears on his face.
ここはキンキンに冷えたカロリーゼロのコーラだろう。
You're supposed to give me an ice-cold, zero-calories cola. Common sense, man. Who calls it cola, bro? Also, why would you want, like, a sugary drink if you're out in the heat sweating? Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy my sugary drinks, but if I'm, like, out sweating and working out, like, give me a fucking water or a Gatorade. I don't want pop. Hey, would you like this nice beer after your workout? No, I would not. I forgot he's a cola guy. It feels wrong to say, cola. I'm not gonna lie. Without saying, like, Coca-Cola. No sense letting it go to waste. I drink it myself. Bruh. Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance. Oh, Mayuri's back.
ねえねえオカリン
Isn't it amazing the satellite was a time machine?
タイムマシン
It would be more amazing if you found Suzuha's dad. Did you find him?
あ
I guess so.
あ、そうだ。
He seems so unenthused. I thought the Taito's time machine was a car. A 1970s Chevy. Never even occurred to me to suspect the satellite. I should know better than to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite's suspicious from the start. Not only did it appear out of nowhere, but Taitor only started posting afterward. I'm disappointed for not realizing the connection.
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど
I'm glad Suzuha was not hurt in the crash. I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled. It doesn't fly. Doesn't that mean she was, like, inches away from becoming jellified? Because this just, like, fused into the wall. I heard it's really hard to drive. I guess she heard that from Suzaha. If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are a teensy bit off, the whole time machine becomes a jellyman and goes poop. She even said her time machine's unstable since it's not CERN's model. I'm worried about our trip to 1975, especially because it's all broken. Even if they fix the internal components, all the satellite shit's not working. Do you think I should go with her? I wonder if I'd fit. What would you do in 1975? When was that picture of Mayuri being a jellyman? Was that from 75? Or was that like a 58 or something? Someone remind me. I'm going to grab another drink. Be right back. $1961. Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. I'd cheer Suzaha on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her everything's gonna be okay. Useless! Something tells me that won't be much help. Hey, do you think the time machine has a name? A name. That's the least of what I want to know. Time permitting, I'd like to spend a whole day picking her brain. I'm pretty sure John Titor's time machine had a model number. The model number is the pin. But the John Titor from 2000 might not have been Suzaha. There was no John Titor in 2000 on this world line after all. I suppose it's possible Suzaha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975. If you want to know, ask Titor. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. She giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzaha. She comes back. It has a name. What is it? FG204. Future Gadget 204. Something, something. Anyway, don't you think Daru and Suzuha are a good match? No.
Huh?
Mayuri's jumping all over the place today. Now look at Daru and Suzuha again.
お似合いか
How do you figure? Daru's all about Ferris, you
そも
know.
そもフェイリス萌えなのだぞ
Really? She tilts her head. Good grief. Mayuri and I aren't of any use. I'd prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for her father. But Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. That's quitter talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get the info, I can use the time leap machine to repeat these 2 days until we do.
そういえばマヨリ
Oh my god, I can't redo these whole days. We gotta progress the plot a little bit. Mayuri, what happened to your costumes? There's only a few more days until Comic-Con. I remember Mayuri pulling all-nighters to get her costume done. Has that changed? I already made 2. One for Kaede and one for Fubuki. Wasn't she supposed to have 3?
3着目は
Oh yeah.
ルカ子に来ても
Weren't you making a 3rd one? Yeah, I was. But I couldn't convince Luca, so I gave up. Hey, can Mayuri take a closer look at the time machine?
誰たちの邪魔は
Don't get in their way. Okie dokie. She beams happily, then runs over to the time machine. She's acting like this is a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. It's quite a view. I'm just like still constantly waiting for something like dramatic to happen. I know it's still the 12th, so probably nothing will, but like I'm like on high alert now. After a few minutes staring into the sunset in silence, I realize Suzuha is standing beside me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. Our shadows are long and murky. See, again, her like CG was like super weird. Daru's amazing. He said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow.
ダルの実力は
He's a man who gets things done. He looks so unhealthy and slow.
見た目で判断
Don't
する
judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I have a better impression of him now. Hey, there's something I want to say, and I feel like I'll never get another chance.
なんだ
Why so
大げさ
melodramatic?
だな
I'm really grateful to you, and all of you. When I came to this time, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own. This era is so peaceful and it's a wonderful thing, but it scared me. All I knew was the fight against CERN. But now I have friends. Real friends who I can share secrets with. Uh-oh. She's dead! All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake. It's a strange feeling, but a happy one, too. I wanted you to know that. Her tone's wistful. Why? I try to speak, but she continues. Living with you guys in this time has been really fun. Kyle Reese from Terminator. Is that one from one of the newer ones? That, like, I don't remember that very well. When I met you, you were all so strange, unique, and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually. But before I knew it, I enjoyed my time with you. Kyle Reese from the original? What character is that? Oh! Okay. It has been a while since I've seen those movies. If I streamed a Terminator game about time travel, would it be close enough to Steins Gate for you guys to watch? I actually own a couple Terminator video games. Would that be close enough for you guys to be like, yeah, sure, I'll watch? Or should I just go back to Bayonetta 3?
2036年はさ
2036 is peaceful too. People don't even fight. Did you know that?
ないんだ知ってた
知るわけがない
How could I? I'm not alive in 2036, right?
2036年まで
Oh, right.
そっか
Sorry.
ごめんとにかくさ
Anyway, people don't fight, ever. About anything.
およそ
Any form of conflict, war,
ミクロなものから
they
マクロな
vanished.
もの
Poof,
まで
without a trace.
全部消えちゃったその代わり
Instead, everyone has dead eyes like
死んだ
fish.
魚みたいな目をしてた
Gross.
誰も覇気がなくて
No one has ambition, dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Ah, so they work an hourly wage job.
笑いはするけど怒ったり
People smile, sure, but they never get angry or sad. Based on the depiction of the future and how he acts in the movie, he feels like a soldier out of place suffering from PTSD. Yeah, I remember his character now. But she very clearly like doesn't have PTSD. She's just hanging out, eating naps, having fun.
個性なんて
There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot.
この前
You got really mad at me,
みんな
remember?
私にすごく怒ったりその時さ
I was surprised, but at the same time, I was happy.
変なやつだな
You're strange. I guess so.
確かに
That's the first time Rintaro has ever been the one to call somebody strange. I guess other than Ferris. She looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another.
君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは
You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you.
すごく眩しい
I mean, her description of her being scared despite being so peaceful. That's true enough, I suppose.
椎名まゆりの
Mayuri, Daru, even Christina, and of course you.
何をバカな
Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. Can't even save Mayuri. It sounds bad to say, but I like depressed Rintaro better. Where he's not going off on his Chinyu fucking tangents. And is actually, like, relatable. I like him a lot better now.
私もみんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ
I want to be more like you.
俺からすれば
Ask me.
すごいと思う
You're the amazing one.
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいかも
I'm happy to hear you say that. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily that I, like, hated it. I just like that he can be more upfront about his emotions now. Feels like it derailed the plot at a couple times, him being a fucking weeb.
こうして頑張れてるのも
It's thanks to all of you I'm going strong.
ほんのちょっとでも
Being a lab member, even for just a little while, was great.
になれて
She smiles. A soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean?
ほんのちょっとの間でも
鈴か
Did you forget the first couple hours of the stream? Oh, that's true. Of him being in denial. Suzuha?
岡部倫太郎
Change the future, Rintaro. Make a world like this one, where people can be free.
未来
どうしたんだ
Why are you being so sentimental?
なぜそんなに感傷的なのだ
Does she not want to go to 1975? She's got a time machine. Can't she just come back after? Even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course. When she completes her mission and brings us the IBN 5100, the world line changes. The future will be written, and the 2036 that she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place, but even so, it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure, comrades in arms, and memories of her father. All of that will be lost forever. No wonder she's getting sentimental.
タイムマシンが治った
After we fix the time
な
machine,
また盛大に
let's have a party.
宴会を開こ
No! Parties are how people die in this game! It's time to stop! Thanks.
Thank you.
Yet she's still smiling, a sorrowful smile. Afterward, I hit the streets again in search of the pin. The day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab. A couple hours later, still no luck. So far, I've accomplished nothing. My frustration is mounting. I can time leap again, but will that really help us find her father? An unfamiliar number. Who is it?
う。俺だ。
It's me.
Hi, Mr. Okabe Rintaro.
Oh, I didn't even have an option to not answer that, but I was kind of excited for that to be a time leap again. I started getting all anxious. The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this?
セルか。
Cern? I jump to my feet and scan the room. Then run to the window and check the road below. No suspicious figures in sight. Christina comes out of the development room and gives me a questioning look, but I wave her back inside.
セルンとは何です
What's that, Cern? I gulp and carefully choose my words.
名乗ってもらおう。
Identify yourself.
おたくはもうアフタヌーンうちのファクトリーに問い合わせに来てテレフォンナンバーを教えていったです
You,
よ
one more afternoon, came to our factory, make inquiry, and told me your phone number, you know?
お前は何を言っているんだ。
What? No, wait. I've heard this broken Japanese before. Did I miss this scene showing Okabe's excellent English? Yeah. Son of a bitch! The strange Japanese filters through my brain, connecting synapses. That's right, it's the foreign street vendor I met this afternoon.
特定した。Nice to meet you.
Identified. Nice to meet you.
どういたしまして
You're welcome.
私自主
I do
制作
custom
して
work.
ます
Yesterday night, a guest came here, I remembered. That guest was, please make pin badge, same as one you had. I don't quite get what he's saying, but he does seem excited about it.
今すぐそっちに行く。
I'll head there right now. I go to the same spot. Although his stand is closed, the Westerner is waiting for me. Why does this guy not have a sprite?
Hello
そのゲストとやらはど
Where'd
こ
that guest of yours go?
クライアントカムヒアなのは
I come here was yesterday time. Guy! What's up, my dude? Feels like I haven't seen you in a minute. How's it going? The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered.
そいつの連絡先は住所氏名は
Watch the anime for his character design? Well, I am watching the anime. But I'm waiting. What's his contact info? Name and address?
ドクです
Poison.
ゲストはシミュレーション
Guess
だけ
just for simulation.
Private information
Private information have nothing. So last night, someone came by wanting to make metal pins with the same design as Suzuha's. But he died of poisoning? Yeah, the guest was just a simulation, and there's no private info? Damn, the anime's design is different compared to the description. You're telling me he's not a white guy? Where's my representation? Got back from Anime Halloween. Oh, nice. That sounds fun. How about you? I'm same as ever. At my computer streaming. Streaming Bayonetta. Streaming, this game. You know. I made a short today on YouTube. How many views is that at? Has that gotten any more views today? Did it hit 1,000? 725? Not bad. No viral short, but hey, we take those. I'm not following.
ジャパニーズやっとプライベートインフォメーションの重要さについてスタディらしい。過敏真剣になったよね。
Japanese, very studious in awarding private information. Become nervous and serious. Yes? That doesn't help me.
If
If guest had gave name or telephone number, however, no leak. That is business.
それがビジネス。
I'm starting to get uncomfortable with this dialogue. This is feeling slightly racist. Fatigue suddenly weighs on my shoulders. Didn't have a chance to go to the streams. Was that a bunch of panels? Yeah, no worries, guy. You gotta enjoy the real life events. My streams are always there. I understand. I don't understand a word he's saying. My head's full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Christina to speak English for me. I guess I'll just have to wing it.
そいつはどういうやつだった？男か？
Reminds me of that meme of the dude with all the question marks. I don't know what that meme is technically called. Confused Nick Young. I think of that all the time when someone says like weird stuff. I think of that meme all the time. The Jackie Chan confused meme. Oh my god, that one's even older. That's so old, dude. But true, I remember that OG one.
Well,
So young, or so middle.
young, or
Japanese
so
had young
middle.
face. Just by look, no understand.
ジャパニーズは顔ヤングね。ルックだけじゃ no understand.
My favorite is when people try to talk foreign languages and then just like still use their like base language in the thing. Or it's like in when people starts like at work, I've had employees that only speak Spanish, and it's really funny when like I'm trying to communicate with them, and like if I've got another person with me that also only speaks English, I always find it really funny because it always seems like people like just start speaking English louder, like the Spanish only speaking person is gonna suddenly like get it. Like guys like clearly not understanding what they're saying, and they're like, okay, what if I say it louder? Like that doesn't make it more Spanish. But I think it's so funny that that's like the American go-to. If I just speak English louder and more American, they'll get it. I thankfully have consciously eliminated that like speaking louder habit in response to someone not understanding what I'm saying. And I start to like go to like gestures and like objects and stuff. Or I'll just pull out my phone and Google Translate. Anything else?
特徴
Maybe
やはり
maybe a judo fighter or pro wrestler? What? What do you mean by that?
プロレスラー。それがどうしたんだ？
It's really common and it's strange that it's even considered a thing that could work. Yeah. I had a deaf employee, and one of my assistant managers at my last job just would like yell loudly at the person who was deaf. And I would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's not helping anybody. I was not a huge fan of that assistant manager. But she was there before I was, so. My job was weird. That's even stranger. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people do that in response to like people not understanding them. I think it's just habit because most of the time, like, you're speaking to people who speak the same language, and if they don't understand you, it means they just don't hear you. So I think people immediately revert to, like, speaking louder. Because that would normally work in, like, 90% of their interactions. You had to be part of Paul St. Peter's Pirate Curses panel? I don't know what that is, but congrats on winning.
Yes!
That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean?
Ah, balloon! Balloon だよ!
What's a balloon? This system is silly. Yeah, I mean, I had a couple assistant managers working for me, but there's only a couple I was fond of.
Balloon. Judo. Pro wrestling.
Balloon Judo Pro Wrestling.
Good!
No, not good. Are you trying to confuse me? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman and runs off. Oh, he's like nervous about talking to the police? I consider chasing him, but decide against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we barely have any time left. I can timely begin starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working, and then leap. To this time, the suspicious character appears at the stand. No, don't do that. Don't time leap for something so simple. Christina carefully connects the two cords she's holding.
完成
Done. The time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m., about 20 minutes later than before. She walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzuha. I had Dharma and Mayuri head to Radikan, ostensibly to work on the time machine.
タイムリープマシーンか
So that's the time leap machine. She gazes at the now complete machine in awe. I've already explained to her how time leaping works. It's as different as it can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させるって
It makes you remember the future,
面
right?
白いよね
That's interesting. I feel like that's the superior way to time travel, though. Like, not even, like, physically going back in time. Just, like, all of the knowledge, but none of the, like, possibility of paradox. Like, if you were to ask me if I would want to physically time travel, or just give my prior self, like, memories of the future, that's what I would do. And I would have invested in Bitcoin. And I told myself when Bitcoin peaks, and invested back then. I had a guy who lived on my floor in my dorm in college who like heavily invested in Bitcoin in like 2017. He like created a computer to mine Bitcoin and like just invested big money in it. And I kind of wish now that I had done it at the same time as him and then like sold it in like 2019 or some shit. She crosses her hands behind her head and looks up at the ceiling. The panel was 12 people, and the people who picked would say pirate insults. That's funny. This, in hindsight, shows the earlier time travel shenanigans were really nothing but an excuse for him to tell his friends. Yeah, that seems very clear. But unfortunately, he can't portray that as a character because he's the Chunyubu weeb. But if he was just a normal person, he would come forth as a much more compassionate character that people in universe would actually like. And he wouldn't argue with Christina as much.
想とか、もしかしてっていう
Intuition,
推
sixth
測
sense,
とか、
deja vu.
そういうのってさ、
I wonder if those things are actually you
実際には
recalling future memories.
未来の記憶を
Don't say
思い
that.
出してるのかもしれない
Don't
か
break my
なって
brain. He's tsundere. Yeah, but tsundere is like my least favorite anime trope, I think. I've mentioned that on a couple streams with tsundere girls that we've been trying to romance in other games I've played with romance paths. Tsundere is like my least favorite. Yandere is probably one of my favorites that I wouldn't openly admit to liking the most.
2036
Some of CERN's researchers in my time came up with a theory that memories are a way of sharing information across world lines.
情報伝達手段かもしれないって説もセルンの研究者から出てるんだ。それと似たような
Maybe it's similar to that.
岡部の力
I wish we know
リーディ
about
ングシュタイナー
Rintaro's
は
reading
どう
Steiner
いう仕
thing.
組みなのか分かればいいんだけど、岡部だけの特殊能力なのか、それとも全人類がその資
Is it
質を持っ
unique
て
to
る
Rintaro, or does everyone have the potential for it, and Okabe's is
より強い
just
能力
stronger
を
by
持っていただ
coincidence?
けなのか。
First prize is a bottle of rum. I'd buy you a bottle of rum, guy. Yandere, when actually done well, is a good character archetype. It's fun. I'm a fan. Do you guys think Yandere Simulator will ever finish?
一つ
One thing's for certain, my consciousness leaps to the past along with my memories.
意識は記憶
I almost streamed Yandere Simulator years ago. Gamer was actually the one that talked me out of it. Sometimes I feel like I should have anyway. Just kidding. I think the game's still like pretty broken, isn't it? Don't drink? Oh, you don't? It's still not finished. But one day, gamer. It's just on a different world line that it's finished. Now you can clickbait in 2022? What do you mean, Kyler? This is why I said our world line's the worst. Christina's probably one of the best examples of tsundere done well. I don't know. Her tsundere habits still bug me, but I mean, I just don't like the archetype. But yeah, I mean, hers isn't bad, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Put in 2022 in the title. Oh, you mean like Yandere Simulator in 2022? Maybe. When was the last time it got updated? I really haven't kept track of it in a long time. I remember he said he was going to update the models at one point, but they all still, in this Google search, they all still look like Unity assets. It's like such a cool concept, though. It's really a shame that this guy's got like the idea behind Yandere Simulator like locked down. I really do think like if this was done well by like an actual developer, that would be such a cool like concept for a game. It's better than the ones who literally abuse the MC. Yeah. At least with Christina's attitude towards Okabe, considering how ridiculous he acts, it makes sense. Yeah, no, I get it. She's got to like shield herself from his like ridiculous personality, which I'm also not a huge fan of. But yeah. Maybe after I finish this game, we'll stream like whatever is up with Yandere Simulator. But yeah, I feel like if it was in development by like a real team, it doesn't even have to be like obviously no AAA studio, but would ever work on that. But like some AA studio that like works on like niche anime games. Like if a Spike Chunsoft like company like published it, I think the concept for it would be super cool. Like you play as a serial killer, like going after people and stuff. But like, I don't know. I mean, I've never played the game, so I guess I don't know. But it seems like so far behind for how long that game's been in development. We should have like a pretty in-depth one by now. Because I think the concept is fascinating. And would be unique, but just no one's broached that topic. But yeah, maybe after Steins Gate and maybe after Bayonetta 3 and Steins Gate we do Yandere Simulator for a bit. He isn't a great person. I've heard that, but I don't really care. Wasn't there a version of like Yandere Sim that like somebody like made in like a month or something that was way better? It's like if Hitman 47 was a crazy high school girl. Yeah, I know, that would be cool. Like, because the Hitman games are cool, so it would be really cool to play that game in a different kind of environment. And I think like meshing the Hitman game with like an anime JRPG would be really cool. It'd be so cool. It'd be such a good concept. Why do we not have one of those by now? What is Yandere Simulator? I'm too lazy to look it up. I haven't really looked up too much about it. I don't think I've looked up any like information or seen any gameplay of it in like well over a year. But basically, you play as a Yandere girl, who like kills people that like the guy that she has a crush on, like is attracted to in a school environment. No big dev wants to touch that. Well, that's why I said like a AA studio. It'd be cool. Like, Spike Chunsoft has absolutely shown that they are willing to touch some, like, edgier media. Have you played, like, Danganronpa, another episode, Ultra Despair Girls? Like, Spike Chunsoft would absolutely be the company to publish a game like that. Love Letter? Is Love Letter still downloadable? I'll look that up after stream. Love Letter never happened. Oh, is it not like a real game? It was just a concept? Lame. But yeah, having played Ultra Despair Girls, Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls, I should say, having streamed that, I think Spike Chunsoft would absolutely be willing to publish that. Doesn't sound very unique. Well, what other games do you know like that? I mean, maybe it wouldn't be unique in terms of like manga, but are there any games that are like that, Ruben? Because if there are, please tell me. I will absolutely play it on stream. If I just search Yandere on the Steam Marketplace. There's like nothing on Steam except like a bunch of RPG Maker games. Would make it a genocide Jill simulator. Yeah. The gameplay was mid. I mean, it was fine because you got to remember it was on the Vita. Like that's why the gameplay was mid. Is because I mean, what the fuck could you really make on the Vita that was playable? I thought it was fine. Anyway, if, like, Ruben, if you find a Yandere-like game, please let me know. God, I would love to play something like that that's not Yandere Simulator. I think that would be so much fun. So let me know, but otherwise we're going to continue the story for a second here. My consciousness leaps to the past along with my memories.
それがなぜなのか
I still don't understand
いまい
why.
ち納得い
It
か
would
ない
make more sense if you experience a change in
D
the
メールの時
present,
に
like you do
岡
when
部
you
が
send
体
an
験したよ
email.
うな状況と同じになってもいいはずなのに記憶に意識は
Does your
依存してるの
consciousness depend on your memories?
意識って
The problem is that
形として
consciousness doesn't
存
have
在
a
してる
form
わ
that we
けじゃ
can
ない
see.
のが厄介だよね。魂も同じ。
Same goes for the soul.
結局は
Those things are
宗
still
教
in the
界
realm
の
of religion.
2036
Even in
年でもさ
2036, the existence of the
魂
soul
の
hasn't
存
been
在は
proven,
証明されてないし
and nobody's proven what forms of
形として
consciousness
証明した
either.
人はいないんだ。
そう
See,
ちょっとがっかり
that's disappointing.
意識が過去へ飛んだ
Sending my consciousness back has let me change some future events with more precision than D-mail, but other events are locked in by convergence.
同時に収束する結果
I could change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies.
違うよ。
That's not how it works.
未来は確
The
定し
future
て
is
る。
always determined.
ならば家
Then
庭が
why
変
does
化
the
したの
path
な
change?
世界線が変動して
Because
た
the
から
world line changes. Alright, that's kind of confusing in practice.
岡部倫太郎が
When you
過去へ
leap into
飛
the
んで
past and take different
本来とは
actions,
別の行動を
divergence
取った
changes,
ことで
if only a little bit.
ダイバージェンスがわずかだけど上下したはずだよ。
You're right about the part-time warrior being a time traveler? Yeah.
でもその変動は
In most cases, that fluctuation won't amount to more than a 0.00001% on the
0.0001%
divergence
程度の
meter.
誤差でしかないわ。ちょっとしたことの
Small changes might not register at all.
全く誤差が発生し原因が変化することでさ。
When you change the cause, the effect merely shifts to a separate, already existing
別
world
の世
line.
界線へと。しかも
Since those two world lines are almost exactly the same, you'll barely feel any
変
difference.
化なんてほとんど感じられないはず。
So is that why reading Steiner didn't react?
変わる前の世界線
It's not like the previous world line disappears, it keeps existing as another
可能性
possibility.
世界線として同時に存在し
その辺は多世界解
That's the
釈
many worlds interpretation, right?
いずれにしてもパラレ
In
ル
any
ワールド
case,
じゃ
they're not parallel worlds.
未来は再構成
So
さ
is
れ
the
ている
future reconstructed?
そういうことになる
I guess you could say that. I refuse to believe the many world interpretations, because I would hate for there to be a world out there somewhere where I'm a successful YouTuber and I'm not the personality in it. That is sad. I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Seems like a big concept. Anyway, enough discussion. It's time for me to leap again. I explain the situation and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. Wait, seriously? We're time leaping again without, like, me talking to Daru about how the fuck he fixes the time machine? Yandere's school? Oh, this is just like a Yandere visual novel? Oh, we'll keep it in mind. Why are we time leaping? This seems weird. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street vendor stand and hope that Suzuha's father might appear. Because he's too sentimental? Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Ruben, did you find my Yandere game? I don't mean to be, like, coming at you, but I am curious, because I would love to play something like that. I sent Suzuha elsewhere. I don't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. I'm standing out of sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and drinking soy milk to appease my stomach. Soy? Rentaro is a soy boy? Is that meme still relevant? The Japanese really like soy, don't they? I'm not a big fan of it personally. Give me milk from the cow or don't give me it at all. I drink a lot of, like, cow milk, too, by the way. I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask for the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I had to begin my stakeout before sunset. He's just staring at the vendor. It's 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this a waste of time? Did the foreigner give me false info? But just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches. Is that? I jump out of cover. Oh. Can't think of any, but you're certain you've heard the premise? Because it's a really popular premise, just no one's actually made the game of it. So no. Yeah, no, it's fine. I can't think of any either. Oh, I just fucking cracked my back. Yeah. Dara.
Gege, Okarin?
He jumps in surprise. I'm the one who's really shocked. What are you doing here? I was gonna ask the same question. The storekeeper's looking at us funny, so we decided to change locations. Alright. What are you doing at the street stand? Don't tell me you were trying to counterfeit duplicates of T4's pin. Fine. I won't tell you then. So that's what happened. Daru was the suspicious character. Oh, so he's her dad. So all that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons were referring to Daru's size. The music seemed unfit, yeah. Psycho no Sutoka. Oof, that looks super low budget. See, that's what I mean, they're all so low budget. Maybe we'll check it out. Daru's, her dad? Maybe. Could he have been more confusing? Damn, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring her along. So why are you trying to make counterfeit versions? Don't let it fool you, the AI is smart. Oh, I'm sure the AI is smart. But I need graphic fidelity. How can I fall in love with my yandere stalker if she's like a 2D, like, pixel art? Sorry, Daru. No offense. I wasn't trying to counterfeit it. Close enough. I meant it as a backup plan, I guess. She's gonna be sad if we don't find her old man, right? So if that happens, I'll show her the badges I made and lie her dad was here. Oh, that's nice of him. It's 3D. Well, you know what I mean, though, right? Like, it's not a high-quality model. I'll still check it out, though. So you'll give her false hope. You don't have to put it like that. Remember, there are good lies and bad lies. Bad lies hurt people, and good lies save them. What eroge did you get that from? Claudian. And it's not eroge, it's a visual novel that teaches you the meaning of life. They're also mean to Daru, yeah, a little bit. Should I call off Operation Fate Taitor? Do you really think that'll make her happy? His expression turned sad. She told me not to tell anyone, but
オカリンには
I
話
guess
しと
I'd
け
better
よ。
tell you. He's got a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems dead serious, so I better hear him out.
タイムマシンを調べていて、アマネ氏から聞いたんだけど。
Uh-oh. The suspenseful music is playing. I heard this from her when we were discussing the repairs.
あのマシンは
Her time machine can only leap to the past.
何
Huh? I don't understand what he means at first.
バカな。
Nonsense. Taitor's time machine could travel both ways.
未来方向にも飛べた。
実際に見たの？
Did you see it?
見たわけじゃ
Well,
ないが。
no.
そもそもオカリン
When
の
you
言
say
ってるタイタ
Taitor,
ーって
you mean the one who appeared
2000
in
年に現
2000,
れたやつでしょ？
don't you?
僕は
I
そ
don't
んな
know
タイ
anything
タ
about
ー
that
見た
Taitor.
ことも聞いたこともないけどな。
That's right. The Taitor I know and Suzaha aren't necessarily the same. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, one looks like a Chevy, and the other looks like a satellite.
じゃあ、
So wait,
本当に。
行ったら戻ってこられない。
once she leaves, she can't come back.
それは。
You're saying if she goes to 1975, she can't return to 2010?
今の。
戻ってくるには
Not without living 35 years real time.
35年間をリアルタイムで生きないと。
Well, there have been no adult, like, female characters that we've encountered randomly, so I guess that we won't really see her again. Interesting. Is he serious?
ことは。
Does that mean her time machine can never return to 2036? I mean, I guess ultimately that's not a big deal because 2036 apparently sucks, right?
だから
Didn't I
さっ
say
き
that?
からそう言ってるじゃんか。
それは。
Then it's defective.
タイムマシンと。
そう
Right.
あのタイムマ
She
シ
said it
ンは
wasn't complete.
未完成だって言ってた。
Incomplete?
セルンの技術を
According
パ
to
クって
her,
ア
her
マネ
old
氏
man
の
built
親
it
父
in
さんが
secret
こっ
by
そり
reverse
独自に
engineering
作った
certain
ものらしいんだけ
technology.
ど。親父さんがセルン
But
に
CERN
殺され
killed
た
him
せい
before he
で
could
未
complete
完
it.
成のままなんだって。それで
She
も勝手に
insists
は飛
that
べる
it's
から
fine as long as she
ち
can
っと
leap to
も
the
問題
past,
ないって
but
アマネ氏は
それは。
are you sure?
確かな話なんだな。
本人がそう言ったし
She said so herself.
ア
I
マ
don't
ネ
think
氏
she
が
was
嘘をつい
lying.
てない限りはマジだと思うよ。つうわけで
So if she
今
doesn't
こ
meet
の
her
時
old
代
man
に
before
タイ
the
ム
time
マシン
machine
の
is
修理が
repaired,
終わるまでにもう二度
She
と
might
会
never
う機
get a
会は
chance.
ないかもしんないじゃん。
so that's why he was trying to make a copy, is evidence that her father was here.
だが。
But making a fake version of
Yeah,
her father's
he's a
pin
liar.
isn't going to solve anything. A lie's a
嘘
lie.
だ。
バレなければ
But if we don't get caught... I wave him silent and massage my temples. Need to think. What difference does it make? True, she might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. I mustn't let emotions control me. Christina told him that. I need to be more rational, logical. There's a Japanese proverb. He who pursues two hares will catch neither. However, that sad smile on her face. I understand what it means. I feel something tighten deep within my chest. The next day, as night falls, I summoned all members except Christina to Radicon. It's boiling hot on the rooftop even in the evening. When I provide Daru with the refreshing gift of cola, his face lightens up.
おお、オカリン
Wow, an ice-cold zero-calorie
カロリ
soda.
ーゼロのコーラの
Cola.
差し入れとか
Wow.
気が利きす
How
ぎだ
thoughtful of
ろ
you.
う。
He happily takes the cola and chugs it. Afterward, Daru and Suzaha start discussing the time machine Mayuri and I watch.
ねえねえオカリン
Isn't it amazing? The satellite was a time machine? Okay, we're repeating this.
タイムマシン
ああ。
Yeah,
そう。
ビルに突き刺さ
I'm
っ
glad
ち
she
ゃっ
wasn't
てる
hurt.
けどあれって
I heard it's hard to drive.
重力
The gravitational coordinates are off, she'll become a
し
jellyman.
かもね
She said her time machine's unstable. I'm worried about her. Do you think I should go?
お前が一緒
What
に
would you do?
どうするの
決まってる
I'd cheer her on.
ねえねえおか
Hey, do you think the time machine has a
気
name?
になるなら
Ask Taitor.
そうだ
Oh yeah, these are all the same
前
events.
しっかりしてたよ
She giggles and then returns. It has a name.
FG204
Anyway, they're a good couple. I look at them.
ダルはそもそも
Daru's all about Varys. Oh,
そっか
she tilts her head.
ねえね
Hey, can I take a closer look at the machine? Sure.
えもっとよく見てきていいかな
I enter the horizon look changes. Suzaha comes over me. Our shadows are murky.
橋田至って
He's
すごいね
amazing.
見た目は不正
He looks unhealthy and slow. A refreshing breeze blows by. It was quite hot a few minutes ago, but the temperature is finally starting to drop. Oh, here we go. This, I think, is now new dialogue.
あのさ
Hey,
今言わないと
there's something I want to say. I feel like I'll never get another
逃しちゃい
chance.
そうだから聞いてる
Are you listening? After a moment, I give a nod.
私さ
I'm grateful to you,
君
all
た
of
ち
you.
が初めてこの時代に来た
I
時
was alone. Okay, no, this is
こ
the
の時代
same.
の方が
This air is
すごく
peaceful.
でも
It's
さ
so peaceful. It scared me. Now I have friends who I can share
私が
secrets
生まれ
with.
る前に生きていた
All the people who lived, who are working hard. It's strange but happy.
その気持ち
I
が
wanted you to know that.
本当だから
I've heard these words before. Just like last time, her tone is wistful.
あのマシンは
Her time machine can only lead to the past. The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head in an endless refrain.
この時代に来ることができて
Living with you guys in this
君
time,
たちと同
it's
じ
been
時間を
fun.
過ごせてっていうか
When I met you, you're all so
みん
strange
な揃
and
いも
unique
揃っ
and
て
over
我
the
が強
top.
くて
I was shocked.
癖いつの間にか
But before I knew it, I started
君たちとい
enjoying
る時
time
間
with you.
が楽しく2036年はさ
People don't. Now we're back to similar dialogue. People don't fight anymore in the future. I shake my head.
とにかくさ
Anyway, people don't
それ
fight
すらでき
ever.
ない
All
およ
forms
そ
of
争いって名
conflict,
のつく
poof,
もの
without a
は
trace, they're
代わ
gone.
り
Everyone has dead eyes like fish. No one has ambition or dreams.
笑いはするけど
People smile, but never get angry.
個性なんて
No individuality. Everyone's a robot.
この前
You got mad at me.
あの時
I was surprised, but at the same time happy. She looks at the time machine. There, Daru and Mayuri are with it, talking cheerfully.
君のラボに出入
You're
り
all
して
so
るから
bright, full of life. I envy you.
椎名真由里も橋田
All of you guys.
私も
I want to be more like you.
こうして頑張れてるのも
It's thanks to all of you I'm still
君
going
たちと
strong.
会えたおかげほんのちょっとでも
Being a lab member, even for just a little while, was great. She smiles. This time, I know what that smile means.
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たち
She
と
obviously
一緒に
knew
なれて
from the beginning that if she traveled to 1975, she'd never return.
岡部倫太郎
Change the future, Rintaro. Make a world like this one, where people are free. The first time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to her 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036, she can't even return here to 2010. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present us and the present Suzaha could never meet again. Why would she go further in the past? To get the IBN. Suzaha chose this mission, to change the future and save Mayuri. Unless Suzaha travels to 1975, Mayuri will die. What about Suzaha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. To be fair, she really doesn't have much. How does she feel?
思い出を
Do you?
思い出を作ったことを
Do you regret spending time with us?
後悔して
どういうこと
What do you mean?
どうせ
Do you regret making new friends here and memories? Do you wish you had kept your
この
distance?
2010年においてそうすれば
You've already abandoned one life. Now you have to abandon another.
お前は事実上
It's like you're killing yourself.
2回
もしかして
Did Daru
星
tell
が
you?
至るから聞いた？
She frowns.
あいつもお前のことを心配
He's
している
worried about you.
たく
I
誰
told
に
him
も
not
言
to
うなっ
tell.
て念を押しといたのに。
どうなんだ
Well,
お前は
how do you feel?
1975年へ行くことに
どうもこうもないよ。
It doesn't matter how I feel. Her expression suddenly hardens.
私は行かなきゃいけ
I
ない。
have to go. It's the path I
それ
chose,
が
and it's
私
what
が
my
選
dad
んだ道だ
wanted.
し。
But if she's living in the past, that would still change the timeline, right? I guess she would push everything more towards the world line where she's probably the one that donates it to the shrine then, right? The computer. So we'd go back to that original world line.
もし
What if we ask you to stay?
俺や誰が止めたら
無視する。
I'll go anyway.
アットチャンネルでも
One of those guys on At Channel asked what right I have to change the future and decide the fate of the human race. He had a point,
過去改変を行うとは何でもさ、
but still,
あんな未来には
I don't want the future to turn out like that.
私は君たちみたい
I
に
want the people in my time to be free like you. Free to laugh, play, fight, and argue, get sad and cry.
争いが未来を変えれば
If I change the future, then no one dies. Not you, not Mayuri, not my dad.
君もセルンに殺されエゴかもしれないけど
Maybe I don't have the right,
私
but
は
I'm going to anyway.
そのためなら
Even if you never return.
何言ってんの
Come on, the 70s aren't a bad time, you know.
悪くないよ
I'll find friends there. We'll have a blast.
君たちみたいな愉快な友達を作って自由に生きていくよ
Just like that, she's back to her usual self. Despite her cheerful smile, I'm certain her resolve was forged from fear and doubt, the likes of which few can imagine. I was a fool to think my words could swear. Beneath the blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Daru's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in the wall, but that's a small matter. Daru gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mayuri is jumping for joy, and Christina, who ran over as soon as she completed the machine, is relieved. Meanwhile, Suzuha is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the time machine exterior. She likes it too much. She wants to bring it with her. Christina was worried that might cause a time paradox. My heart is heavy. Should I let her leave like this? I chide myself for the thought. It's not my choice. She isn't from this time. If she doesn't want to stay, I have no reason to keep her from leaving. She finishes securing her bicycle and turns to us with a smile. I can't believe the bike is about to survive this black hole. Crazy. It's not the painful, forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. We're just going to wing it. Fortunately, we have the time lead machine for insurance. My only regret is we couldn't find her father.
みんな
Thanks, guys.
サンキューね
Really, I can't thank you enough.
マユシーたちのこと
Don't
忘れ
forget
ちゃ
about
嫌
us.
だよ
俺なら
If you want to thank me, let's make out.
チュッチュしてください。
変態は自重しろ
Chill out, perv. The lab members pat Suzuha on the shoulder and offer words of encouragement, each in their own way.
そうだ
Oh, right.
これ
Take this. She offers me her father's pen. In the end, we couldn't decipher the inscription.
岡部倫太郎
This is for you,
これあげるよ
Rintaro.
あのラボの
Keep it in the lab,
片
will
隅
you?
に置いたからさ
Somewhere out of sight is
置い
fine.
といて
お前
Is she regretting her decision to leave? Is this pen meant to be proof that Suzuha was here with us in this time?
ピンバッジのことだけどさ、
About the pen. Daru hesitates for a moment and steps forward.
それと同じ図柄で
Why don't we make duplicates for all the members? Make it our symbol. Oh, that's cute. And then that symbol is obviously going to be the symbol of the resistance in memory of Suzuha. Aw. That's a great idea. I don't even know if she dies, but I'm getting all teary for the memorabilia. How unusually thoughtful of you. I don't know what to say. We already took a picture of it, so keep your pin. It belonged to your dad, right? Yeah. I stay silent. There's nothing I can say. I could stop her from leaving if I tried. Unless she goes, I can't save Mayuri. Hi. Okay, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. Mayuri suddenly raises her hands. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation, though I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about her time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could she have found out she's fated to die? Jesus. I quickly glance at Christina, but she seems just as confused as me. What is it? Actually, I found her dad?
Huh?
Why would you bring that up so late? What? She's about to leave. You wouldn't have brought this up later? Or earlier? She puffs out her chest. You want to meet him? Don't ya? Well, he's here with us today. Where? Everyone, including me, starts looking around. Mayuri has us hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be? Oh, this is about to be the end of the chapter, isn't it? Allow me to introduce you. Her dad is... Is that a drum roll? Suzuha's dad is... Oh, she's gonna die here. She flashes Suzuha a grin. Daru. She thrusts her finger at Daru. Our mouths drop. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter. That joke's not even logical. It's impossible for this perv to get married in the first place. Hey, that kinda hurts.
Yeah.
I completely agree with Christina. Daru is fated to become a wizard when he turns 30. You can be nicer about it, guys. But it's the truth, so I can't object. Daru just died. He falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Suzuha, she clearly doesn't know how to react. You know, my dad wasn't fat. Oh, Jesus! Quit dunking on the guy. You're all so mean to Daru. Mayuri's the only one to stand up for me. You're an angel, Mayuri. Do you love me? Nope. Harsh. Mayuri's 100,000,000% sure Daru is Suzuha's dad. What's your proof? I was thinking about the letters on her pin. After staring at it hard, I noticed the 7 and 710 and 7010 looked weird.
これはね
It's not a 7, it's a 2. The line fell off.
下の横棒がかすれて本当に
Really? She stares at the inscription.
小さすぎて
It's so small, I can't tell.
デジカメで撮った画
It's
像
easy to
を
see on the
拡大
picture.
すると
2010って西
I
暦の
can't
こ
see
と
anything that's like that.
まさに今年のことじゃない
But that's this year.
だったら
What do the letters
最
mean?
初のアルファベットは何を意味するんだ
OSHM. That's what's inscribed on the pin. That's easy.
岡部椎名橋田牧瀬でもって天音
Okabe, Shina, Hida, Makuse, and finally, Amane.
ちょ
It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look.
これラボメンの
Our initials.
頭文字じゃん。
2010年って言
So I was
ったら
thinking,
何
why
かなって
2010?
考
And
え
then
た
I
ら
remembered
ね
it's the year of the
ラ
lab
ボメンの
members.
年だって思って
Huh?
未来ガジェット研究
The
所が
Future
できた
Gadget
のは
Laboratory was
今
founded
年
this
だ
year.
もん
How does that make Daru the
そういうこと
dad?
か
So that's what it is.
でねすずさん
Remember
から
when you
聞
made a
いた
joke?
未
No, I
来
was
の
being
話に
serious.
はオカリンとクリスチャンの話は出てくるけどダルくんの話はちっとも出てこなかったでしょ
The names in this series are unapologetically Japanese. Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, Suzahan has lots of stories about the future Okarin and future Christina, but not a single story about Daru, right?
それを言うならマユシだって
There weren't many about Mayuri either. His observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home.
マユシはラボ
Well,
メンだから
Mayuri's a lab member, but I can't make time machines. I don't like fighting. Of course I'm not
争い
famous.
事も好きじゃないから
No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. But we know that and say nothing.
でもね
But Daru's a super hacker, and Okarin's right arm. He even helped Okarin make the phone wave.
電話
So I
レ
thought
ン
it was
ジじゃなく
strange she
て
didn't know him.
オカリンとダルくんの2人で作ったんだから名前
名前が出てこない
So you're saying he uses a different name?
名前を偽っているっていうことね
すずさんがいたレジスタンス
Beryl Titor helped Okarin found the resistance, right?
オカリンとバレるって
And he was in Akiba in
2010
2010.
年の秋葉にいたタイムマシンを
And he was able to build his own time
でき
machine.
る人でオカリンの
And he knew about
リーディ
Okarin's
ング
reading
シュプ
spaghetti.
リームを
リーディングしたいな
それにつ
He
い
knew
て
about it.
知ってる人ね
Doesn't that fit Daru
ぴった
perfectly?
りでしょ
確かに
She's right.
それにね
Do you remember the day
すずさん
Suzaha
が
went to meet her
お父さん
father?
と会おうとしていた日のタイムマシ
She
ン
thought he'd be at the time machine
お父
offline
さん
meet.
に会えると思ったんだよね
We know that because we told her.
ちなみにダル
Daru was supposed to be there
そ
too,
の
right?
オフ会に行こうとしてたでしょ
あれは
That meet was seriously important to the history of Japanese
重要なオフ会だ
sci-fi.
ったんだマジで
At least I got to sneak in while tailing
天主
Suzaha.
の尾行ついでに潜り込めたからラッキーだ
I
った
don't
け
remember
ど
that. It must be because of the D-mail I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memories from previous world lines, I don't acquire the memories of events in the new world lines. It's a gift
父さん
and a
から
curse
そのオ
It's
フ
a
会の
gift
話を聞いたことがあ
and
っ
a
た
curse.
子供
Reading
の頃の
Steiner.
ことだからうろ覚えだったけど
Dad told me about the meet when I was little.
行け
I
ば
don't
会え
remember
る
what
か
he
な
said
って思った
exactly,
ん
but
だ
I thought I might be able to meet him there.
じゃああの会
So
社
if
で
I'd
僕
been at
に
the
会っ
meet,
てたら
everything would have
そ
been
れで
okay.
解決だったって話
どうかな
I don't know. I don't think I'd have picked you out as my dad.
橋田至お父さんだとは認識できなかったかも
I mean, I guess they have kind of similar hair. Still, the evidence does keep piling up.
あとね
And then there's the
タイ
time
ムマシン
machine's
ね
name. FG204 or something?
FG204 なんとかかんとかって言うんだけど
Is that a reference to something? That's the monk catchphrase.
なんだっけ
You don't know that, Kyler? I thought you've seen Monk. when Monk describes his like amazing detective ability as a gift and a curse, because it's also what makes him like a super germaphobe. He says it's a gift and a curse. Shout out to Monk references that nobody's gonna get watching this.
FG204 セカンドエディション
You were doing the hand thing? Yeah, I was just being dramatic. That was me trying to be Okura. FG204 second edition version 2.3.
その
That
ネーミング
naming
センスは
sense, it's gotta be
間違
Daru.
いなくダル。
それに
And
FG
FG probably stands for Future
フューチャー
Gadget.
ガジェットの略だと思うんだ
So Suzuha's time machine is Future Gadget number 204. I absolutely called that too.
最後に
COVID was a bad time for Monk.
バレルタイターさんは
You're not wrong.
ダル君しか考えら
Finally,
れ
his
ないよ
name, Barrel Titer, has to be Daru.
そういえば昨日の夜マユリからバレル
Come
の
to
意
think
味
of
を
it,
教え
last
て
night,
って聞かれたけど
Mayuri asked how to say barrel in Japanese.
バレルはね
It's Taru, right, Christina?
クリスちゃん
She nods. Taru,
タル
Daru.
タルダル。
Is his Chuni behavior rubbed on you? I was trying to impersonate it since he hasn't been here in a while.
ダジャ
It's a pun?
レでねでねすずさん
Okay.
橋田
Say Hashita Itaru 10 times fast.
なんで
Why?
言えばわかる
Just say it and find out. Hehe.
橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる今大体
Just now.
って聞こえなかった
Didn't it sound like Daitor?
聞こえた
It did.
橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる橋田いたる
マジで
For real?
マジです
For super reals? I can't believe it. With all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't deny it. Everyone's jaw drops. Only this time, we're staring at Daru and Suzuha.
とってもお似合いの親子
I
だと
think she
思う
looks
な
just like her father.
プラシーボ効果かし
That
ら
could just be the placebo effect, but
言
now
われ
that
て
you
みれ
mention
ば
it, they
二
do
人が
kind
似て
of
る
look
ような
alike.
気もしてきた
I know what the placebo effect looks like. How does the game describe it? Something that seems like medicine but has no actual effect. When taken by a patient who believes, it gives them a stability. Placebos are amazing.
お手柄だな。
Nice work. You'll make a great detective one
名探偵椎名真
day.
由里だ。
名探偵
That's the first time anyone said that.
そんなこと言われたの初めてだよ
She says a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone.
ああ、娘
My daughter?
天音氏が
Suzuha is my daughter? Wide-eyed, points to Suzuha while flapping his lips like a fish out of water.
父さん
Dad.
そういう時は
Uh,
パパと呼びな
could you
さ
call me
い
Papa instead?
こんな時ぐらい変態はやめ
For
ろ
once in your life, don't be a perv.
父さん
Dad. She tries to hold back her tears, but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks.
うん
Seeing this, Daru stops joking and lets her speak.
私来たよ
I came to see you in the
父
time
さんに
machine
会
you
うた
built.
めに父さんが作った
うん
Yeah,
父さんのやろうとしていたこと
I'm gonna finish what you started. I promise.
私が絶対やり遂げるから
うん
Yeah,
だから
watch over me, okay?
見ててほしい
見てるよ絶対見てるよ
I'm watching, of course I am. She walks up to him and hugs him. Daru awkwardly but firmly hugs her back. Father and daughter reunited across time. I'm truly glad we could do this.
ちなみに君の母さんは可愛かった？ロリ顔で背が小さくて
By
だ
the
けど
way,
今
was
日
your
に言って
mother
も希
cute?
望。
I request a petite girl with a cute face and big boobs. That's a
それ
secret.
は内緒にしとく。
When she steps away, she's smiling.
さてと。
That takes care of everything I wanted to do.
未練はきれいさっぱり断ち切れたから。そろそろ
Guess I should get going.
行くよ。
待て
Don't you have more to say to your father? You're going already?
積もる話があったりしないのか
What am I doing? Her mind is set. I know nothing I say will convince her to stay. It's madness to try. If she stays, Mary dies, I know. Why am I trying?
私は大丈夫。きっと
I'm fine.
IBN 5100
I'm gonna get the
を手に入れ
IBN
て
just like I
みせるから
promised. This is a nice track, yeah. She looks at us with the face of a warrior.
未来を変えるのは
I'll bring it to you here, Nakihabara. That's my duty and I'll see it through.
私は
The rest is up to you.
荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるからお願い
Change the future,
未
please.
来を変えてほしい
Nobody speaks and nobody nods. We don't have the words. Wait, why does nobody even nod at her? Jesus. She sees it in our faces. Resolve. She's entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and silently swear to protect them. The future Suzaha came from is not the future we desire. In her time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happens. Mayuri will live, and Christina will be free. Suzaha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the future that all these things may come to pass.
それじゃ
Well,
35年後に会おうね
see you guys in 35
君
years.
たちにとっては
Though I
数
guess
時
it'll
間
only
だ
be a few hours for you.
あ、そうそうタイムマシンが時間跳躍するとき
I almost forgot. The time machine gives off terrific ultraviolet rays when it jumps, so make sure not to look at it. With a final warning, she boards the time machine and waves once. Then the hatch closes behind her. Shouldn't she have mentioned where it would be? I mean, it's gonna be the shrine, right? But I feel like we should have established that. Moments later, the machine comes to life. An alarm starts ringing. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the satellite's activity. They all look up. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail is from Suzaha. Thanks. Goodbye. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me this exact same message before leaving. But this time, it holds a different meaning. I lift my eyes for the message to see space around the time machine warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops the fuselage. I squint my eyes.
Suzaha.
We'll never see her again, not this one. We can seek her out in our time. I know they'll make the effort. But the next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she'll not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step towards the light.
鈴葉きっとまた会おうな
I'm sure we'll meet again. I'm getting all
僕その
emotional.
時まで頑張るから
I'll do my
頑
best
張るだ
until
なんて
then.
とっさにこんな言葉しか出な
I
く
hate
て
myself for not
自
knowing
分
any
の
other
ボ
way
キャ
to
ブラ
say
リー
it.
の貧弱
but
さ
I'll
が
do my
嫌に
best.
なるけどさとにかく僕は頑張るから
I promise.
鈴葉も
Do your best
頑
to.
張ってな
His words probably can't reach her. As the light grows, I raise my hand to shield my eyes. Bathed in radiant particles, the cocoon slowly unfurls. The next thing I know, her time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in the wall. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and seems to pulse softly where the machine once was. We stand there for a while, silently staring at the empty spot where the summer breeze blows past. It's crazy because nowadays everyone would have cell phone footage of that. As if the wind were fate itself. Fortunately, we don't have time to mourn her departure. In about an hour and a half, Mocha's group will attack. Before that, we need to acquire the IBN that Suzuha went to the 1975 to obtain. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easiest for us to slip out. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akaba. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBN to the lab. Oh. When did we establish that? When we return, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting. It seems she hasn't come yet. She's out of breath. No more running. Christina gasps for breath while Mayuri calmly munches on a banana. As I check the lab for any sign of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catches my eye. The meter reads 0.337187. The divergence hasn't changed. And reading Steiner didn't activate, so I suspected that might be the case. Let's think this through. I thought divergence would change the instant she obtained the IBN. But maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instant she hands me the IBN? Or will it change when we use the IBN to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for her to arrive. Suzuha's 54 now, right? After catching his breath, Daru speaks. My daughter's 30 years older than me. I don't know if I want to see that. It feels weird, man. You know, it wouldn't be unusual for her to have grandchildren by that age. I could have great grandkids? I don't know if I'm ready for that. Just be super nice to him. That's what grandpas do. Please don't call me grandpa. A knock on the door. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me with a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety. I open the door. Why does everyone look at Rentaro? I mean, I guess he's the leader of the group, but it feels like everyone should look at Daru. Uh-oh. Instead of an old woman, we get a wall of muscle. Our disappointment is palpable. Oh, it's you. Hey, have you seen my part-timer? He peeks into the lab. If you're looking for Suzuha, she went 35 years.
Shut up, Mayuri.
Christina covers Mayuri's mouth. You know something? Where'd that girl run off to? She took the last couple days off, and I don't know when she's coming next. She won't even answer her phone. I don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave, not unless I want another cracked skull. She said she went back to her hometown. I think she's probably gone for good. What? You sure? That brat. She didn't say a word to me. The future is changing. Isn't this proof? On my previous leaps, he never came by. This must be related to her trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign. As long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again. Mr. Braun sighs, then turns to me with a serious expression. Whatever. I got something for you, Okabe. For me? He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to me, but there's no stamp or postmark. The name, Hashira Suza, is written on the back. What is this? It's from the lady who used to own this building. She asked me to give it to you. Who? How'd you know Suzu-san, anyway? Suzu-san? Of course. The name on the back reads Hashishida Suzu. Hashida is Daru's surname. Where is she? She passed away 10 years ago. Oh. At 45? Really? Passed away? She's dead? A wave of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet. How old was she? Mid-40s, I think? The age fits. Thank you for taking care of this letter. Is it from Suzu-san? Why'd he have it? Braun clearly doesn't understand our reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him. He grumbles and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open it. Inside is a handwritten letter. The characters are messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes, transfixed, begin to read. I don't get it. Dear Rintaro, it's me. It's been a long time. Though for you, I'm sure only a few hours have passed. The date is June 13th, the year is 2000. Meaning I'm writing this 10 years before you'll read it. I'll get to the point. I failed. 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 Jesus. I failed. 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 The date is June 14th, the year 2000. About 9 or 10 years before you read this. I failed. I only remembered who I was 1 year ago today. The day Nostradamus said the King of Terror would come. Stupid King of Terror. He should have come and burned us all away. For 24 years, I forgot who I was. Why? All I could remember was my name. I finally remembered a year ago. The day the King of Terror was supposed to come but didn't. There's no King of Terror, but I want to die. The repairs are incomplete. The time machine malfunctioned. When I arrived in 1975, I couldn't remember anything. They found me lying in the street like a broken doll and took me to a hospital. Now I've been living on my own for years, but that says Hashira Suza, a normal person who forgot the duty and mission of Amane Suzaha, which I only remembered last year. I failed, I failed, I failed, I failed, I failed, I failed. It's a brutal letter. Couldn't we just time leap right now and give her like notes to remember her memory? I failed. I'm a failure. Something went wrong. I don't know what, but the repairs were incomplete. But it's not Dad's fault, it's mine. I should have gone straight to 1975. I shouldn't have stopped in 2010. But I was selfish, and now the future is doomed. There's no IBN 5100. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For what purpose have I lived? I forgot my duty and lived a carefree life instead. Now my life has no meaning. It's worthless. Worthless. I wish I hadn't remembered. I'm glad I finally remembered. I'm glad I had this chance to say sorry. Forgive me. My plan failed. I spent this whole year asking myself why. I finally figured it out. If I hadn't postponed my leave to 1975, this wouldn't have happened. Rintaro, after the offline meet, you stopped me from going to 1975. I was happy, but that's where it went wrong. I should have left, and I shouldn't have waited. That was my last chance. That night, there was a thunderstorm, and my time machine was flooded. If you can go back to that day, please let me leave. Then I can bring you the IBN. I can fulfill my mission. Please, that's all I want. I promised Dad. That was his dream. I want to change the future. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My life was meaningless. My hands curl, crumpling the page, and I realize I'm crying. She failed? She lost her memory? Her life was meaningless? This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces, like mine, are frozen. I turn to Daru, whiter than a sheet. Daru, didn't you fix the time machine? I did. I thought I did, but I mean, this is my first time repairing a time machine. I might have missed something. Missed something? Whatever you missed cost your daughter 24 years of her life. Jesus, that's brutal. I didn't do it on purpose. Calm down, both of you. He did everything he could. He doesn't deserve your anger. How can you be so calm? That's how I am, sorry. Now calm down. It's not Daru's fault. I know that. But it can't end like this. It can't. What was Suzuha feeling as she wrote this letter? I look at it again, and the words scrawled upon the page. Every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. She's dead, 10 years gone. How did she die? It's gotta be suicide, right? Don't tell me. Braun must know what happened. I run to the window and check the street. He's outside, closing.
Mr. Brown!
Can't we just time leap and give her notes? Just time leap to before she traveled. Like, not even an earlier day. And go, hey. Here are notes, just in case the time travel doesn't work. I run downstairs. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Did you hear? That satellite up and disappeared. Everyone's talking about it. I guess it's already made the news. Please, I need to know. Know what?
橋田鈴さんの
Hashida Suza.
亡
How'd
く
she
なった
die?
状況について
Why do you want to know that?
でどうする？
He looks at me hard. I meet his stare, unflinching.
俺は
I don't know anything about how she died.
彼女の最後
I need to know what her last moments were like.
知ってお
I
かなけれ
feel
ば
it's
な
my
らない
duty to know,
そんな気
to
がするんで
engrave
す
her memory into my heart.
単なる好奇心
Sounds like you've got a
ってわけ
reason.
じゃなさそうだな。で、
Whatever I want to know is how you knew her.
鈴さ
Or
ん
what I want to know is how you knew her.
古い
She's an old
知
acquaintance.
り合いです
That's all I can say.
とても古い知り合いで
A very old acquaintance, but I still remember the time I
彼
spent
女
with
と
her.
過ごしたわずかな時間は聞かせて
So please tell me.
ください
あまり言いたくはないんだがな。
I don't like to talk about it, but
これから俺が言うことは
listen good.
殺して聞けよ。
I nod.
何か
Then I get my answer.
自殺だ。
It was suicide. The word drops on my heart like an anvil. My knees give out and I collapse. Suicide.
自宅で首を
She hung herself. I was the one who found her.
第一発見者だ。
My life was meaningless. Wait a minute. She hung herself at home. I was the one who found her. Does that mean that that's her husband in that timeline? Nai is her daughter? I recall the last words she wrote in her letter. Words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end.
そんなことになる1年ぐらい前から精神的に
She became unstable about a year before it happened.
それまでは
Before that, she was a nice and
優しい
cheerful
人だったんだ
lady.
が俺はあの人
This
の
building
家に
was hers.
下
She
宿
gave
さ
me
せ
a
てもらっ
place
て
to
たんだ
stay.
スーズさんは
She had no relatives. Almost no one came to her
葬式にはほとんど
funeral.
人は来なかった
It was sad.
寂しいもんだったぜ。さっきの手紙は
She handed me that letter a week before, told me to give it to a young man named Rintaro on this exact date.
今日になったらスーズさんは
When you moved in
予知能力
upstairs,
でも持ってたのか
I thought she must have seen the future or something.
おめえが上に越してきた時は
Enough. I can't take it anymore. I try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble, but before I fall, a small body supports me.
おかり大丈
Okurin, are you okay? Mayuri. Must be taking all her strength to hold me up. Did she hear how she died? Her eyes are wet and lips trembling. She's the one supporting me. Mayuri and I bow deeply in return. When we get back, Daru is seated at his computer, his head on the table. Christina's standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about Radicon. The disappearance of the satellite's huge news. The lounge is silent except for the TV. I look at the table. The divergence meter hasn't changed since before she left. What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with a time leap. I can't do anything about her death. Should I have stopped her from leaving? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Am I crazy to think that he should just time leap to before she left and give her notes? Like, time leap to when she's entering. He's got his phone with him. What choice did I have? I can't save Mayuri without the IBN. Suzaha has to travel to 1975. I consider options. What if I redo these 2 days? Could Daru fix the time machine so it doesn't happen? Is fixing the machine even possible? Daru's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hand in the future. It seems logical he could. But look at it another way. It took Daru a whole 26 years to learn enough to build it, and he had to reverse engineer CERNs to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect our Daru to perform flawless repairs in 2 days. She might not have her possessions, maybe. In that case, can I have Daru use the time leap machine and repeat the 2 days until he repairs it? No, he'll have to start from scratch each time. Each time, 2 days aren't enough. I collapse onto the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mayuri sits next to me and rubs my back. I'm grateful for her kindness. I recall what she wrote. If you can go back to that day, let me leave. The D-mail I sent. Could that be the cause? On the original world line, Suzuha leapt to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with that outcome, I sent a D-mail to convince myself to follow her and prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a storm. If I hadn't followed her that day, if I hadn't sent that D-mail, her time machine wouldn't have malfunctioned. She'd have arrived safely in 75. The solution is obvious. I need to cancel that D-mail. But can I do that? If I change the past so that she leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search? Her heartfelt confession on the roof? Her tearful reunion with her father? All of it will be undone. Well, yeah, but it also ends 4 days versus ending in a tragic year of prolonged depression to suicide. What do I do? An urgent bulletin pops. I look up. Bomb threat suspends the Yamanote. Damn, Mocha's men will be here any minute. There's no time to think or hesitate. I run downstairs and break into the workshop and turn on the CRT. Then I return to the lab and activate the time loop.
Okabe,
What are you
どう
doing?
するつもり?
She demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes.
なんとかしなければならない。
We can't
こ
just
のま
leave
ま
it
でいい
like
はずは
this.
ないんだ。
I have to do something. A choice to enter the Suzuha route is coming. Let's do a cheeky save here then. I will do whatever feels necessary, but we'll save here for potential. Okay, bye.
おかり
Are you sure?
無茶はダメだよ
Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. I can't let this stand. There are two options. I cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue her. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can time leap and prevent her from leaving. Two options, but really just one. Don't hesitate. Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail. His CERN trap. That should be enough to convince me to let her go.
来るぞ。
Christina, you're good at remembering
日付を
dates,
正
aren't
確に
you?
覚えている。
Yeah.
ええ、まあ、
鈴葉の励まし
When did we throw the party for Suzuha?
4日前、
4 days
8
ago.
月9日。
August 9th.
おかり
You're sending a D-mail? But won't that make everything disappear?
でもそうしたら全部消え
4
ちゃうんだ
days.
よ
It may not sound like much, but in that time we forged a definite bond with her. To send this D-mail is to sever that bond. I know that. But this is the only choice I have. I set the phone wave to 97 hours ago. This D-mail should arrive first. Wait, where was the choice? Did I already select it? Now I just need to send it. Save Mayuri, that's my purpose. That's what drove me to leap through time. I'll do whatever it takes. This is just one more sacrifice. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy what bond you had. Send the D-mail. Push the button. I mean, yeah, I feel like we send it, right? Like, yeah, it's sad that we're not friends with Suzuha, but she still lives her life if we send this. Mayuri dies. Isn't that what she wants? He'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness and from ending her life in despair. Preventing her from playing Danganronpa. Save Suzuha, save Mayuri. So can the game continue if, like, you make one of these choices? Is there just, like, a hard end if you choose not to send this message? Is this the ending that I think Kyler mentioned earlier? If you choose not to end this, this is just, like, bad end right here? Because I think we should send the text. But if this is just a quick bad end, I'd like to see it, and then we can reload the save. But if it like ends up going like another couple chapters, then I'll send the text. It just ends. Yeah, basically. Okay. So yeah, in this scenario, I would send the text. But if this is just like going to be a quick cutscene, I do want to see it. And then we'll just come back to my save. But yeah, so in terms of decision making, for my canon path, I would absolutely send the text here. All the endings just end except the true one. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. For my decision here, I would choose to send the text because it'd be more important to save their lives than to have like the good memories of like a good weekend. But for the content on the stream, we'll do this. This is the right thing to do. This is right, but is it really? Is erasing those memories the right thing to do? Yes. Isn't that running away from reality? Shouldn't I try time looping? Maybe there's another way. What should I do? What's the right choice? Stop, you're starting to doubt. Never doubt. I don't know. But I need to reach a conclusion. I can't do it. I can't send this. Acting on impulse. I don the headgear and punch in a 48-hour leap.
解放はあるの?
Lock the save. Good call. Good call, good call, good call. Do you have a plan? I ignore her. A taste of blood fills my mouth as I press the button. Dude, if we get the Suzuha route, then my thumbnail today will be totally relevant. The world twists. My legs shake. I cover my eyes. 1,000 emotions stampede through my skull, then fade. I stare vacantly at Christina, who's standing in front of me. But no, I would choose to send the text. But if we're just going to get a little ending here, then why not? At first, I can't hear her over the buzzing, but little by little, her voice comes clear.
ほら、ふらついてるじゃない。まだ2
See,
日目
you're
なのに。
shaking. We've been at it for 2 days
そん
and
な
you're
に疲れててどうすん
exhausted.
のよ。
She thrusts her finger at me like an angry school teacher.
ピンバッジはきっと見つかる。まだ
We
時
still
間
have
はある
plenty
ん
of
だか
time
ら
to find the pin. You don't have to be in such a hurry.
それより、あんたにぶっ倒れられたら。
If you collapse, what then? I won't be worried
Mayuri が
about
心
you,
配する
but
でしょ。
Mayuri sure will.
少しは
Take care of
自
yourself,
分の
got it?
体もいたわりなさい。
The time leap worked.
は
Yeah.
あ、分かってる。
The other endings are fine, but not as memorable. Does that mean you're gonna stop watching if we get the Suzuha ending here? Don't hurt me so. I nod and collapse. I couldn't sacrifice either of them. In a sense, I'm running away. There was no other choice. No other way to save them both. In 2 days, Mayuri will die and Suzuha will be lost to the past. If these 2 days are all we have left, then all I can do is repeat them. Forever. Let these 2 days be the rest of my life. Oh, Jesus. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent. The spokes revolve, rhythmically reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child.
気持ちいい
The
ね
weather's nice.
なんで
Why'd I have to go?
こんなこと
同感だわ。っていうか、風
This
強
is
す
the
ぎ。
Maruki arc? Or is this the new Narukami Golden arc?
ダルくんはね
You're a little chubby, Daru. I
もっ
think
と
you need
運動して
exercise.
おくべきだと思うよ
デブオタ上等
Fat neckbeard master race. Jesus. Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
いい景色だな
What of you? Here, you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to the Rainbow Bridge. Akiba and the jumbled sprawl of central Tokyo is a 2-hour ride behind us. Here on this artificial island, they're the only skyscrapers and vacant lots. You can add Suzuha N to the title. Yeah. One time, I took the bus back to Akiba after Comic-Con, so I already knew how close it was. I never thought I'd come here by bike. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted to change of pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed this cycling expedition. Of course, I already know who the pin belongs to and who her father is. But I've chosen not to tell. If at all possible, I want to spend these 2 days in peace and delay her time travel. That's my goal.
出発するまではさ
I thought this trip would be a waste of time, but I guess people need to take a break once
た
in a
まには
while.
こういう時間も必要な生き物
私はタイムリープマシンを作ってる方が楽しい。
I'd rather be working on the time leap machine. Wait, if we fuck up the time leap though, isn't that bad?
引きこもりが最強だと
This just
今日
proves I belong
証明されます
indoors.
二人ともグダグダ
You two are all worn out.
だらしないな
Come on, stamina is the key to survival. Christina and Daru are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
水は自動販売機はまだ今ならコップ
Water.
一杯分の
Where's
水
a
のため
vending
に
machine?
人
I'd
殺
kill
し
for a
も
glass
でき
of
そう
water.
だお
残念ながら
Sorry. There's no convenience stores until we cross another bridge. Tough it out.
コンビニはない。
マジ
Are
で
you serious?
無理
It's impossible.
もう無理
オカリン詳しい
You really know the
んだね
area. Have you been here
この
before?
辺来たことあるの
あ
Yeah, many
No.
times. Oh, so we're in a reality where he's been doing this for a while then, huh? How long have I been living in this closed loop of time? It's already getting hard to keep track. So instead, I think in 2 cycle days. This should be the 4th. This time, only I know Mayuri is fated to die. By keeping that secret, I allow us to spend these days like normal kids. The cycling expedition is part of that. Oh yeah, this is the tragic, like... This is, like, unironically, like, the most tragic end. Suzuha and Mayuri enjoy the ride, so I make sure we do it each time. Our current destination is the Tokyo Big Sight, the massive convention center. In a few days, it'll be home to Comic-Con. I know it's the world's largest doujinshi marketplace event.
ここまで来ればビッグサイトはすぐだ。
Big Sight straight ahead.
あと10分もし
Shouldn't
ないうち
take
に
more
着く
than
だろ
10 minutes to get there.
その前に休憩を
Let's take a break. Daro has used up the last of his strength while still on his bike. He rests his body against the guardrail. I turn and pull up next to his bike.
そのままの格好でいると危ないぞ。
It's not safe there. Come on.
体を起こせ。
ちょっと休ませてよ
Let me rest.
危ないん
I
だ。
said it's
言って
not
るだろ。
safe. I sigh and pull him up.
わかったから
Okay, okay. He stands up. A second later. A huge truck speeds past. Oh, okay. The gust of wind nearly bowls us over. The bridge sways.
危ねえ
That was close. It probably wouldn't have hit him anyway, but still, best to be careful.
オカリンのおかげ
You
で助
saved
かっ
me.
なんかね
That was almost like Okarin saw the future. You think at this point Christina would be like,
だね
D メールでも使ったん
you
で
got
す
an email, didn't you? Oh, she kinda did. Mayuri's innocent smile. Christina's cynical grin. To them it's a joke, but they're not wrong. The only thing they got wrong was I didn't send an email, I time-leaped. Suzuha's eyes meet mine. She was laughing a moment ago, but now she looks confused and uncertain. I avert my eyes.
聖地よ私は帰
Holy
ってき
Land, I
た
have returned. His vigor restored, faces Big Sight with his arms spread wide.
人がいない時に
Never seen it this empty.
初めてだよ
こんなに広かったの
Look
ね
at all that space.
なのにコミマ中
It's
は
hard
人
to
で埋め
believe
尽く
they
され
fill
る
this
と
whole area during Comic-Con. This feels wrong. Like, this whole interaction is weird. I do not like it. In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Comic-Con, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
ねえね
Hey,
え
I'm
マ
hungry.
ヤシーはお腹空いちゃった
近くにファミレスあるべ
Isn't there a restaurant
そこ
nearby?
で一
Let's take a
休み
break.
しようよ
帰りも同じ距離を走らないといけないのよね
I can't believe we have
そ
to
れを
bike all the
考
way
えたら
back. What a nightmare. The three of them go searching for the restaurant. Suzuha is still gazing at the big sight.
鈴葉
What's
ど
wrong?
うした
I asked the question, though I already know how she'll answer. She's excited to see it in real life.
ビッグサイト生で見られて感動
Her eyes are shining.
2036年に
It's gone by 2036,
ビッグ
you
サイ
know.
トってなくなっちゃってるんだよねより大規模な
They cleared it to make way for a bigger, better
もっ
convention
と大
center.
きなイベント会場
Tokyo's full of them in my time. They even moved the dome
あ
out
の
there.
辺に移転してきてるし
It's so empty and superficial. Yeah, this is why I totally would have sent the text. But like, if we're about to see an ending, like, why not stream it? She points to the middle of Tokyo Bay.
でもささっき走られ
Daru
てる
called it the Holy Land. Is that how you see it in this time?
聖地扱いされてるんだよねコミマっていうすごいイベ
So
ント
this is
があ
where
る
they
ん
have
でしょ
Comic-Con. I've heard of it.
私の母さん
Hundreds
も
of thousands
そ
of
のイベ
people
ント
come,
に
right?
参加してて
Mom said that's where she
そこ
met my
でお父さんがあ
dad.
ったんだって話してくれたよ
なるほど
Ah,
お
your
前
mother
の
was a
母親は
Fujoshi.
不女子
だからさ
I've always wanted to see this place. Thank you.
ありがとう岡部倫太郎ちょっとだけ
I feel closer to my dad now.
父さんに近づいた気がする
A sharp pain stabs through my heart. I know who her father is. He's right over there. I won't tell her. Not until the afternoon of the 13th, when the time leap machine is complete. For now, I just want to prolong these 2 days.
オーカリー、すずさん、早く早く。ほら、呼んでる。
Come on. That's us. I'm starving. Come on, let's go. She grabs my hand and we take off. Somehow, I managed to force a smile. Today was fun. Tomorrow will be fun. Every day will be fun. Forever. The wind caresses my cheek. Yeah, even that, like, sounds like fucking delusional. Yeah, we'll have fun. Every day. Forever. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up the bridge. The spokes revolve slowly, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes, but it's not unpleasant. We're repeating this again, huh? The weather's nice. Why'd I have to come? The wind's too strong. Need to exercise more, Daru. Leading the way is her on the mountain bike. What a view. From here, you can see the Tokyo Bay. Except for Suzuha, where we're using rent-a-cycles, I wanted to change of pace. Yeah, it's the same thing. These people need a break. I'd rather be working on the time machine. This proves I belong indoors. You're all worn out. Stamina's key. They're exhausted. I already know the distance. I need a water. No convenience store until after the bridge. Impossible. Have you been here before? Yeah. What cycle is this? My 10th? Oh, uh-oh. Must be more than that. I'm still repeating the days. Mocha's attack, Mayuri's death? Those things will never happen. Today, once again, we're off. Let's take a break. Daru's used up his strength. I turn and pull up next to his side. It's not safe. I swallow my words. Thoughts too dark to be my own suddenly slip into my mind. What will happen if I don't pull Daru? Will the truck catch him? Will it send him flying like a ragdoll? Will it take off his head? Will the blood spray from the stump like a crimson fountain? Will the girls scream, I wonder? Let's find out. Oh, so this is where he starts to go nuts. What difference does it make if Daru dies? I can just time leap again, can't I? Go back to the start of the loop and Daru will be good as new. Besides, everyone needs a little spice in life. For these 2 days, I'm God. I choose who lives and who. The sound of the horn blasts. He jerks back from the guardrail. A split second later, the truck howls past. Daru loses his balance and falls. That was close. You okay? You hurt? Christina and Suzuha get off their bicycles and help him up. That truck was mean. The truck's already crossed the intersection after the bridge, and we watch it drive. What a shot. What was with that guy? Crazy drivers. I should have checked the number, then I could be like, reported. I actually say reported in real life, but I got that joke from something else. Very interesting to see it actually be a thing, but from a different form of media. Nothing actually happened, so there's not much point in reporting it. Everyone's fussing over Daru. I stand a few steps away, staring at my hands. I'm glad it ended as something to laugh about, but what was I thinking about just now? I began this loop so no one would be hurt, so that Mayuri would live and Suzuha would never go back. Yet just now, I was ready to watch Daru die. Some part of me wanted it to happen. Rintaro? Huh? I cower in reflex upon hearing my name. Suzuha's staring at me. There's questions in her eyes. She can't have heard my dark thoughts just now. Yet I feel like she can see right through me.
顔色
You look
悪い
pale.
よ
ちょ、
What's
オカリン
wrong? I'm the one who should be
僕より
shaking.
ガクブルしてるとかおかしくね？
Right.
何しろ
I was just
スーパーハッカーに死なれたら
imagining what would happen if
我
I
がラ
lost
ボは
my
大
super
打撃だか
hacker.
らな
The lab can't survive without you. I use a purposely extravagant tone to cover up my guilty thoughts and start pedaling.
休憩は終わりだ
Break's over.
Excellent.
Let's go. I am this world's observer. Nothing can escape my subjectivity. Everything and everyone exists as I will it. Ayuri, Christina, Daru, even Suzaha. Here we live in peace. None of us need to ever face death. Oh, this is some CERN shit here. A 48-hour eternity. I am the creator of paradise, and so I know. Tomorrow will be another wonderful day.
聖地よ、私は帰ってきた。
Got it from Halo? No, I actually got it from Heroes of the Storm. Guys, I'm turning on the voice acting. How does it sound? Am I being dramatic enough? At least I was trying. A little bit. Holy Land, I returned. His vigor's restored.
人がいない
Never seen this place so empty. Look at all the space and the emptiness. We see how
この
majestic it
街は
is.
人で埋め尽くされるとか
ねえねえまゆし
近くにファミレ
This is
スあ
the
るね。
restaurant. Let's
帰
go.
りも
I
同
can't
じ
believe
距
we have
離
a
を走
bike.
らないといけないのよ
They
ね
go for the restaurant.
それを考えたら
She's still gazing. My eyes roam her body. Those tight legs. That slender body. Her clothes accentuate all her fine curves. Uh-oh. Her breasts are surprisingly large. Something stirs in me. Hot and heavy, like thick lava. It whispers to me words like poison. What if? What if I just lure her into a dark corner and have my way with her? What then? Getting her alone would be simple. All I have to do is offer her information on her father and she'll follow me anywhere. To make matters easier, no Suzaha exists in present day. No documents proving her citizenship, not even a birth certificate. It's only natural. She won't be born for another 7 years. So even if she runs to the police, no one will believe a word she says. I imagine she'll put up a fight. She was a member of the resistance in her time, and I know she's stronger than she looks. But she's still just a girl. It might take some doing, but I'll have my way with her. Another me, perhaps, whispering in my head. You want a woman, don't you? Of course you do. It's instinct. So what if she's Daru's daughter? So what if she's on a mission to save the future? Forget it. She's a fine woman, that's all. You're not a saint. What was it you call yourself? An insane mad scientist? If you're really insane, let's see you snap. Remember, you have the power of a god. Yikes, that's the first time we actually see text be different. So they're really emphasizing the bad end here. You can undo anything you do to her with the time machine. We're gonna change the word so the YouTube censors don't pick that up. Hey. Jesus. Yeah, we're starting to get these graphic words. While you're at it, why not taste the same girl's virginity over and over again? Wouldn't that be something? All those virgin-only freaks would kill to be you. Hell, why stop there? Think of what else you can do. Murder, steal, kidnap, destroy? Is that the best you can do? Is that really all the evil in your heart? I guess we're only human. Think about it. Sure, you wanted this loop, but repeat the same 2 days? Sounds like torture to me. Aren't you tired of it? These 2 days should be your paradise. Forget about petty laws and morals. You're a hunter. Taboos mean nothing to you. Hunt your prey and eat your fill. The voice is right. I am the observer. God. I can do anything. Doer. Killer. No one can judge me in this closed loop of time. Forget your morals. Trust your urges. Follow your instincts. I cover my ears and avert my eyes. Bzzz, my ears are ringing. Someone's like trying to crush my soul, projecting thoughts not my own onto the screen of my heart.
Okabe Rintaro?
Suddenly, she grabs me by the shoulders and peers into my face. The warmth from her hands makes the buzzing grow louder.
やっぱ具合悪いんじゃない?
You're really sick, aren't you? Want to sit down? This has a double meaning. You're really sick. Yeah, he's lost his fucking mind. I'm afraid to look at her with these dark feelings in my mind. I shake her off and flee.
Okabe Rintaro, どこ行くの?
Where are you going? I need to get away. If I don't, I'll give in to the urge. I stare at my hands. Clench, open, clench, open. Repeat, repeat. My hands move, just as I expect them to, and just as I order them to, but those dark impulses, the devil's whispers, how can I explain those? What the hell was that? What's happening to me? I start to tremble. My teeth chatter. The sun's hot enough to burn my skin, but I feel cold. I'm afraid. I'm still okay, aren't I? I am Kyoma Rintaro, the insane man scientist with a fetish for science and chaos. See, I still know who I am.
まだってなんだよ.
Still? What's that mean? Will I eventually lose control? Am I going to break? Like a Mobius strip, the same 2 days go round and 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 round. Today, I failed to keep them. My feelings became twisted. Today on Harumi Bridge, I didn't just hesitate to save Daru, I nearly yielded to my dark emotions. Dark emotions. Dark impulses. Emotions seeping with venom. I listened to their poisonous, disgusting whispers, and I was almost drawn in. There's no denying it. Worst, that was but a taste of what might lurk inside my heart. If those emotions attack me, this time crashing over me like a tsunami, will I be able to control myself? Mayuri, Christina, Daru, Suzuha. Will I be able to keep myself from hurting them, no matter what? Will I be able to keep everyone safe in this loop I made for Mayuri and Suzuha? Do I really have such strength? I don't know. That answer is hardly reassuring, but for now it's the only one. The endless loop is the world I wished for. I can only protect this world. Only I can protect this world. I pray those impulses were a fluke and they'll never resurface again. I ask only that tomorrow is peaceful. We're back in the loop again.
ダル君はね、
デブオタ上等。
いい景色だな。出発するまではさ、
私は
This time he pushed
人
Daru.
盛りが最強だ。
二人ともグダだらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
水は自動販売機はまだ。
I'm watching the Elite
今
version.
ならコップ
Bruh.
一杯分の水のために人殺しもできそうだお。
Interesting. We begin with him confident the next day will be great, but now he's just praying. Yeah, He's going off the rails for sure.
やればいい。
え
Everyone turns to look at me.
やってみろよ。
Do it.
人殺
Kill
し。
someone.
ネタに真面目
Why
そ
so
うです
serious,
か
man?
あ
Come on.
あ、マジで。
What are you waiting for? If you want to do
ど
it,
うしてやれ
do
ばい
it.
いんだ。
ちょっと岡部、
Hey, what's gotten
あん
into
た
you?
いきなり何言い出してんのよ。
オカリン、
Hey,
そうい
you
うこ
shouldn't
と
say
言っち
things
ゃ
like
ダメ
that.
なんだよ。
つうか
What's up with you,
オカリ
man?
ンなんで切れてる
別に。
Nothing.
コンビニが橋を2つ渡った先にある。
There's a convenience store once we passed the bridges.
そこまで
Tough it
文句
out.
言わずに耐
ゲそうなん
Really?
意外と距離あ
That's
る
farther than
な
I thought. Hundreds of days have passed since this began, maybe thousands. How many cycles has it been? I've repeated this loop so many times, I've grown tired of keeping track. I can barely remember the reason why I started. The days go by like tearing pages from a calendar. Everyone says the same things, everyone responds in the same way. I've noticed my biorhythms seem off, but aside from that, every day is the same. Same. Yeah, subtle deviations occur, but it's all within acceptable limits. In the end, the result's always the same. Everything that happens is insignificant, meaningless, pointless. I'm the only one still living in this loop. Everyone else is just being kept alive by me. We're just spinning on our wheels in a dead world. My soul died some cycles back, I don't remember. This isn't life. Mayuri's death? Mocha's raid? Suzuha's time travel? I may have cared about those things once. Not anymore. When did I stop caring? When did I become a machine looping and looping for eternity? Nothing matters. When these 2 days are over, they'll start again. Everything will be reset, and I'll reset it myself. Then I guess it's pointless to worry. Ridiculous. How many times have I repeated this? My senses have gone dull. It's getting harder to respond to things I see. I feel detached, like I'm isolated inside a thin membrane. And I've already gotten used to it. I don't find it inconvenient. I simply adapted. I simply optimized. To this far too narrow world, to this far too gentle world. Why shouldn't I? This is mine.
はあ僕はサイクリングをやめる
I
ぞ
quit cycling. Daro's used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests against the guardrail. I stop my bike and watch.
うわ
The horn blares. Daru jerks away. I thought for sure he was going to tip him that time.
ああ
ちょっと大丈夫？
怪我はない？
You hurt? They get off and help him. Truck was mean.
今のと
はあビビった
通報し
So
ろ。
report him. The truck's number smoothly rolls off my tongue. I've seen it so many times, it's like a brand on my brain.
教えたぞ。
There. Now you
も
know.
う通報しろ。
Report him. I hold my phone out.
オカリン僕なんか
Did I
恨
do
みあん
something?
の
お前が通報
You
し
said you wanted to report him, so I'm giving you the
通報する機会
opportunity.
を与えてやっただけだろ。
My tone's flat. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. It doesn't matter. Nothing does.
確かに橋田のだらけた態度は良くないけど、岡部も感
I
じ悪
agree
すぎる。
Daru could be a little less lazy, but you're going out of your way. You're going way too far.
仕切るな。
Shut up, you class rep wannabe.
何よ。
喧嘩はよく
No
ない
fighting,
よ
guys. Daru's okay, so let's be
誰も
happy.
無事だったんだしめでたし
I
めで
ignore
たしだ
Mayuri
よ
and shove my phone at Daru.
通報しないのか。
You're not gonna report him?
まあ
I
今
guess
回
I'll
の
let
と
him
こ
off
ろ
the
は
hook
これ
this
で
time.
勘弁してやるっつうことで
I sigh and put away my phone. She's staring at me again. She looks like she wants to say something. Who cares what she thinks? I feel nothing. The tired Kurisu, the energized Daru, and the energetic Mayuri repeat the same conversation I've seen hundreds of times. Then they go search for a restaurant. I turn my back to them and walk towards the sea. Suzuha stands in front of me, blocking my way. Her eyes bore into mine. I try to pass without saying anything. She cuts me off. I see the sincere concern in her eyes, but it can no longer sway my heart, not even a little. Hey, wasn't there a movie about a guy who gets trapped in some kind of time loop? What? What the fuck is she talking about? Groundhog Day, right? It's like 100 years old when I saw it. The movies in my time are all boring. CERN propaganda, you know? So we watch old movies instead. Like Groundhog Day. Never heard of it. It's pretty unsatisfying. I was trying to brush her off, but she keeps talking. I mean, the loop ends without the hero really doing anything. Like he becomes a good person and suddenly happy ending. Kinda dumb. You're trapped in a loop too, aren't you? All of us are. How does she know? Say something, Rintaro. You've been here before, haven't you? Her gaze seems to pierce through everything. I find myself blinking. Then my eyes drop. What are you talking about? A hoarse voice leaks from behind the back of my throat. You're still streaming this late? Hey, what's up, Matt? Thanks for the tip, buddy. Yeah, we're still streaming this late. We're about to get one of the endings, and it's getting really interesting. So we're still going. I'm going to wrap up once we get credits on this ending, so probably not too much longer. But it's pretty thrilling. I saw Big Sight for the first time today, but it isn't the first time I've seen it. I feel my heart skip. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Word games? We've come here before, haven't we? Have we been looping so many times that Suzuha's unlocked her own reading Steiner? You've experienced today multiple times, haven't you? How many? Answer. Suddenly, she seizes my arm. You have the eyes of a dead man. I know those eyes. They're everywhere you look in my time. Wait. Oh, I thought she was going to be referring to me, but she just means people in general in her time. Look at me. Don't kill your soul. Slowly, feelings rise. From the depths of my heart, like an oiled machine grinding back to life. Christina's soon to complete the time leap machine. You've been using it to repeat the past, haven't you? What if I have? Why are you doing this? Who knows? The reason no longer matters. What are you running from? Running? Yeah, I'm running. Running from Mayuri's death. That's why I'm going to 1975. I'll bring you the IBN and then you can... No. You fail. What? And then after 25 lonely, meaningless years, you hang yourself. What? But... That's why I'm hiding in this loop. So neither you or Mayuri die. That's it. That was the reason.
死なせないために。
I entered this loop resolved to save them, but my resolves long since turned to dust.
この2日間を繰り返してさえいる。
As long as I repeat these 2 days, nothing changes. Nobody dies.
誰も死なない。俺はその
I've accepted that to keep everyone alive.
それは君の主観だ
That's
よ
only from your perspective.
世界は君に関
The
係な
world
く
continues into the
未来
future
へと続い
independent
て
of
いく
you.
の
No matter how many thousand loops you make, Mayuri dies.
何千回何万根本的解
It's
決に
not
は
a
ならない
solution.
俺は別に
Yeah. My lips twist into a self-deriding smile,
根本的解
but I'm
決を
not
しよう
looking
なんて
for a
思わない。
solution.
いつまでもこのループを続
Do
け
you
るつも
intend to
り
keep looping forever?
そうだ。
Yeah. I've accepted that duty.
それを受け入れ。
何が受け入れたの
You haven't accepted anything.
自分
Can't
がお
you
かし
see
く
how
なり
it's
始めて
twisted
る
you?
ことに気づいてないの
おかしくなったとして
No
も
matter what happens to me, this world will continue.
世界
The
は
loop
続
will
く。
continue. No matter what happens, the loop
2
won't
日間
end.
のループは続く。
Did you watch the anime, or is this still a blind playthrough? This is still a blind playthrough. I've watched the first couple episodes of the anime, but I have not actually seen like this far into the anime. So I've stopped watching the anime before the first time loop, or before the first time Rintaro time leaps. I just really wanted to watch the first couple episodes.
時間の止まった世界で
How long can you
こ
endure
のまま
living
生
in
きていく
frozen
ことに耐
time?
えられるの君はこの
You
輪を
can't keep this up forever,
永
you know.
遠に終わらせることはできないんだよ肉体的には死
Your
ぬことは
body
ない
may never die, but look at yourself, Rintaro. Your soul's already hanging by a thread.
君の心は
だって
What else can I do?
しょうがないだろう。俺には
I don't have it in me to sacrifice anyone.
誰かを無慈悲、マユリも
You, Mayuri, you're my
鈴葉
friends.
も
I can't lose either of you.
仲間だ。
She hangs her head with a sorrowful expression. Is the interrogation over? I try to end the conversation by walking towards the sea. She grabs my hand.
まだ何か
You have more to
あ
say?
るのか。
私は
Do I really hang myself?
ああ
Yeah.
IBN5100 を手に入
Do
れ
I
るのを
really
失敗
fail
する
my
のも
mission?
ああ
Yeah. She bites her lip. Maybe I shouldn't have told her. But it doesn't really matter. If I time leap, this conversation will have never happened.
ね
In that case,
えだったら
will you come with me?
一緒に行く
何
What?
一緒に行くかって聞いたの
Will you come with me?
1975年へ
That's the last thing I expected to hear. Go with her?
俺が行って
What will happen if I go?
どうなる。
She grasps my hand.
私が失敗しないよ
You
うに
can help me so I
助
don't
けても
fail.
らうあるいは
Maybe we can find
未来
another
を
way
変
to
えるた
change
め
the
の
future.
別の方法を探す
できるのか。
Is that possible? My heart beats, my eyes open. Color returns.
世界線は
The world
もし
line
か
might
する
shift
ととん
in
で
a
もない方
completely
向へ分岐
unanticipated
するかもしれ
direction.
ないあるいは
What
君
you
の
know
知
is
って
the
る世界
present
じゃ
may
なくなる
change.
かもしれないしみんなが
The
ラボマン
future
として
gadget lab
君
might
の
not
仲間
exist
に
in
な
the
るか
future
ど
we
うかも
make.
わからなくなるそもそも椎名真
They
由
might
里も
not even be
橋
born.
田至も牧瀬生まれた
Mayuri,
として
Daru, Christina.
違う名
Even
前を
if
付
they are
けら
born,
れるか
they
もし
might
れ
be different people with different names.
でも
But if we go to
1975年なら
1975, we'll have 35 years
ア
before
ト
we
ラク
reach
タ
the
フィールド
2010
大分期に
divergence.
到達するまで35年どうやればいいのか
I
わ
don't
か
know
らな
how
い
we'll
けど
change the world line,
世
but
界
we'll have
線を
plenty
変え
of
るため
time.
の準備期間はたっぷりできるよそれでもいいなら
If you're okay with that, why not
一
come
緒
with
に
me?
行かない
It doesn't seem like he'd be willing to do that.
うん
To tell the truth,
本音は
I want someone to come with me.
誰かに一緒に来てほしいんだ
Someone. In other words, it doesn't have to be me.
私は失
I
敗
don't
す
want
る
to
と分
go
かってい
knowing
る
I'll
のに
fail.
飛
I
ぶの
don't
は
want my
嫌だ
death to be meaningless.
それこそ犬死にだもんだから
So come with me.
一緒に来て。
Save me.
私をそれに
I want to save you
今の
too.
君を
I
見てら
can't
れ
bear
な
to
い。
see you like this.
君をこのループから助け出し、このループを続けて。
Will you continue this
心
loop
が
until
擦り
your
切れる
soul
のを
is
待
ground
つ。
to nothing? Once that happens, time will
来
start
るはず
moving
のない
again,
終わりで、
and the ending you've been
その
postponing
終わ
will
りが来
occur.
ればさ、また時間は動き、君の心が
When
完
your
全に死
soul
んだ
finally
時、
dies, Mayuri will die
椎
too.
名真由里は、
I'll fail and hang
予定
myself,
通りに
all
死ぬ。
according to schedule.
私は予定ど、君は
What
看
you're
板に
doing
自
is
殺を
nothing
し
but
よう
slow
としているだ
suicide.
け。そんなことするぐらいな
If you're
ら、
willing to go that far,
一緒に
come
来
with
て。
me instead.
私を
Save me.
俺は
I. The hands of my clock stopped ticking long ago. I. Slowly, they begin to move.
行くよ。
I'll go.
お前と一緒に。
I'll go with you. Please take me with you.
サンキュー。ごめん、
I'm sorry. I should have noticed sooner.
気づいてあげられな
She
い。
gently embraces me as if to warm my frozen heart. The wind blows and the clouds flow and change shape. Sunset. The sky is so terribly orange. The color of dawn. The color of dusk. The color of the world's end. The color of the world's beginning. While Daru was repairing the machine, I let my mind rest. I avoided all contact, slept like a log, and tried to piece my soul back. On the afternoon, I received word the repairs are complete. I send an email calling all members, and as everyone gathers, I head to Radicon alone. Suzuha's waiting there, standing before the time machine, with glistening eyes. She gives me one last warning.
何度も言うようだけどさ、タイム
Remember,
マシンは一方通
the
行
machine
なんだ。
only goes one way. Once we leave, there's no coming back.
戻ってくること、それでも
Even so, will you
一緒
still
に
come
行って
with
く
me?
れる？
I nod.
お前こそ、
And you? Are you sure about this?
おそらく。
There's a good chance we'll both
かな
lose
り
our
の確
memories.
率で
Why would he think there's a good chance? Rentaro has the
記
reading
憶を
Steiner.
失う。
That doesn't make sense.
私が記憶を取り戻
You
した
said it took me 24 years to remember.
20でも
This time I have you.
今回は
Something
君が
might
いる。
change.
希望的観測だ。
Wishful thinking.
じゃあ
Does that mean you're backing out? I'm going no matter
私
what.
は降りない。
も
No, I've made up my mind.
う覚悟はできてい
I
る。
don't know how it'll turn out. We're certainly at a disadvantage. But still, I never thought I'd be so thankful to not know what's coming next. It's so stimulating, it sends shivers down my spine. I feel like I'm actually here.
みんなには
Did you tell
なんて
everyone?
説明したの？
別れは
I bid them farewell.
告げてきた。
I left them each a handwritten letter. The lab's probably chaos. I mailed the letters to my parents and my friends, telling them not to look for me. My parents will be sad, but this time I'm not running away. I want to believe I'm not running away.
なんかさ、
You know, she stands next to me. She finally smiles, though her eyes still shine with unshed tears.
駆け落ちするみたいだね。
It's kind of like we're eloping.
後ろめたいことは何もない。
There's nothing to feel guilty about.
むしろ
In
俺は
fact, I want to thank you.
鈴葉に感謝している。
If you hadn't invited me, I'd still be living in the
お前が
loop,
誘ってくれ
living
なかっ
like a corpse.
た。ありがとう。
So thank you.
鈴葉、
Let's fight to change the future
これから
together.
一緒に。
Yeah. We clasp our hands. Her grip is strong, it kind of hurts. That pain tells me I'm alive. Nobody sends us off. Nobody could. This is a one-way trip. Once we go, there's no coming back. 1975, that's before I was even born. We're headed for the past, for a future that is yet to be written. Not the world line she left, nor the world line she desired. We're reaching for an entirely new future. Our eyes meet. Our hands clasp.
行こう。
Let's go.
あ
Yeah. The time's come for us to depart. Our mission is to change 35 years of history. We boldly lift our heads, ready to challenge fate. Together. Bam. Wow, it doesn't even tell you how the how that timeline ends, huh? First ending reach. I can't even read the credits. This song is just gonna get me copywritten, so can we skip this? Ah, damn it. Doesn't look like I can skip it. I mean, whatever, there's probably already a bunch of copyrights. Interesting that it doesn't show you how that goes. I mean, obviously, because that's not the true end, so they don't feel the need to, like, really elaborate on how it goes. Obviously, we're gonna wrap up the stream here pretty soon. Mute? Oh, that's true, I can mute it. Boom. So I don't know. Didn't even translate the credits. Yeah, I know, right? Credits not dubbed. What the fuck? That's how you know that it's not the true ending. It's all a what if. Yeah, I get that. Oh, hey, what's up, .com? Didn't know you were here, man. Obviously tomorrow we're gonna stream like the main path. We're not done yet. It feels weird to hear the credits because normally obviously you hear the credits when the game's done. But that's pretty nuts, right? It's pretty cool. I slept and woke up. Hey, what's up, man? Did the loud credits wake you up? Yeah, we're still going. You were on the grind? Dude, I'm always on the grind on this YouTube channel. Always. Which is why you should subscribe to the channel for more live streams. Tomorrow we'll be back with more of the main path. It's 4 a.m. there? Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here. What do you guys think of my attempts at voice acting, huh? For some of the nutso Rintaro, right? Irreversible reboot has been completed. They should hire you. I know, right? What path did you miss? We took the Suzuha ending for our first ending. Not the ending I would have chosen, but I just chose it because it like we wanted to see the ending, right? We got to get the reaction. We got to see what happens. But normally I would have chosen to send the text. It makes sense because they're both alive. What are your thoughts on reading the other routes? No, I'm going to start from... We made a save right before we are supposed to change the... or send the text message right here. See, I have it saved even where you can see Christina's literally sitting there and she's like, do you have a plan? So tomorrow we're going to pick right back up on like the true end, I guess. So that's my thoughts currently. When I hit an ending that is along the lines with the decision that I would have actually made, then we'll stop, even if it's the true ending or not. But that's what I want to make sure that we're actually going to our path. But I did still want to see the ending. I'm still curious how it goes. The writer apologized for the ambiguous ending and said the future they make is happy. Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be, right? That'd be pretty tragic if it's just, like, not. So yeah, they should hire you, though. That's right, Matt. And that's why you guys should subscribe to the channel. So you guys can see these future streams and other streams of other games I do, like Bayonetta 3. It'll also be later this week. But yeah, tomorrow we'll continue the main path. Do I retitle the stream Suzuha End? I don't think so. That feels like too clickbaity. Yeah. But yeah, that definitely feels like a good spot to end for today. I don't really know how to continue. We've already been streaming for 9 hours, so a good spot to wrap up. Thanks for watching, you guys. I enjoyed the stream. Feel free to join the Discord channel to chat about all things related to this game and other things after, if you guys still want to keep talking, even after the stream is over. Is the time machine always there in the menu? Yeah, this has always been here, every time. Nothing is new on the menu. Yeah, do you take your break? Yeah, but tomorrow, same time, 9 hours from ago is when I start the stream. Maybe we'll start at 5 tomorrow. You taking a break tomorrow? No. I'm gonna stream at least 2 things in a row. That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow is gonna be another Steins Gate stream. I'm trying to do like 2 streams of Steins Gate, and then because it's so long, the streams are so long, give people a chance to keep up. Microwave time machine, yeah. Hope to see you around, Matt. You slowly lurk in the background. But, good to see you, man. Very pog. Good to see you too, gamer. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out today. I know these are long streams, but it makes these streams better when you guys stick around for them. Not as fun if you guys aren't here, so thank you for that. Hopefully get to talk with you guys some more. Streams are always more fun with you guys here to talk to. That's what I stream for. For the fun and for talking with people about the game, about the story, all that good stuff. Predicting my plots, as always. But yeah, that's the end for today. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got for my outros and stuff. I think we can wrap up. Right? Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.